We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here.
We love our community.
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup, your
stress-free
stress-free dealership.
You'll prevent any disease.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's go. It's the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms. Did you download the app yet? Come on and download the app. How else are you going to leave us messages for Here's the Thing, which, of course, is Thursday at 8 a.m. Your responses there. It's super easy. You just got to download the app, and you can leave us voice messages that way. I would think that there'd be a lot to talk about, so hopefully you got something funny, you got something strong to say, and we will play those Thursday at 8 a.m. Plus, you can listen to all the stuff here on the station. You can get breaking news alerts. Speaking of breaking news, we had some yesterday, which was surprising. Generally, that doesn't happen during our show, and almost never does it happen right before the coaches' show. So it was nice to not only have the news, but also have 15, 20 minutes to process it before Mike McDonald came in to talk to us about the firing of Ryan Grubb. I don't know why, by the way. I have trouble saying firing, especially when it comes to stuff like this. I don't know what it is. There's something about the word fire that is hard for me to say. For whatever,
I usually go with whatever they report. Like Schefter reported that he was fired. Sometimes they say part ways,
right?
Or what? Yeah.
For whatever reason, I've been going with that. Parting ways, moved on from, or whatever. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, look, he was fired. There's certainly. I don't that's true. But for whatever reason, I find that a little bit difficult to say. Maybe in this situation, maybe in a lot of them. I don't know. Anyway, they move on. They fire. They're done with. Ryan Grubb is no longer going to be the offensive coordinator here. And, there's a lot of reasons why. Brock kind of gave you a lot of that right off the bat yesterday. And obviously, we'll talk a lot more about it today. McDonald was, look, he couldn't be 100%. Hey, here's exactly why, and here's exactly what we're looking for. I don't think that's fair to Ryan Grubb. I don't think he thinks that's fair to Ryan Grubb. He seems very concerned in a good way with, protecting the reputation of somebody that's no longer here. And I think there's a bunch of reasons for that. Yes, maybe some of this was about personality clash. Maybe the two of them weren't necessarily the perfect fit. I don't know if Ryan Grubb is the growth mindset guy that Mike McDonald is looking for. But I don't know if that's the only reason. And certainly if it's just a fit issue, well, I don't know that you need to go out there and list off all of the reasons why he's not here anymore. It's no different from your two linebackers, specifically Terrell Dodson, who Mike decided wasn't a fit in this system. Dude went to Miami and was player of the week, a month later? That's not saying he's a bad player, and I'm not saying they made a mistake by letting him go just because he did something impressive later. It's just saying this isn't the right fit. I'm looking for something specific out of this position. So that's one at linebacker, but I think very much the same is true at offensive coordinator. It was an awkward fit. He didn't have a full offseason to find the right guy. By the time he was hired, we knew this going in. We talked about this at the beginning. Most of the best coordinators, assistants, etc., had already been snatched up elsewhere. So he didn't have the full array of everybody available to talk to and bring in a new coordinator. You know this. We all know this. We said at the time, this will probably change. Not necessarily the OC position, but that some of the coordinators and assistants would probably change after year one when he had an opportunity to look at the full array of what was out there. Okay, so that's the first part of it. The second part, and I know we've heard a lot about the college and pro and that stuff. Brock can talk more about that, the hash marks and, whether it's, attacking scheme versus attacking personnel. All that is fine. I still believe, and I didn't hear anything yesterday that dissuaded me from this opinion, that my new edict played a role in this. And that's very simply, you can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. And I look at the Seahawks this year. They were 29th in the league in rushing attempts. 29th. That's fourth worst. 29th in the league in rushing attempts. Only 3 teams behind them, Bengals, Raiders, and Jets. That's it. Yes, some of it is about the inability to run the ball well. They were not a great running attack, but they weren't nearly bad enough. They were averaging, 4.2 yards per carry this year? They weren't bad enough to keep them to the 29th position in terms of rushing attempts. That's just not enough. It's just not enough. Not even close. The balance there is off. Especially after this roster was built by spending 2 second-round picks in a row on running backs. And especially when Mike McDonald is a defensive coach, there aren't that many of them in the league, that wants to play a complementary football game. You can't do all those things and then finish 29th in the league in rushing attempts. And again, very simple. You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. You have to actually do it. Like, you just have to call a running play and either hand or flip the ball to the running back. That's how you run the ball. You can't do it without it. If you call passing plays, you can't run the ball. It's just how it is. Sorry. So I do believe that played a role in this. I think Mike McDonald looks in the league, around the league, and says, okay, who are the top teams in rushing attempts? Teams that he would like to play like. Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Detroit. Arguably the 3 best teams in the league this year. Buffalo's going to play a role in there, maybe 1 or 2 others, Kansas City. But those are 3 of the 5 best teams in the league. Can we all agree on that? And there's a good chance that one of those 3 teams is going to win the Super Bowl. Philly, Baltimore, Detroit, 1, 2, and 3 in terms of rushing attempts. I know the let Russ cook people for years have been saying it's passing league, passing league. I don't know. Sure seems to me like you still got to run the ball. It sure seems to me like you've got to be effective putting the ball on the ground and running it. And you can't do that unless you try to do it. You have to actually try to run the ball. Now, I'm not saying that those teams are one-dimensional. Lamar Jackson had a phenomenal year passing. Obviously, Jared Goff has been so much better recently, and I'm a big Jalen Hurts fan. Like, quarterback matters more than anything, and you do need to throw the ball. I'm not saying that that's nothing, but top 3 teams in rush attempts are arguably 3 of the 5 best teams in the league this year. And I think, when you watch a game specifically like Sunday night, you watch Sunday Night Football? You guys watch Sunday Night Football, right? Yes. Minnesota, Detroit. Close game in the first half. Nobody really pulls away. But Detroit, you can watch it. You can see it. Is just more physical, especially on offense, which is bizarre. Generally, those physical football teams are built on the strength of their physical defense. Think about the Legion of Boom or Baltimore back in the day, right? It's all about that physical defense. Detroit can't really do that, maybe just because of so many injuries on the other side of the ball. But their offense is mean, nasty, physical. They run the ball. And in the second half, once they get a lead, they squeeze the life out of you offensively. Just run it down your throat. Run after run after run after good luck. And then they throw in the mix in the play action, a couple of throws. I'm not saying it's 100%, but they dominate you at the end of the game in Minnesota, laid over and died. They didn't have anything for that.
That's something Ryan Grubb didn't do at all either. They didn't run any play action, which was so weird because Gino's good at it.
It's what Gino is best at, is play action. And again, I know there's a group of people that say you don't need to run the ball in order to run play action. It's counterintuitive to say the least, and you can't convince me that being good at running the ball doesn't at the very least help with play action. Maybe it's not a necessity, but you can't convince me that it doesn't help. So if you want to be a team like Detroit, like Philly, like Baltimore, and I think Mike McDonald wants that. I think he says he wants to be a team that finishes with power and violence the way those teams do. You got to have a coordinator that is willing to do that is willing to just say, yes, run the ball. That's simple. Again, I'm not saying you have to do it 75% of the time. I'm not looking to be Hank Stram matriculating the ball down the field in the 1960s. That's not the goal. But you can't be 29th in the league in rushing attempts and then look at the teams that are at the top and realize that they're the best teams in football. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Especially if you don't have Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. So if we say there are 5 teams head and shoulders above the rest of the league this year, 2 of them have the 2 best quarterbacks in football throwing the ball. They're the only 2 that aren't in the top 5 and running it. This isn't brain surgery. So is Ryan Grubb gone? Yeah. Is that a big part of the reason why? I truly believe so. Not the only reason. We're going to talk about a lot more over the course of the morning, but I do think that is a very important one. And long-term for the success of this football team, that's something that has to change because it all has to fit with the head coach's vision for the whole game together. It hurts your defense when you're throwing the ball that much. You want to be able to squeeze the life out of teams late, and unfortunately, this team couldn't do it this year. So, tons more to come today. We're going to talk to Matt Hasselbeck, 7:30. Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst, at 8:30 as we start to move forward and think about this offseason. I got Mike McDonald. If you didn't get a chance to hear it yesterday, that's coming up in 20 minutes. So a lot to come. Don't go anywhere. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf!
It's hard to get 10 wins just in the NFL in general. The fact that we was able to get it on his first year, I think that's incredible.
Throw far side is intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
Proud of the guys, proud of everybody, the way they fought, proud of our coaching staff.
Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Fant, is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks!
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
We're getting crushed out here. What's going on with you, Nick? You used to be the unstoppable king of flag football.
I'm feeling my age. At 40, I feel like I can't keep up anymore.
Is it lower testosterone?
Lower T?
Yeah. When you turn 40, you have less testosterone. It's harder to stay lean and get the same results you used to get. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I know Nugenix. It really gives you an edge.
No question. At work, the gym, the bedroom, Nugenix turned back the clocks. Now I've got the same energy that I did in my 20s.
I want to try Nugenix.
All right, time out. Guys, go text Nugenix and get yourselves a complimentary bottle to try.
Text AREA to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
4 Down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, March 13th. It's Keith Sweat. The legendary R&B artist Keith Sweat. Get your tickets while they last at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Keith Sweat, March 13th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's!
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
That wasn't so much a shock as it was another example of Mike McDonald having a very clear idea of what he wants and a willingness to make immediate change. Yesterday, he took action, firing Ryan Grubb and opening up the offensive coordinator position after just one season.
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want, everyone wants reasons, and like when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of like, hey, this happened and this happened. It's like, that's not, as much as you want those, it's just, it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just, I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
And I do believe that vision has a lot to do with the running game. Team finished 18th in points, 14th in yards, 8th in passing yards, but 28th in rushing yards, and as I said earlier, 29th in rushing attempts, not to mention some very real challenges in the red zone where I think an offensive coordinator can play a huge role in what the team is able to do. And so you find yourself now in the market for somebody else to run the offense, probably with a very different vision for what that looks like. What is Mike looking for?
Well, I mean, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do our research and be thorough with it. And we want to be efficient. We want to move quickly, but we want to be smart as well. And we're just looking for the right fit on the type of person that's going to come in and lead our offense. And not that we weren't aligned with Ryan, but definitely looking for alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate.
Well, I think you hear it there, right? It's the personality and it's the vision for the way you want to operate in alignment with the style of team that you were looking to build. Seems pretty simple. I would imagine a more consistent, creative approach to the running game is going to be important, and a personality that better fits his culture of a growth mindset.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Ernest Jones sure seems to be a priority this offseason, and it sounds like he would like to be here. He reiterated that yesterday with Wyman and Bob.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think both sides, want to get something done. We just got to come to a mutual agreement, and, and whatever those numbers or whatever those situations or whatever that may be, that's what that's going to be. But, I think both sides are, working towards that, and I think it will.
All right, well, that's good news, and it sounds like from the team side, Mike McDonald feels very similarly, as he told us yesterday.
Yeah, very, very important. I'm sure the reason behind that is his contract situation, and we understand what's going on with it, and I think you just got to trust the process at this point. And I definitely trust that, trust all the people involved, Ernest and his agent, and our people here, and confident that we're going to see a lot of Ernest for years to come.
All right, well, I certainly enjoyed what I did see of Ernest this year, and he does seem to be a very good fit. We talked fit with McDonald yesterday, and he sure made it sound like Ernest was exactly what he's looking for in a middle linebacker. So does something get done? Obviously, money's going to play a role. I'll tell you, I was going through it yesterday. The Seahawks really can clear a lot of cap space this offseason if they want to, between Tyler Lockett's deal, Noah Fant, George Fant, Dre Jones. There's a couple others in there that could really change what it looks like from a cap perspective. And so I would think he's absolutely going to be a priority heading into this offseason.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
This is starting to get a little sad, honestly, for the Mariners. Every single name that we come up with to talk about whether or not they're a good fit here seems to just disappear into thin air. The latest, Dodgers second baseman Gavin Lux, who is essentially a league average bat at second base. He goes to Cincinnati for a minor league outfielder who is ranked 14th in the Cincinnati system, and a competitive balanced draft pick. Should be about pick 37. So that's got value. That's probably going to end up being a top 10 pick or a top 10 prospect in their organization, but that's not a lot for Gavin Lux. And he's a good, not great player, but he would certainly be an improvement over the exactly nothing that the Mariners have in their infield right now and have done this offseason. Again, I don't know if he was a perfect fit, but that's not a lot to give up, and you would think the Mariners could have matched or bettered that package. So the quest for an infielder, really any infielder, continues for the Mariners. Kraken played a good game, but ran into a hot goalie. They fall to New Jersey 3-2, goals from Shane Wright and Adam Larson. A lot of physical play last night, which I liked. The story, though, I don't know if you got a chance to see. Devils goalie Jacob Markstrom made 21 saves, but 2 of them in the third period as the Kraken were trying to come back were spectacular. One from his back, he's lying on his back, and got his stick up to make a save while lying on his back. It was unbelievable. As good a save as you're going to see. Anyway, Kraken can't make it back to tie it, and they will now head out on a 5-game road trip. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk show. Gavin Lux, apparently that's not going to work out either. The options are dwindling, guys. The options are dwindling. Mariners still need help at first, second, and or third. Plus DH. And really the one position that you're talking about being set based on this offseason in your infield is a shortstop who had a really down year last year, and you're really counting on him to bounce back just as much as you're counting on Mitch Garver and a couple of other guys to bounce back as well. There's a lot of if in there. It's a lot of if. And when you don't have a real, I went through it yesterday. If the season starts today, maybe I'll alter it a little bit. You're probably looking at a platoon at first with Luke Raley and Tyler, what's the guy's name? Locklear, thank you. At second base, I think you're probably looking at a Dylan Moore, Ryan Bliss platoon, Crawford at short, and then Rivas at third base because he's a switch hitter. At least he could play every day because he's a switch hitter. That's essentially what you're looking at. You don't really have a lot of other options. Maybe Austin Shenton. Guys, that's not a major league infield It just is not. All right. Coming up next, Mike McDonald. We had the opportunity to speak to him almost immediately after the Grubb news came out yesterday. This is the only sound you're going to hear of Mike McDonald until later today. So stick around. Listen to it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
All right, guys, it is definitely winter, really cold out this morning, and you may be seeing your electric bills skyrocket, right? Those utility bills go up and up in the winter, but if they're feeling like they're way beyond where they should be or your home feels drafty, might just be because your attic or crawl space aren't properly insulated. And that's why Crawl Pros is here, and they can come out to your house and just check it out. They'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection exactly like they did at my house. Now, if you're worried about paying for it, check this out. This is the time when some of the big energy companies are offering huge rebates. Puget Sound Energy, if you're a customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. That's huge, and they will cover 95% of the cost. So there's really no reason to wait. Take advantage of these incredible rebates today and call Crawl Pros. Find out what's going on back behind that crawl space or attic hatch for free, and then maybe more importantly, what energy rebates you're eligible for. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Jake was suffering from osteoarthritis when his doctors asked him to consider surgery.
However, there's a 9-month recovery period where essentially you're not walking and you're not putting much in the way of weight on.
That wasn't going to work for him, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
I heard the ads, and that caused me to do due diligence.
And how are you doing now?
There's not really any pain now at all. I have no limitations in what I want to do.
Wow, so you're able to do anything you want to do?
I recently played golf at Cycle House down in Pebble Beach, walked 18 holes, which I hadn't been able to do for a number of years, and then went for about a 2-mile walk with my friend.
I take it you'd recommend stem cell therapy to others then?
Absolutely. Had I known then what I know now, I would have done this several years ago and saved myself a lot of pain and suffering and agony and limitation to activity.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Progressive presents Renter's MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Joe Fallon's bedroom mini fridge. Sure, this pint-sized chiller's max capacity is 3 soda cans, but what it lacks in stature, it makes up in cooling strength. Each beverage a perfect 37 degrees every time. And the 2 feet Joe walks to get a drink, priceless. That's why his mini fridge is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Spring is here, and now is a great time to visit the incredible new showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has over 400 new Toyotas in stock and on the way, including Camrys, RAV4s, Tacomas, Highlanders, 4Runners, and Tundras. Test drive one today and drive it home immediately. Let the team at Toyota of Kirkland take the hassle out of the car buying experience. Toyota of Kirkland will exceed your expectations in every way. Visit them today or shop online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspot. This new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
This one's the biggest one right now because it's obviously the next one.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
That's a terrible take.
Yes, sir! Coach, good morning. Season, unfortunately, comes to an end yesterday, but you get to 10 wins. First of all, congratulations. I know that was the goal over this last few days, and you did it. Why was that important?
It's a rhetorical question to a certain extent.
A little bit, yeah. Why was it important to you, I guess is what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go out on a strong note. 10-7 is way better than 9-8. And, yeah, I mean, it's just you want it for the players. You want it for the guys to validate a lot of the work that they're doing and feel like you're taking the next step towards the next season and put an exclamation point on this one. And when your goal, you don't want your goals to shift, but when they do, you want to achieve your goal. And so that was our goal for that week, and we accomplished it. And it wasn't exactly how we drew it up, throughout the game, but the guys fought and played to the very end and got a red zone stop, and it was great. And I really respect our guys' mentality and the toughness, and then we really relied on a lot of depth throughout the game, and the guys coming in and stepping up and playing for us, doing what we need to do to go win the game.
News coming out just a few minutes ago as Adam Schefter tweeted it, and so we'll ask you about it. According to him, you guys made the decision to part ways with Ryan Grubb. First of all, is that true?
Yeah, that's true. So we made that decision this morning.
What was the primary thinking behind it?
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want, everyone wants reasons, and when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of hey, this happened and this happened. It's like, that's not, as much as you want those, it's just, it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just, I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point. Ryan's a heck of a football coach. We did some really great things on offense this year. I mean, Gino, I think, had a bunch of career highs throwing the ball, and we did some really cool situation stuff. I know Jack's had a great year. So we did a lot of great things. It's just my vision for our offense, I think, is just ultimately was different than where I thought Ryan thought it was going. And so we respect the heck out of him. We wish him the best. These are tough decisions to make. These are really tough decisions to make, but the team comes first, and just felt like it was the best for the team.
Mike, if you were to try to quantify what your vision or identity is for an offense, what does that look like?
Well, that's a tough answer. That's a tough question to answer without. I think what I'd like to do is just kind of keep those the conversations really between Ryan and I. I think I owe that to him on all the the nuts and bolts behind what we're doing. But But I think it's fair to kind of keep it at that. Like, I think we just needed to go in a different direction, and that's why we ultimately made the move.
You know, it's interesting. Can I just pop in real quick, Sulky? One thing that's interesting is he was asked last week, Coach, about kind of what he learned over the course of this season, and he talked about as a play caller and as a coordinator the difference of the college game and the NFL game. And in college, you can attack personnel a whole lot more. In this NFL game, you really have to attack scheme and the different defensive families that are out there. And he even mentioned you in kind of working through that process and how to attack scheme. How do you, you know, you lived in both worlds a little bit, right? Mostly the NFL, but you went to the college game. Can you kind of speak to maybe some of that this year of just the learning curve to attack an NFL game versus his college experience?
Well, I mean, I don't want to put words in Ryan's mouth, but from my experience, I think he's right. I think it's also personnel driven as well. Definitely a matchup league to a certain extent in the NFL, but schemes and structures, like, you do need an understanding of how everything is built, and that's not something that like we were putting on Ryan or expected him to know coming in. That's why I answered this question last week, but to expound on it, like, that's how we built the staff that we did. That's how we built our offseason. I mean, there's a lot of things we did to get everybody up to speed on what we're going against and things like that. I'm sure that's probably why Ryan brought that up when answering that question. And then, you know, going back to college, man, it was, you know, you needed help from guys that have been in it and gone against these coordinators that understood like kind of what their goals were, what they were trying to achieve on a situational basis. The hashes in college make a tremendous difference now. I mean, the game is just way more spread out. And the field is a real deal. I mean, that is a significantly different than into the boundary. I'd say, you know, the college game, from my experience, is a little bit more numbers and angles and space than the NFL game is. So, I mean, we can talk about that all day if you want. But, yeah, that was just – so point being is, like, yeah, of course, when you're going to be moving back and forth between different – just not even levels, but different leagues, and you're going to go against a whole completely different, like, set of people, you need help to kind of get up to speed so you hit the ground running.
Just for contrast purposes, if the college game is about angles and space, what is the NFL game then more about?
Well, I think Ryan was right. I mean, he's right in what he said. It's I think it's probably more about it is matchups, you know, because now you're talking about everyone has kind of the same pot, and then you've got to allocate resources accordingly. So, you know, and if you believe that it's somewhat efficient, then, like, you know, numbers will kind of correlate to how good players are. It doesn't always work that way, but anyway, so people allocate resources differently, but they have the same pot. So now matchups become a part of it, and then just understanding structures and how people react to formations and personnel groups and things like that. I think that's important.
So as you look forward now to make a really important hire, your next offensive coordinator, what qualities will you be looking for?
Well, I mean, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do our research and be thorough with it. And we want to be efficient. You know, we want to move quickly, but we want to be smart as well. And we're just looking for the right fit on the type of person that's going to come in and lead our offense. And I mean, not that we weren't aligned with Ryan, but definitely looking for alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate.
Fair to say that Coach Huff was kind of tied to Ryan as well, or everything kind of still in consideration around?
Yeah, it's still in consideration. And I would say it's fair that he's aligned coming in, but now he's a Seahawk.
And then last thing for me on this end of it, why the timing this morning?
Felt like it was best to do it now and move forward. It's never an easy time to do it, but I felt like that was the best decision in the timing, and it gives everybody involved the most opportunity to move forward.
Do you expect this would be the only move, or could there be other coaches that are let go?
I wouldn't call it like getting let go. Right now, we're working through this, and then we'll move forward, and we're always going to be looking to make our team the best possible team we can make. But right now, we're working through this decision.
All right, so now you move into an off-season, your first full off-season now as a Seahawks head coach. Other than the offensive coordinator hire, what do you plan to spend this off-season working on?
Everything's on the table. I was just telling the staff, like, we were trying to get as much feedback as we possibly can, but how we structure the off-season, how we build our systems, how we practice, all those things we want to do a deep dive into and evolve. You know, we talk about chasing edges. You got to go live it. And that's going to be the mentality. And look, I mean, it's not time yet to do it, but I mean, we're going to have a heck of an offseason. It's going to be a heck of a plan. We're going to spend a lot of time. It's going to be thorough. And we'll get into the goals and stuff as we get throughout the offseason, but I am looking forward to moving, to taking this thing to the next level.
Kind of big picture in that way, Mike, and I know it's not even been 24 hours since that game ended yesterday, but if you were kind of in your analytical mind, in linear mind at times, to the way you organize things and look at why you all won 10 games, the fact that you guys got to that 10-win threshold, which usually gets teams to the playoffs, kind of rare that it's not, but if you were to kind of look at some of the key factors that went into you guys winning 10 games this season, the most, by the way, of any first-time head coach in that franchise's organization, what were the components that went into the 10 wins?
Well, I think it starts with the players. We have really good players. So great players help you win games. And I think we got a lot of great players. And I felt like as a team, we stayed together. We evolved. We made some tough decisions to move forward, but we kind of stayed the course. I think we played some really tough football. I'm proud of like what shows up on tape in all three phases on how we played the game. And then, I mean, there's all sorts of things, like good situational football here, especially at the end of the half. But I think the biggest thing is like the great players. I think we got a heck of a core group of guys that we're excited to work with moving forward. And then just sticking the course, man. I mean, like John Gordon was right about the season being a roller coaster, and you got to stay on it. And with a lot of guys like doubling down on your principles, things like that, and guys really buying in to the process. I just really appreciate everybody involved, because if you start to splinter and you start to kind of go wayward throughout the way the season works, then man, it's really hard to finish the season on a strong note.
It's always interesting talking about head coaches from our perspective, from a media perspective. You're talking about scheme and the way players are put in position on the field. You're talking about in-game decision-making, going forward on fourth down, kicking, punting, that type of stuff. And then you're talking about building culture and sort of running this building as its main character. That was, one of Pete's real strengths was This was his building. And we spent a lot of time talking and wondering what it would be like for you. I don't know if you heard this from Tyler Lockett yesterday, more if I could play cut 5 one more time. It sure seemed to speak to a level of buy-in that came from the players in general. This was Tyler after the game yesterday, I think.
Yeah, man, even besides all of that, man, it's just the fact that everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win. And it makes football so much easier when you know the next man cares just as much as you care. It's hard to be able to get that because in the league you get paid so much money, and so many people could have tapped out and said, you know what, I'm ready for free agency, or I'm ready for the offseason so I could get away from all of this stuff. And the biggest thing that you always hope is to have a team that could be able to buy in, not just when camp starts, because everybody's ready to prove themselves, right? But when you get to this part of the season, when it's November, December, beginning of January, you'll be surprised with how many people usually are no longer bought in. And this team was bought in from the very jump. Even when we were on that losing game streak and fans were going crazy, people were going crazy, it didn't matter. People still bought in, and I think it showed who we were as a team and who we're going to continue to be.
How important is that to you to hear?
Oh, it's incredibly important. I mean, first of all, coming from Tyler means the world, to hear. That means a lot. It means a lot. And as I'm listening to him talk, I'm thinking about the journey that we had. And we've talked about this on this show, but the amount of faith and that it takes for everyone in the building, Pete did a tremendous job of building this place. And so the goal was to take it and keep building off of what the foundation was here. And but it was we're different people, so it's going to kind of look differently and sound differently, everyone, as we start to grow. And so for the people there in the building, to players included, staff, all the people that make it go, EK and his crew, Mo Kelly, all those guys saying hey, you know what, let's do it. I'm hearing what you're asking for. And I don't know you from Adam, but I'm gonna lock arms and let's roll. Let's make this thing happen. And then players too. The guys that have been here, the guys that Pete helped brought in and develop and all that stuff. I think it's really cool. And our coaches coming from all across from different worlds and and life experiences and getting our players to play for one another, play together, understand the meaning of like really what 12 is 1 is about, a connected group, and backing it up every day with consistency. And that's how you build trust. I mean, all those things we've talked about. You know, you're proud that happens. And to me, it's telling me, hey, you know, there's some things that we didn't do well enough, obviously, because we're having this conversation right now. But there are some things that that we can hang our hat on, and we feel like we are going in the right direction.
11 months later, what do you feel like you learned as a head coach the most?
Man, I haven't had a fantasy draft of what I've learned yet, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
Honestly, so this, Brock, what I would say is like I came in with kind of like these are all the things that I believe that it's going to take to win. And what I've realized is it's a way less number of things, but they're more important, you know, like connectedness, toughness, situational football, development, fundamentals, things like that.
Were there things that means things must have fallen off that list. What sorts of things did you think mattered maybe more than they ended up?
I think that some of those, I think you got to get those things right first, and then the other stuff kind of falls into play. But like you think about it, every detail does matter. I mean, like how you do anything is how you do everything. So like trying to make stuff taken to the next level. Again, the chasing edges idea of like we call it making it sweet. You know, whatever your area of responsibility is, like that. If you can handle that type of stuff, that'll manifest itself kind of in those core things. So. But yeah, I mean, just the daily experiences, how to handle stuff, Brock, conversations, things that there's a laundry list of stuff that I know that I want to grow and I want to get better at. And my plan is to do that.
You know what I find interesting, and a few of my peers that went from the media into the NFL world, and then listening to Belichick, who went from the NFL world into the media, and he used a word, he was on with McAfee last week and really hammered on the word that you said earlier, alignment. Alignment, alignment, alignment. Owner, GM, head coach, quarterback, players, equipment room, staff, everybody has to be aligned. How big of a challenge is that in the NFL with so many different moving parts in that way?
Well, I mean, you hear it from the probably best to ever do it, so he's right. You have to. I mean, it's a must. It's a prerequisite. If you want to be a championship team, then you have to have it.
Looking forward again this year to this offseason, are there position groups that you would like to see improve?
All of the above.
Everyone.
That was the biggest softball of the year. Yeah, I mean, we all have to take it to the next level. Like everywhere from me to Gino to Leo to our rookies, practice squad guys. Like it's about leveling up, man. You know, that's what the name of the game is. So if we can get a whole host of 90 guys doing that, plus coaches, we'll be cooking.
Well, then let me ask you about the two guys you just mentioned, starting with Leo. Brock asked how you got to 10 wins this year. How important was Leo in that? Well,
when I talk about
number?
great players, I mean, he's one of the first guys that you say. I mean, he's incredibly important. Just the flexibility, how he lets us play. A lot of our coverage structures that we've been able to play later in the season is a function of how well the guys up front played. And so, again, it's all connected. And just been him able to move different spots, you know, his football intelligence and then, like, his leadership in the building. You know, the stuff Tyler's talking about, keeping us connected, keeping us together, playing for one another. I mean, that's driven by our leaders, you know, and Leo's one of our leaders.
You also mentioned Gino. Does that mean you expect Gino to be back next year as a quarterback?
I got no reason to say no. So I guess, yeah.
What are the next steps?
Dave liked that answer.
He's giggling.
If Salky threw you a softball, at least I get a fastball here maybe. When this ends today and you'll meet with the press, I think tomorrow, what then are the very next most tangible steps?
Well, first of all, we're going to start our search for ops coordinator. So that's a big one.
Mm-hmm.
And so I expect that to start immediately. And then, you know, John and I will meet and we'll be on the same page with Jody and with Chuck and let's kind of set a course of direction and plan of attack and let's go get it. But, you know, there's time to take a deep breath and, like, you know, you can't, all the thoughts don't just come to you while you're just sitting at your desk, you know, so you got to get out and spend time with your family and then come back and go attack it. But all the cadences throughout the offseason, you know, those are being consistent with how we handle stuff. But yeah, just whatever makes us better, we're going to be chasing it.
This past offseason, with your coaching staff, you didn't have a ton of guys that you had previous relationships with, had coached with, etc. How did that go in terms of the year learning to, you know, meet each other, learn from each other? How was that process this year?
Well, I think we made the best of it. And I thought it was the right decision. I mean, you're trying to find the best people, and like I've always believed that. People that you know and you trust, of course, that matters, and that matters tremendously. Like building trust because you've already built that. But if you can build that with people and go find the kind of the best people that, you know, that are for your organization and the role that you want, it's hard to believe that it's always going to be like the guy that you used to hang out with like 5 years ago. It's like that happens to be the best candidate. Like, man, what a coincidence! It's incredible. So that was the philosophy behind it. But I think we tried our best. Now you do have to spend time and build trust, and it's going to take some time to get connection. And we gave it 1,000%. We fell short in some areas, but I can tell you every person up there gave it their absolute best every day, and I'm proud of that.
How much different is that process, though, getting to start at January 6th rather than mid-February?
Well, I mean, the question kind of answers it. I mean, it makes a huge difference, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Another guy that we've chatted about recently has been Ernest Jones, who came over here mid-year. How important was he to the defensive success, especially in the second half of this season?
Yeah, very, very important. I'm sure the reason behind that is his contract situation, and we understand what's going on with it. And like, I think you just got to trust the process at this point. And I definitely trust that. Trust all the people involved, Ernest and his agent, and our people here, and confident that we're going to see a lot of Ernest for years to come.
With a position like middle linebacker, there's a lot of guys that are capable of doing that. Is it a level of needing the right fit, the right style of good middle linebacker versus just one of the good ones, if that makes sense?
I think that's fair. Yeah. It's a combination of like skill set, just communication skills, how much you're going to put on their plate, leadership styles, you know, what you're expecting from them kind of, on a daily basis, in and out of the building. All those things kind of go into play. But yeah, I think it's fair to say it's different, kind of like different styles for different types of defenses and what they need. But yeah, definitely, man, I think up the middle of the defense, I'm thinking corner, but like up the middle defense, I think that's definitely true, like safety, interior linemen, things like that.
Did you feel like you found that this year by the end of the year, that you had the right style of guy
with
up
Ernest?
the middle? Well, really just all those guys up the middle. But yeah.
Ernest
in particular.
I mean, I think Jonathan Hankins deserves a massive shout out. The guy played great football for us in kind of an unheralded role, but he really let things fall into place too up the middle. And obviously, everyone knows how we feel about Ernest, and then at safety position, and Julian kind of proven to be the guy that we thought he was, and then take his game to the next level, I thought. And then, the emergence of Kobe and the way that he's really grabbed that position and taking control and done a great job with it. I think we're in a great spot.
Hey, last thing for me here, Mike, and I think we did this just about every year for a lot of years with Coach Carroll. Just a chance for you on our show here to say something to the fans, to the 12s out there that were on this roller coaster and ride that was a step forward, that was 10 wins, that was 7-1 on the road.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. It's they make the thing. I mean, I know we talk about Gino, but this is why we do what we do. It's for the 12s, man. We want to put out a football team that this city and our fans are proud of, and did that 10 times this year, and 7 times we fell short. And we're determined to deliver the city a winner and a champion. And we wouldn't be sitting here with the optimism that we have without our fans. I'll tell you what, like, just interactions that I have with people, like person to person, it's the best, man. Like, it gives you so much energy and so much inspiration to go do a great job. So we really appreciate it. We love them, and our mission's to put a championship product out there.
Well, we'll just say thank you for coming in here 17 times over the course of this season.
It's only 17?
Well, maybe it felt like more. I don't know. I don't know if this was your favorite part of every week, but, for me and Brock, when we were, doing one show like this for a really long time, it was a really nice change to meet somebody new and have some very different conversations and learn about the game in a different way. So I'll speak on behalf of Brock and just say thank you to you for coming in and doing this with us every week. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. I'll speak for myself. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a blast.
Wow.
You guys do a great job.
Wow. Brock, do you hear that? Unbelievable.
You do great. I mean, it's, I do appreciate it. It's,
we're chasing edges.
I love that.
Yeah, it was nice of him to say, and certainly really, I thought, a good interview yesterday. I love that answer on responding to Tyler Lockett, and we'll come back to that a little bit here over the course of the morning. Brock is in next. Ryan Grubb is out. Why is it? I'll give you one reason, because Mike McDonald doesn't mess around. That's next on Brock and Salk.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and they wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, who then threw from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now, every Friday night, you get to fall asleep to the sound of your downstairs neighbors' dance parties. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get your yard game ready with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Ego has nearly 200,000 5-star reviews from homeowners like you. Ego delivers the power of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Best of all, Ego 56-volt arc lithium batteries are universal, so they fit all 90 tools. Power your yard, power your tailgate, power your life. Learn more at egopowerplus.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get in the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Well, yesterday was more of a goodbye than a hello as we said goodbye to Ryan Grubb and talked to Mike McDonald about it. Interesting to chat with him and kind of get a sense as to why and what they plan to do next. I spent a while, Brock, at 6 o'clock talking about the importance of the running game. You just can't be 29th in rushing attempts when you've got a defensive head coach. So obviously that plays a major, major role in all of this. 29th in rushing attempts, 28th in rushing yards. That's not going to get it done.
Nope.
But also, Mike McDonald does not mess around. Not at all. And if you don't fit, you don't stick. A couple of linebackers, an offensive coordinator, safeties, corners, linemen who lost jobs. He wants it done his way. And I like that. I think he does a really good job of balancing wanting it done his way and in his image and with his style and with his, vision, with the ability to let people do their own jobs and try it their own way, and ultimately, not micromanaging, but allowing them to grow, but in the right way under his vision.
Mm-hmm. You know what I was thinking about yesterday? I was actually thinking as far as goodbyes. I was thinking about Pete Carroll. And when Mike McDonald said, we're going to meet with Jody and Chuck and John and I and kind of put the whole thing together and, look back and move ahead. I thought back to last year's meetings about this time, right? When we were wondering what in the heck is happening here? What are they going to do moving this thing forward? How are they going to move this forward? And ultimately, ownership decided to put it in Johnny's hands. And I think even Pete said that at his final press conference. Well, now it's up to you, Johnny. Now ball's down your court. And yet, I think with so many of these moves, with personnel, with these linebackers, with Grubb yesterday, and I didn't ask Grubb about it because I don't think he's going to share McDonald, I don't think he's going to share any family business about how it went down. But didn't this feel a lot like this was Mike McDonald?
Well, he certainly made it sound that way yesterday.
Yeah, even though John Schneider is technically in charge of the coaching staff now, that was one of the keys to the car that I think he wanted and to have kind of final say. But I think along these lines, I could imagine like Mike calling John, hey, John, we're going to have to move on from Baker. This just isn't working. Hey, John, you know what? We're going to have to move on from Dotson. This just isn't working. And then ultimately, whenever it was decided, and Corbin wrote a pretty good piece on this yesterday with Different Sound, or different quotes throughout the course of the year, I think ultimately this just feels like, hey man, Mike McDonald's got this kind of conviction. This is my conviction. And I don't suffer fools. And if you're not going to buy in, or you don't have the tools that work with what I want to do, we're going to move on. Kind of that Northeast side of him, right? He's got the Georgia side of him. He's now got a year of the West Coast side of him. But this feels like that Northeast, Baltimore, New England background. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you, but we're going to go.
And that's a lot easier when there was probably some compromise made in the hire to begin with, right? He didn't have the full off season. He didn't have the availability of everybody else that was, a possibility to be a coordinator, and so there was a bit of a rush job done. We talked about it at the time that maybe there would be some changes to the staff after year one when he had a full off season to kind of figure all of that out. So it's in that way not necessarily a huge surprise that one of the big positions ended up turning over. He just didn't have a lot of history with any of those guys. And, it doesn't mean he's going to hire somebody next that he's known forever. He kind of poo-pooed that to an extent yesterday. But it does mean that he'll have a full array of being able to search and really go through that process, and I would imagine that's important. I'm with you on the culture thing, though, and his conviction and what that means. Of everything he said yesterday, I thought the most important and most interesting answer was not about Ryan Grubb or the offense or the future of the offense coordinator spot. It was reacting to Tyler Lockett saying that this team played for each other, not just with each other. And you could hear the pride that Mike McDonald had in that answer.
Oh, it's incredibly important. I mean, first of all, coming from Tyler means the world, to hear. That means a lot. That means a lot. And as I'm listening to him talk, I'm thinking about the journey that we had. And we've talked about this on this show, but like the amount of faith and that it takes for everyone in the building. Like Pete did a tremendous job of building this place. And so the goal was to take it and keep building off of what the foundation was here. And but it was like, we're different people, so it's going to kind of look differently and sound differently as we start to grow. And so for the people there in the building, to players included, staff, all the people that make it go, you're proud that happens. And to me, it's telling me, hey, there's some things that we didn't do well enough, obviously, because we're having this conversation right now. But there are some things that we can hang our hat on, and we feel like we are going in the right direction.
I love that answer. And honestly, it was one of, if not the first time, that we've even mentioned the name Pete Carroll in any of these interviews since probably the first week. It just hasn't been a thing, and somewhat on purpose. I don't think it's fair to him to constantly compare him to Pete Carroll, and so I tried to really not use the name much during our interviews with him. But yesterday it was appropriate, and looking back on the entirety of kind of where they're at, and to hear him say that and talk through it, I thought gave pretty good insight into what this year was like for him.
Yeah, I think it speaks to me of that authenticity. We spent all year with Mike, and he is an authentic guy.
Very much.
Very, very much. And then secondly, it speaks to competency, the competency of his plan, especially defensively. Man, when you started to kind of reap the benefits and taste the fruit of everything that was in this voluminous playbook and guys buying in and getting it, like, yeah, man, authenticity and competency, two pretty big tools, I think, when it comes to that head coach, Mike. And when it comes to this coordinator, I spent some time thinking last night of just after listening to him, the journey that everything was, just some of the attributes. I'm curious if you would agree or disagree on some of these. As you put together the attributes, as you kind of cull, a big list of guys now that could be available to you, I think at the top of it is going to be toughness. Whoever this is, has at some place along the way built and facilitated a culture of toughness, of ruggedness. If you talked about finishing the game and being able to run a football, and even when the other team knows you're going to run it, you still have the strain and the ability. I think that's going to be an important attribute. I think you got to be a listener. I don't think Ryan Grubb was maybe the greatest listener. The more of those anecdotes that I listened to over the course of the season that were, again, compiled by Corbin Smith, I think that is going to be a really, really key attribute. And it's a fine line to walk, especially as a play caller and a coordinator. Like, you got to have some ego and you got to believe in what you're doing. But you also got to be
we're sitting here talking about Mike McDonald's conviction. It's hard to do that and then also be like, oh, well, you got to be a great listener. But you do have to find a way to do both.
There's a balance to that. I think you've got to have some run game innovation. I think when you walk in that door and you interview, and all these different guys that do, all of the different defenses that you see in the NFL, all the different families of defenses that you see, you better have some real background in how to attack those and attack those again through that run game.
Yep.
And I think you got to have NFL experience. You just, somewhere along the line, you have to be in this business. And maybe a benefit of both. You can be collegial and you can have NFL, but I think you're going to see some NFL experience walk through that door and be in that booth and be in that position to call plays.
I think all of that makes sense. There's not one thing in there, Brock, that I would disagree with, and especially the running game stuff. It just, I'm going to keep coming back to that number. You were 29th in the league in rushing attempts.
In the league leaders?
The 3 league leaders, I mentioned this earlier, were in order: Philly, Baltimore, Detroit. And you can't tell me that that's not who Mike McDonald wants to look like.
No, if you were to pick 3 programs in the NFL and say, what do you want your complimentary ball to look and feel and play like?
Right now,
those
3
would be at the top of the list.
You mentioned the Corbin stuff, and I read that article also. There are a lot of interesting quotes in there, and the one that surprised me most was the story about not running it at the end of the Vikings game.
Yeah,
right?
That was a hard one, man. First and 10 at the 37.
So can you help me a little bit? So the way it reads, essentially, they get to the end of the Vikings game, they get a lead, they're driving down, and
no, they're down.
They don't have a lead,
goal.
They're down, but they have the opportunity to milk clock and then score at the end.
Yep. 3 minutes to go, first and 10 at the 37, you're down 3.
And then they throw it a few times.
You throw it the first time and
Gino gets sacked, and that's
correct.
Right. That's sort of the end of that conversation.
Yes.
If that's why isn't that a time when the coach says to the coordinator?
He very well may have.
Let's milk. So you're telling me he says to the coordinator, "Let's milk clock and run the ball," and then the coordinator's like, "No."
No, the coordinator says, "Great, I got a play here that I love. We can throw it out in the flat, and we can get the ball out, and we can do an extension of a run game." And Gino completes 7 out of 10. Mike, 7 out of 10 times he throws it. It's a completion. I think that is what goes through Ryan's mind in that situation.
It's still hard for me to imagine the head coach says, "Let's run the clock," and then his response is, "Perfect, I'm going to throw the ball." I mean, if that's the case, obviously, then that's a non-tenable relationship. But I just wonder how many.
If that's the case, that's why you make a move hours after the game ends.
But it felt more like coach didn't say anything because the expectation was that I don't have to.
Sure.
And that's a little bit interesting to me as well. And, sort of speaking to, hey, I'm not going to micromanage it, and I'm busy working on the defense. I need an offensive coordinator that's going to be able to just know what to do in that spot. We got to take a break. This conversation is not going anywhere. Matt Hasselbeck in 20. Talk to Matt Miller later this morning as well. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Well, New Year's is certainly here, which means everyone has made their resolutions. And I know for a lot of people that means trying to lose weight. Maura was just telling us about all the folks at the gym who have come crawling back at the beginning of January. And that's valuable, can be. But what you really need is a partner. You really need help. And you really need a weight loss plan where you're eating the right food. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is all of that and more. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started or even just see if you're interested in this program. I did it. It worked for me incredibly well. Lost 10 pounds in a week and then 35 pounds after just 8 weeks. And I didn't need to fight for space in a crowded gym with everybody else. I didn't take any pills or injections or eating bland box meals. I ate good food, delicious recipes, and I wasn't hungry while I was losing the weight. It's pretty impressive. It's an easy-to-follow plan. It works, and the accountability, oh my gosh, that was the most important part for me. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com or call them at 425-588-0080. Just a 15-minute phone call is all it takes. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
We're getting crushed out here. What's going on with you, Nick? You used to be the unstoppable king of flag football.
I'm feeling my age. At 40, I feel like I can't keep up anymore.
Is it lower testosterone?
Lower T?
Yeah. When you turn 40, you have less testosterone. It's harder to stay lean and get the same results you used to get. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I know Nugenix. It really gives you an edge.
No question. At work, the gym, the bedroom, Nugenix turned back the clocks. Now I've got the same energy that I did in my 20s.
I want to try Nugenix.
All right, time out. Guys, go text Nugenix and get yourselves a complimentary bottle to try.
Text SPIRAL to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text SPIRAL to 42424. That's SPIRAL to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do 2 things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Spring is here, and now is a great time to visit the incredible new showroom at Toyota of Kirkland. Right now, Toyota of Kirkland has over 400 new Toyotas in stock and on the way, including Camrys, RAV4s, Tacomas, Highlanders, 4Runners, and Tundras. Test drive one today and drive it home immediately. Let the team at Toyota of Kirkland take the hassle out of the car buying experience. Toyota of Kirkland will exceed your expectations in every way. Visit them today or shop online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Hard to say it was much of a shock yesterday, but it was definitely an example of Mike McDonald having a very clear idea of what he wants, a willingness to make immediate change, and he did take action, firing Ryan Grubb and opening up that offensive coordinator position after just one season.
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want everyone wants reasons, and like when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of like, hey, this happened and this happened. It's like that's not, as much as you want those. It's just it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
And you would think a lot of that does have to do with the balance, Brock. The team finished 18th in points, 14th in yards, 8th in passing yards, but 28th in rushing yards and 29th in rushing attempts.
Mm-hmm.
Challenges in the red zone seems fairly cut and dry.
Yeah, I said this to you yesterday kind of in passing, but the more that I think about it, those 50 sacks, and I think that was third in the NFL, that is just such a... Man, that is such a tough number. It's not counted, obviously, in the turnover column and in the takeaway column. To think how many sacks just destroy drives, right? And when you get one on defense, you feel like, oh, finally, I got them in 2nd and 17, or whatever. It just totally sets you back. And once again, to have 50 sacks, that should have been a strength for the last couple of years. That's where Penix was so good, right? In Seattle, now with the Huskies, the O-line was terrific there, and he had great experience, and he got the ball out in a hurry. But that is one number that's got to change pretty dramatically next season.
Well, and what does that look like next season? Mike wasn't giving a tremendous amount away.
Well, I mean, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do our research and be thorough with it. And we want to be efficient. We want to move quickly, but we want to be smart as well. And we're just looking for the right fit on the type of person that's going to come in and lead our offense. And not that we weren't aligned with Ryan, but definitely looking for alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate.
Yeah, I mean, it seems telling that he says both the type of person and the alignment. We'll see what direction they end up going.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
One of the other stories kind of running parallel to this is Ernest Jones and whether or not they can get a contract deal done with him. Sounds like they paused, but he's feeling very optimistic. We asked Mike McDonald about that yesterday as well.
Yeah, very, very important. I'm sure the reason behind that is his contract situation, and we understand what's going on with it. And I think you just got to trust the process at this point. And I definitely trust that. Trust all the people involved, Ernest and his agent, and our people here, and confident that we're going to see a lot of Ernest for years to come.
Well, that's good. And on the other side of it, Ernest joined Wyman and Bob yesterday.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think both sides, want to get something done. We just got to come to a mutual agreement, and, and whatever those numbers or whatever those situations or whatever that may be, that's what that's going to be. But, I think both sides are, working towards that, and I think it will.
Yeah, so here's how it works in season. This is, kind of the number we got for you from the Seahawk end. It's not quite maybe a Brent Rooker number, right, which seemed incredibly low on his 5-year extension with the A's. But it's a number that, they're comfortable with, and the player, and I'm sure his agents say, I'd like a little more than that. And then you probably get to really the Senior Bowl and the Combine, where teams and agents all start talking, Salk, and you figure out a little bit of where that market's going to go. Right? Is he going to be a $8 to $10 million guy? Is he going to be a 10 to 12? Where does that look like? How can these two sides kind of gain intel, from the agent side with the market, from the team side with the market, and hopefully they can coalesce and they can get that dude signed.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, you mentioned baseball. Honestly, it's feeling somewhat sad at the moment for the Mariners. Every name we talk about seems to just instantly disappear. The latest being Dodgers second baseman Gavin Lux, who is essentially a league average bat, maybe just a little bit better than that. But he goes to Cincinnati for a minor league outfielder who was the 14th rated prospect in the Cincy system and a competitive balanced draft pick, which should be pick 37. That's probably akin to a top 10 pick or a top 10 prospect in your system. So 2 prospects, but certainly not a lot. Again, I don't know if Lux is the perfect fit here, but you don't have an infield. What? What are we doing? There's no infield.
Via the at baseball values, I don't know how you feel about that, Lyle. I don't know if that's a competitor to yours or not. I didn't see anything from you when I tweeted that to the group yesterday, but according to them, The Reds reportedly acquired, as you mentioned, Gavin Lux, $13.6 million surplus trade value from the Dodgers in exchange for Mike Sirota and a comp pick. Those two are 1.9 and 4.1, so you could do the math there. Deal is accepted by our model, is a major underpaid by Cincinnati.
So I would say two things. I would not take, sorry, I should have responded to you yesterday. My bad.
No,
I would not take that MLB trade values thing very seriously. They don't seem to get a lot of stuff very accurate in terms of what those real values are. That being said, yeah, the Mariners could have used Gavin Lux.
Okay, well, that continues. Kraken played a good game last night. Brock goalie stood in his head, unfortunately. They fall to New Jersey 3-2. Shane Wright, Adam Larson both had goals, but Jacob Markstrom was just unreal. Two of the saves he made at the end of the game were as pretty as you're ever going to see. So they'll start a 5-game road trip after losing 2 straight at home, and that is everything you need to know. I know.
Did I mention that Passon's going to jump on with us Thursday? We talked about
You
that?
did, yes. So just to set things up, Matt Hasselbeck's going to join us in a moment. We've got Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst, as we'll start to turn the page ahead to the draft and see what's out there. We'll do that at 8:30 tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow Daniel Jeremiah will join us at 8:30. I'll be here for that, and he and I will have some words. And then Thursday at 8:30, we will talk to Mr. Passon.
You confident you're going to be here? I mean, norovirus is going right.
I'm never confident about anything. We're all day to day.
Going to be here for Daniel Jeremiah?
Aren't we all day to day, Brock? Yes. I'll tell you what I am going to be here for is playing some sound from a former Seahawk, now in the media, who says he doesn't think Gino's going to be back next year. Play you that coming up at 8 o'clock after Matt Hasselbeck next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Low throw, hits the ground. The Seahawks are going to win this game.
Everybody on this team wanted to play for each other. They wanted to go out there and wanted to win.
It wasn't just any old hook and ladder. It was a throw to JSN, then through from midfield all the way to Charbonnet.
There's so many lessons learned from the season, and we're going to grow from this. I really believe this is the beginning of something really special.
Back shoulder throw. Ball is caught. Bobo. Touchdown, Seahawks.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
All right, it's Mike Salk here, and want to offer a little help for homeowners because this is the time of year you can save money by getting your roof replaced now during what's a slow season, right? Riverside Roofing is open. They're ready for business, and they want to work quickly to take advantage of any dry days we have, like today, to get your roof replaced quickly. Yeah, we had a bunch of storms, and they do damage to Western Washington homes. So if you've got a leak or you notice some shingles that have blown off, this is the time. Repair or replace your roof right now and save some money in the process. Roofing company you can trust is Riverside Roofing, always evolving to provide value. We've heard about the GAF Master Elite certification that allows them to offer the best warranty on the market. Then they implemented the catch-all system, which assures that your yard is clear of any harmful debris like nails or shingles. And of course, now RiversideRoofingLLC.com has Quick Quote, which offers a roof replacement cost in just 60 seconds. They're always improving, and they're never satisfied with the status quo. Find them at RiversideRoofingLLC.com, the roofing company you can trust.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, going on right now through January 19th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event, going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, with offensive coordinators in the news, Brock.
Yeah.
Don't you want to talk to an offensive coordinator?
Yeah, an esteemed one. Been in multiple institutions of higher learning, led them to championships. Quarterbacks to scholarships. Yeah, I think we should.
Matt Hasselbeck seems like the right call. Matt, good morning. How are you?
They're hilarious. You guys are awesome. I'm sitting here like, oh shoot, I wonder who's coming on. Oh, wait, that's me.
How is everything? How is the brothers Hasselbeck coaching staff these days?
And
we had a great season. It was super fun. We went undefeated. Lost the semifinal to the defending state champs in Tennessee, who won it again, and but it was a lot of fun. I did learn some stuff though, like being the play caller. There's a guy on Twitter named Dan Casey, Coach Dan Casey. He's really phenomenal. If you love football, follow this guy. He shows like all the creative plays, and what happens is when you're the OC, all of the assistant coaches will send you plays, usually from Dan Casey, but like, hey, we need to run this and we need to run that. And it's like one of the hardest things to do is to just like, accept the advice, but also kind of like stay true to what there's only so much time to install new plays. So it was fun. It was a lot of learning for me, but definitely fun and creative, and no fights with me and Tim, my brother, which was probably None. We got along great. You would have been, my mom was in the stands too, so she was threatening to embarrass us if we fought. So I was also in the press box. He was on the sideline, so that created that Mike Holmgren buffer that I learned is such a good thing to have, some space.
At what point, Matt, do you spend time thinking this is the identity that I want to put forth and want to play call and I want to build? And at what point does that become about your players and it really forms on its own without your hand in that process?
Are you talking about me specifically? I mean, for me specifically this year, I'm a quarterback. I think we threw the ball 12 times on average in the first half of the season because it was really an offensive line situation. We were playing kids that are going to play at SEC schools, and it wasn't that I didn't want to run passes. It just was the strength of our team was just firing off the ball, and our defense was amazing. So that was where I was. I didn't know these kids until this year. But schematically, I think usually that tone is set by the head coach. If we're talking NFL football, that's usually set by the head coach, and it's just an identity. And this is my vision for the program. And different people have different visions. You got the Rex Ryan ground and pound vision, and then you got other guys who like Andy Reid. How much fun can we have out here? How much can we put the ball in number 15's hands? And so those philosophies are usually set from the top and they trickle down.
So what do you think happened here? Mike McDonald, the defensive coach, paired with Ryan Grubb, who was 29th in the league this year in rushing attempts. It feels to us anyway as if that's a pretty important number in looking at why that marriage ended yesterday.
Yeah, that happens a lot, right? And I think from the surface, people are like, wow, Gino had an amazing year. Look at his numbers. Look at his stats. Look at his incentives that he hit. This offense is a threat. They got wide receivers all over the place. There's some great stuff. But again, you got to go to the leader of the group. And, that's the head coach and what's his vision for it. Pete Carroll took a lot of heat for a similar thing. He had this formula. It was rushes plus completions, has to hit a certain number. And I thought in spots, the Seahawks played, I think, what that Mike McDonald offense wanted to be. There were some games, second time around games within the division. I think of Arizona as a good example of that. But if you were to point to one example, I just go back to the week 1 game where I think the Seahawks had scored less than 10 points in the first half, and Mike McDonald gets interviewed at halftime. And again, the coaching staff's coming together, they hadn't worked together, and he says to the sideline reporter there, I forget who it was, and he's she's like, what do you got to do? And he's like, we got to get back. We got to run the football. And in the second half of that game, to me, that looked like a guy that came from Michigan and came from Baltimore. That's what he sort of that was his vision for it. But again, that's just, I think it's a little bit of speculation on my part. But typically when you have a guy that's coming from the Harbaugh type pedigree, that's his vision for it, and that's not necessarily the vertical passing game, throwing it all over the place.
You know what's nice, Sulky? Everybody out listening right now knows the voice, right? After all of these years in Seattle, you can be abroad, you can be out on the East Coast coaching and in Nashville coaching now, but everybody knows the voice of Matt Hasselbeck. Matt, you've played for a lot of different coordinators over a couple decades in the NFL and even probably back to college as well. The attributes of the best coordinators, in your estimation, maybe we'll keep this specific to the NFL, in your life experience, what were the attributes of the best offensive coordinators / play callers that you played for?
I think they were organized and detailed. They were great teachers. They also weren't trying to prove how smart they were. They were, able to keep it simple enough so guys could play fast. We broke the huddle quickly. We had time at the line of scrimmage. We didn't have a lot of penalties. Flexible and confident enough to at times go no huddle, at times give the quarterback some tools at the line of scrimmage, sometimes understand it's not what we can do, not what we can't do, but what we can do. I think some of that. And then also just really, I think one thing I learned is maybe just understanding the NFL game is is a little bit different than the college game and how you got to play complementary football and all that kind of stuff. But none of that is a shot at Ryan Grubb. I think Ryan Grubb's super great as a coach and fun, and I think with the right head coach, he could really do some damage in the NFL. I thought the Seahawks had a decent year this year, but again, that fit from what the head coach is looking for the vision of the team is really important, because ultimately, that's who's going to get fired if things don't go right by the end of it.
So, Matt, you got to help me understand something. I've been working on an edict. I think it's an edict. It's something like, it might be a doctrine. I don't know what it is, but it's essentially you can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. And it applies to specifically NFL offensive coordinators that seem to treat the passing game like catnip. They just can't stay away from it. And maybe we're a little, I don't know if biased is the word, or jaded after years of Pete Carroll trying to find a coordinator who would be willing to run the ball enough. And then a year of Mike McDonald, who seems like he was frustrated that his offensive coordinator wouldn't run the ball enough. Why do offensive coordinators in the NFL simply refuse to run it enough times, especially when you look on the other side and see that the three top teams in attempts, just rushing attempts, not even rushing the ball, but rushing attempts, were Philly, Baltimore, and Detroit? Like, that doesn't feel like an accident to me.
Yeah, well, and that plays right into it. Like Philly, Baltimore, and Detroit, obviously teams that are still relevant right now. So, like, it just doubles down on what the head coach's vision is. But listen, even within run game, it's the style of run game. When Pete Carroll first came to Seattle, he brought Alex Gibbs, the zone run guru of all gurus, with him. Now, he quit before the season started, but we were kind of in no man's land. Are we a zone scheme, meaning like, everyone go left or everyone go right, one cut downhill? Or are we like a gap scheme, meaning two guys double team and then you have one or two pullers pulling around, a guard or a guard and a tackle? And philosophically, like that will like tear families apart. You talk about O-line coaches and what people believe in. So like, even with like the runs, what kind of runs? Some people view zone schemes as soft. Like for whatever reason, they got a hang up with it. And they view like gap schemes, double teams and pulling guards as tough. And that can be a splinter. Sometimes you'll tag a pass onto a run. You will literally call a run and tag a pass to it, and the quarterback decides because of box count or safety rotation or whatever, he throws the ball, but you actually, as the play caller, called a run. And so, like, there's a lot that goes into it. That's why I think that formula of runs, like rushing attempts plus completions, is such an important part. And for me, completions to the running back is an important part. But everyone's got their formula and their vision, and I think that's where sometimes things just get like maybe lost in translation, and it's not as simple as like run the ball or throw the ball.
Mm-hmm. And I think Coach alluded to that at times this year, Salk, with all the RPOs and some of those different plays that really Gino's in control of this thing.
All those things are true. I get it. Like, I believe you guys. You guys played the position. Coach is the head coach of an NFL football team. I still stick by this. If you don't try to run the ball, you can't run the ball. Like you have to run the ball to run the ball. You have to hand the ball off or pitch it in order to have rushing attempts. And it continues to boggle my mind that we talk about this year after year.
Even that though, Salk, like how you run the ball. Like there's a trend right now. I feel like this has probably started in college football. There's a lot of really, really creative run game out there. Like I go back to that Twitter account, Dan Casey, like just for fun. It is very, very creative out there. And not everybody is creative in the run game. They're creative in the pass game. They're creative with formations. But like, there's times where people are pulling, everyone pulls the guard, right? Well, not everyone pulls the guard and the tackle. Sometimes your tackle's like this high-priced guy and you don't want to pull him. You're more of a pass guy. But like, there's creativity in the run game that, like, I would say the teams you mentioned, Philly, incredibly creative in the run game. Detroit, Baltimore, incredibly creative in the run game. So I just think it's not as simple as just run and just pass.
Yeah, but that's got to change, because as the last 10 years has forced all the linebackers to evolve from Ted Johnsons and Levon Kirklands into these little, glorified safeties running around trying to plug holes. And all of the guys up front are pass rushers and NASCAR package and all that. Like, you better find some people that can run the ball, because it seems like that is now one of the great opportunities in the NFL.
Yeah, I agree. I remember we had philosophically a little bit of a difference of opinion when I finished my career at the Indianapolis Colts. We were really good. I think we finished in the AFC Championship game that year. And there was a very important coach on our staff who believed in using a fullback. And he was just like, it was very much a fullback situation. And then we had another very important coach, powerful coach on our staff, who believed, hey, we don't need a fullback. We're actually more dangerous if we're a 2 tight end team with no fullback. And they went to blows. And basically we ended up, they ended up parting ways. Like, so philosophically, you just got to be in lockstep. I think in my first year with Pete Carroll as head coach, Jeremy Bates was the offensive coordinator. He came from USC. It didn't matter if it was 4th and inches. If we had a one-on-one to our ex-receiver, it was Mike Williams, take it every time. Our receiver's better than your corner. And, just being real about it, that probably was true at USC. And, that's not always true in the NFL. 4th and 2, you should probably hand the ball off. So there is just sort of this philosophical, and then he was gone after that year because I don't think Pete saw it the way that Jeremy Bates was seeing it. So there's a lot that goes into those things, but ultimately the head coach sets the tone, and then everybody's got to be absolutely on board with that same philosophy.
Okay, last thing here for you, Matthew. You mentioned your final year in Seattle and some of the parallels with Gino Smith this year. You were 35, I believe, in your final year in Seattle. Jeremy Bates was a one-and-done. Pete Carroll was a first-year head coach in Seattle. Mike McDonald just finished his first year as a head coach. Grubb is a one-and-done. And Gino will be 35 next fall. He said post-game, this team's going in the right direction with or without me. I think that was the first salvo in a negotiation of this offseason. How do you see this in your crystal ball playing out for Gino Smith here in Seattle?
I think it's a little different for him. Quarterbacks are playing way longer today than they did when I was playing for a lot of reasons. That year, I had a terrible year injury-wise, all kinds of injuries, broken wrists, just all kinds of stuff. And I think Gino had sort of had the opposite. He seems pretty healthy for the most part. And this year was a great year. You think about all the new head coaches that came in this year. Only 3 of them had a winning record. It was a struggle bus in Tennessee and New England and the Raiders, Carolina, Atlanta. And, the Seahawks go 10-7. How they're not in the playoffs, they got to be scratching their head about that. But, between Harbaugh, Dan Quinn, and Mike McDonald, those are the programs. They are right at the doorstep of being relevant next January, February. So I'd be very careful to punt on that and a reboot. I would find a way to keep it rolling with Gino if I could, and also invest in the position, which is also important.
Yep.
All right. Well, we were agreed for a while. That was fun. I mean, I agreed with a lot of what you said.
15 minutes, if not.
Got to the end, and we can't agree on everything, obviously.
Wait, which part? Which do you think? What is your point?
Salston doesn't think Gino can take the next step.
I don't think you're going to win a Super Bowl, Gino Smith. And I think the sooner you start to move in another direction to find the quarterback that you think you can win a Super Bowl with or pay less money to, I think you just got to start that process.
Well, to your point, when Pete Carroll and John Schneider called me and said, hey, we're going to go in a different direction, one of the things was hey, it's a new staff here. The O-line coach is gone. Jeremy Bates was gone. Jed Fish left to go to be the offensive coordinator at Miami. It was hey, now's as good a time as any for a clean break. So Ryan Grubb not being back certainly gives them an opportunity for an overall change. There's no benefit of carryover with the offense. I mean, that is, potentially a negotiating point on their end as well.
We'll see where this goes. Matt, thank you. It's always good to catch up with you, and congrats on a great season and on you and Tim not killing each other over the course of it. Your dad was involved too, right?
My dad, that's who got yelled at, actually, is my dad. My dad took the brunt of it. Like, we wanted to yell at him, and then it was like, you can't really yell at your dad. He wasn't really up on the Google Docs. Like, I'd send the
weird.
teams, the practice script on Google Docs. He's like, on the Google what? I'm like, all right, forget it. I'll print it out and bring it to practice.
Oh, jeez. All right. Matt, thanks. Good to catch up with you, man. Always the best, and we'll talk soon.
All right, guys. Yep.
There you go. There's Matt Hasselbeck with a little something for everybody on all sides of these issues. Brock, we got a lot to react to. Let's first do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I really like the idea of 2 coaches coming to blows over use of a fullback.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep.
For whatever reason, cracks me up. All right. Question number 1 for you, Brock. Who's on the list? Who should be the next offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks?
Yeah, I'd like to go through this maybe a little bit later today as well. I know
9
we got
o'clock.
kind of a jam-packed show, but I saw, I think it was, you saw a couple different people compile 7-8 different candidates out there, right, that are names in some in familiar places and everything else. I'm going to give you 2 that I'm not seeing anywhere else.
Okay.
Number 1 is the coordinator at Penn State. Now, he's Grubb-esque. He's a lifer in college football. Wisconsin Whitewater to Buffalo to Kansas. And Penn State said, you know what? We're going to finally do this, and we're going to reboot, and we're going to find the most creative run doctor in all of college football. And his name is Andy Kotelnicki. And of all of the coordinators I've sat with the last 18 years, he is by far the most creative. That Jason Benetti's curiosity meter goes off the charts. We end the meetings, we had them 3 or 4 different times, Kansas, over the last few years, and in the meetings, and Benetti's like, I just love the way that guy's mind works. He just puts the chess pieces in creative ways that nobody else does. And I was curious how it would work at Penn State because he's always been largely an option guy. That has been a component of it. He has Drew Aller out there, not an option guy, transitioned just fine. Obviously playing in the national semifinal. I think they got a great shot to play for the national title. And he would be one that I would at least interview who checks those boxes that Matt just
Even
said.
though he doesn't have that NFL experience.
Correct. Just to man, I want to learn your creative mind. The other one, and I'm going to say it, and certainly Husky fans are going to probably vomit, and the end of the tenure at Stanford was really poor. But I think if you talk to him, he would say, you stripped me of the opportunity to toughen the guys and strain the guys. And that's David Shaw.
I love that.
Trying to find somebody with that Harbaugh root, a Harbaugh branch, a Harbaugh background. Been in college, been in the NFL. He's now a consultant with the Broncos. He's going to interview for some of these head jobs.
He already did. Was it the Jets job or one of them?
Yes.
I already saw his name connected to
yep.
one of them.
I would just, because of just family background, and looking at the body of work when he had a chance to really do it the way he wanted to do it, and impose your will and run the ball unapologetically, yet also be just a pretty warm, friendly, likable, respected by just about everybody.
I'm very intrigued by that
David
name,
Shaw would be a name that I would certainly want to interview.
I am very intrigued by that. That is an interesting one. Question number 2. So what does lie ahead now for the Seahawks in 2025, and how will it be different from the past?
Yeah, one thing that's going to be starkly different, Salk, and I didn't include Detroit as far as the far East Coast road trip this year for the Seahawks. I think it's a pretty easy flight, certainly to see from Seattle. You look at the schedule for next year, it's not laid out of when they play, but you know who you're going to play and who's at home and who's on the road. You had 3 real East Coast road trips this year. Did well, in all of them. Detroit, the only loss this season, but you went on the road to Atlanta and you went on the road to the Jets, and you went on the road and won your deep road trips. Next year,
New England too.
New England was the 3rd one. Yep. Next year, you got 6 deep road trips.
Really?
Oh, 6 deep road trips. These are not the 2.5, 3 hours.
Saw Washington and Pittsburgh.
Washington and Pittsburgh. Here, I got it in front of me. Let me put my Ebenezer's on. Yeah, it is a
Tampa.
Jacksonville. Here we go. I got it right here. Your road trips away. Carolina Panthers, Atlanta Falcons, Jacksonville Jaguars, Tennessee Titans, Washington Commanders, Pittsburgh Steelers. 6 legitimate deep 4 or 5 hour road trips.
Yeah, tough.
How those get put together and how many are back-to-back and how all that plays out will be a little different animal. Now, the quality of team in some of those cases, not great. Some rebuilds along the way, but a bunch of East Coast trips next year.
All right, question number 3. As we are now all the way through this season, Brock, who were the best and worst Seahawks?
Well, PFF agreed largely with our eyes, Salk, on a bunch of them. Defensively, Artie Burns, I'm going to take him off the list because limited snaps. He ended up with an 88 grade.
Good for Artie.
Yeah. The top 3 defensively, you would argue were your top 3 defenders to your eye.
Leonard Williams, Devin Witherspoon, and Ernest Jones.
Julian Love.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, 87 for Leonard Williams, 81 for Julian. Those are remarkable grades. Anything above 80 is Pro Bowl plus caliber. Spoon's there at 76. Then it's Mafe. One guy they disagree with, the coach gave a shout-out to yesterday.
Hankins?
Was Big Hank.
Yeah.
PFF, 35.
They weren't impressed.
No, they didn't really.
But
like
isn't
him.
that one of those cases where I don't know whether they know really what he's supposed to do? Obviously,
Yes.
the coach was pretty pleased with it.
Yes, he was. So a little bit like the defensive line into offensive line as well. Can be some hard ones to grade, and obviously Laumea near the bottom of the list, Terrell near the bottom of the list, Christian Haynes, all grades 48. Bradford, all grades 48 and under. That is
I forgot
that's
about
a tough
Anthony
one.
Bradford.
The most shocking, who was the highest graded Seahawk offensively or defensively, according to PFF in 2024?
Was it Jackson Smith and Jigba?
It was not Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Was it Charles Cross?
Let's just say he was the name that made waves in the preseason on this show, training camp on this show. He was the name that created a great soundbite. He was the name that maybe one of the 4 of us had an affinity to just with looking at him. I mean, have you seen him?
Oh, Ken Walker?
Maybe.
Did they
Maura
watch
knew-
the games?
Maybe Maura knew something before the season that none of us knew.
I told you.
I would have guessed 30
Maura.
guys on this
Say it,
team before
Maura.
I got to
Say
Ken
it.
Walker.
Say it. Have you what?
Have you seen Ken Walker?
There it is.
I mean, lately we really haven't.
No.
88.4.
Wow, that really blows my mind considering what I feel like I watched this year, and I
Jackson
thought the
was-
other 2
yeah.
running backs took a step ahead of him.
Yeah, top 5.
Crazy.
Top 5 offensively.
Well,
number 1, K9. Number 2, Charles Cross, 82.5. Number 3, Gino Smith, 82.5. Number 4, Jackson Smith and Jigba. And Charbonnet with a 77.5.
I got to tell you, that doesn't strengthen my love for Pro Football Focus, but that is today's Blue 88. Sorry for the abbreviated version, went a little longer with Matt than we meant to. We got a lot to come. Matt Miller is going to join us in 30 minutes, talk draft. Before we get there, a former Seahawks starter says he doesn't think Geno Smith is going to be back next year. We'll play you the sound and discuss next on Brock and Salk.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey everyone, G. Scott here. If you're looking to make 2025 your healthiest year yet, sign up for the Safeway Sincerely Health app today. Earn rewards for healthy choices and get discounts on groceries and health products at Safeway stores. Plus, you can track goals and get personalized meal plans. It's never been easier to stay on top of your health. Let's all commit to better wellness today. Download the Safeway Sincerely Health app for free and start the journey to a healthier you.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, this is definitely interesting, Brock. I was not expecting this when you sent it over yesterday, and Moore sent it back with the sound, and I was surprised. I did not see this coming. The question It comes from Jordan Babino, of course, Big Play Babs, who's been part of the Seahawks broadcast, and this is here on the Fox 13 Game Day show. He was asked about the future for Gino Smith, and here's what he said.
But you look at the performance of Gino, and you ask the question, can Gino take us to the promised land? I mean, 2 seasons in a row now, Seahawks have failed to make the playoffs. The question is, can he do it? I think he can do it. But I don't think Gino's back on the roster next year. He'll be a starting quarterback in the league moving forward, just won't be with the Seahawks.
That's a bit of a surprise. I'm surprised because I believe that he is going to be back with the Seahawks. I'm not sure that I believe he should be, but I have always been under the impression that he would be. So why do you think you're hearing that from someone who's got connections like Jordan Babino does?
Yeah, I think Jordan probably, I don't want to speak for him, and maybe we can chat with him at some point here. I'm sure we will over the course of the weeks and the months ahead until this decision really, I think it's got to be made in early March. You know, that's when a big payment 5 days after the new league year begins at the Seahawks, and have got to make some sort of decision with Gino if something isn't worked out before then. I think I would think he comes from that because Gino is going to be pretty hard-headed about his money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to look at it as Matt Hasselbeck did and say, hold on a second. You know, I've taken the team right here to 9 wins, 10 wins, been the comeback player of the year, right? All these other teams and programs that struggled so mightily with first-year coaches and the ones that were first-time head coaches, holy smokes. Look at me compared to those situations and you know, all that we did offensively. And look at my bad throw percentage that Lyle tweeted to us yesterday or sent to us. Like number 1 in the league in the fewest bad throws. An accuracy that's off the charts, numbers that have continued to grow and hit all of his escalators because he was in better numerically than he was, you know, in that comeback player of the year. So I think my guess, my gut, my instinct would be that Jordan lands on that, because Gino's going to be pretty hard-headed, want more dough.
Yeah, I was trying to determine what would get what would make that happen. What would be the reasons for Gino not, and that's obviously one of them. If he's not back because the Seahawks ultimately want to go in another direction or aren't willing to meet him somewhere at a reasonable amount for next year, I came up with 4 potential reasons why that might be. One, as I've been talking about a lot, just the willingness to take a risk to get better. That you've got, if you want to get better, you've got to take some level of risk, and that's something they would need to do. We've talked about that a lot, so I won't go into any more detail. Number 2, the interceptions and interception-worthy plays. There are just too many of them. And if you've got a defensive head coach who wants you to, you know, run the ball more and protect the football and everything that goes with that mindset, you just can't throw as many picks and bad picks as we saw this year. 3, red zone. Mike McDonald's a red zone guy. We saw it right during training camp when all of the time Pete Carroll would spend on 2-minute drill, Mike McDonald spent on red zone. And then they weren't good in the red zone. They fired the offensive coordinator. I'm sure that had something to do with it. And the quarterback was a big part of the problem there with all the interceptions in the red zone. And then the last one would just be leadership. And that's really your point that I'm kind of piggybacking off of, which is about quarterbacks whose teammates just want to play for them.
They just love them. Just lay their lives down for them. Just carry them on their shoulders. Just, you know, like that kind of both inspiration and confidence builder and everything else.
And that's Josh Allen right now. That's Lamar Jackson right now. That's Baker Mayfield, certainly. We saw some of that in Tampa.
Yeah,
there are others.
Near the top of the list. I think Jared Goff is way, way up there as well. And, yeah, typically they're the best teams. And is that chicken and the egg, right? There's probably an argument to be had about that just winning, you know, cures a lot of those. And you know, just as kind of the bridge to so much of that.
Well, and then there's one other factor in why someone like Babino might be saying that, and that is that when we asked Mike McDonald about it yesterday, I think some people, I didn't really, but some people took this answer as maybe a little bit coy.
I got no reason to say no. So I guess, yeah. Dave liked that answer.
I did not take that as his sort of being unwilling or anything like that. I took it more as, I can't believe you're even asking me this question. Of course he's going to be back. I have no reason to say no, so the answer is yes. But I know other people heard it very differently.
I didn't take it that way.
Really?
I take it when you make this move, as Matt said, an offensive coordinator who's often tied to offensive coordinator. quarterback is often tied to the coordinator, right? So if Grubb were to have stayed, Salk, I think that there's a stronger bond and a stronger case to say, hey, run him back with Gino.
Gino certainly, lent some credibility to that with his post-game comments on Sunday.
But you hire a different coordinator, and that coordinator says, yeah, we don't need Gino. I don't need to do that. I certainly don't need to spend $50 million on him if he's going to be hard-headed about this. Right, my system of run and play action, and here's what I've done with X, Y, and Z, and here's the quarterbacks I've developed again with X, Y, and Z. And oh, by the way, when I come back to that David Shaw name, it wasn't just Andrew Luck, a generational talent. Right, a couple of the other guys are hanging around in the league. Davis Mills in the league as a backup, and Tanner McKee is out there in Philadelphia, and I know how to kind of get the most out of whatever skill set I have at quarterback. So. I think that next OC's voice is going to play a role in this. And the next OC may say, and who knows? Obviously, Peets has been in the building, Jake Peets, and his name has been kind of referenced. And Mike McDonald was raving about him 2 weeks ago, and everything that he has brought and all of that. And Pete says, are you kidding me? Give me Gino and let me refine a few things.
Right.
And, let's not put as much volume on him. Let's not ask him to do so many things. And the turnover-worthy plays should go down.
I am encouraged to hear that there's going to be at least some open-mindedness. I did not hear it that way, honestly. I heard that question or that answer as more of like, huh? Well, of course.
I was prepped for this.
I mean,
I knew you were going to ask this. So
right.
I did prep for this.
Yeah, here it is again. Ask Coach, will Gino be back? Do you expect Gino to be back next year?
I got no reason to say no. So I guess, yeah. Dave liked that answer.
That's a very John Schneider answer to that question, by the way. As Mike McDonald kind of veers back and forth between sounding like Schneider and sounding like Belichick, that was very much in the Schneider side of it. I will play you one other piece of sound on this, Brock, and that's from Robert Turbin, who was on yesterday as well, and said that if I hear him right, doesn't sound like he would be that interested in bringing Gino back either.
The impact of the game isn't always there, for me, as it pertains to, his role within this offense and his role, at quarterback. When you think about the plays down the field, the explosive plays, being able to, dissect the defenses and things like that. 21 touchdowns this season, 15 interceptions. You talk about the decision-making and stuff like that. The impact isn't quite there for me. If the game is in the balance in the fourth quarter and we got the ball last, you're just unsure. And there's other quarterbacks that you feel differently about in that scenario. And I think that is what Seattle might be searching for, that guy that, that truly has a clutch gene. And the thing about the offense too with Gino is when it looks good, man. But when it looks bad, it's almost like there's no coming back from it.
I would strongly disagree with the clutch gene. I would argue that is where he has been at his best, and every number tells you that over the last couple of years. Like his game-winning drives and the ball in his hand, and you've seen it again and again, and he saw it a ton this year.
Mm-hmm.
I really struggle with that part of the analysis. Now, the explosive, dynamic playmaking, right? The legs, the extension of plays, those things. I understand with Turbo there, and that's where a lot of this league is going with some of the very best players. We'll be watching on AFC and NFC wildcard weekend here. But the clutch gene, that's a tough one for me to absorb.
Coming up next, pretty good when it matters. We will give you guys everything you need to know. And then Matt Miller, draft analyst from ESPN, joins us at 8:30 for our first draft preview of the year. It's coming up on Brock and Salk.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
Just a chance for you on our show here to say something to the fans, to the 12s out there.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. It's this is why we do what we do. It's for the 12s, man. We want to put out a football team that the city and our fans are proud of, and we did that 10 times this year. And 7 times we fell short, and we're determined to deliver the city a winner and a champion, and we wouldn't be sitting here with the optimism that we have without our fans.
We are the home of the Seahawks.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I've had a few injuries, sports injuries, over the decades. Feel some of those every once in a while. I know a little bit about pain, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis and bursitis and tendonitis and overuse can affect so many of you out there, make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine right there in Kirkland, that's where he comes to play. He has seen so many patients through the decades suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. He was there long before many have jumped aboard here lately. So stem cell therapy, platelet-rich plasma, other tools, he's got them all in his bag and years of experience alongside of it. So consider stem cell therapy or many other of those tools that Dr. Nelson has, and give him a call this morning at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at EmeraldQueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it was a big moment yesterday, about 15, 20 minutes before we got the chance to speak to Mike McDonald. The news came out that they had moved on from Ryan Grubb. I don't know, Brock, for whatever reason, I was having difficulty saying the word fired here. I know he was, and that's the wording from Adam Schefter, et cetera, but I don't know, moved on from, just fired felt very, I don't know.
Negative.
Like there was a lot of blame.
Felt very negative in a 10-win season,
yeah,
right?
and I feel like in this case it had a lot more to do with just style and choice and just not necessarily a great match between the head coach and his coordinator. Here's what Mike McDonald told us yesterday about that.
Well, I mean, I understand people are going to want, everyone wants reasons, and like when things happen, it's like, well, you want a laundry list of like, hey, this happened and this happened. It's like that's not, as much as you want those, it's just it doesn't work like that. That's not the thinking behind it. It's really as simple as just I felt like the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision that I had for our team, and felt like it was a necessary decision at this point.
The direction, the vision, the identity,
the style.
Yeah, this is it's just not. This guy wants to spread it. He wants to throw it. That was his background. We did a lot of that really, really well. We mixed in some run, and there were some weeks that it was pretty effective, but there was never, man, it's funny. It's been 30-some years. Scott Linehan way back when I was in 1996, almost 30 years ago.
Crazy.
It was the most identifiable team that I ever played on. It was a run, play, action, and defense, and we're going to hang our hat on this, and we're going to elephant walk down that field, and we are going to run. You want to talk about an edict? You would have loved the 96 Huskies. We ran the ball to oh, my gosh, did we just punish people. But just that vision, that identity is something to hang your hat on. It was really difficult, I think, over the course of 17 games to ever identify that.
It's hard, though. I mean, that 96 Husky team didn't really have anybody who could throw the ball, so you kind of didn't have much of a choice, right?
No,
I mean,
he could chuck it deep pretty good.
Kind of want somebody to run it in order to make sure nobody's throwing it. I mean, just kind of seemed like that was the priority there.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We haven't played this cut today. We should. I did ask Mike McDonald yesterday if he anticipated any more changes to the coaching staff.
I wouldn't call it like getting let go. Right now, we're working through this, and then we'll move forward. And we're always going to be looking to make our team the best possible team we can make. But right now, we're working through this decision.
So maybe.
Oh, there's going to be some that stay. I think the majority will probably, try to find new jobs with different people. Is all of this
the rest of the offensive staff, you mean?
Yeah, I think so. I think there will certainly be some that will stay, and I think I'd be very surprised if Scott Huff stays. I know I think that answer was about him specifically, because it was kind of a package there with Grubb and him, and would I be surprised that those two end up in Tuscaloosa? Not at all. Not at all. I don't know that in any way. That is just an assumption of mine, but Alabama struggled pretty mightily offensively to have any consistency, and those guys' track record at the college level, pretty good.
Pretty good. Ernest Jones, another big conversation here to start this offseason. Will a deal get done? He was optimistic with Wyman and Bob.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think both sides, want to get something done. We just got to come to a mutual agreement, and, and whatever those numbers or whatever those situations or whatever that may be, that's what that's going to be. But, I think both sides are, working towards that, and I think it will.
Well, that's good news.
What do you want him to say?
Yeah, pretty much that. I don't know what else he's possibly going to say, and Mike McDonald's sort of the same. But it does seem like there's mutual interest, and hopefully that means something gets done.
Who had a higher PFF grade on the course of the season, Tyrese Knight or Ernest Jones?
I don't care.
Okay.
How's that? I don't know that I trust them enough to care between that. Who was it?
It was Tyrese.
Okay. I figured that was the case since you were asking. I know, I watched the games. It seemed like Ernest Jones was pretty good and that the defense got a whole lot better once he got here.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
That tandem, I think, is one you'd like to grow together for years to come. That was pretty good with a guy named KJ and Bobby side by side.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Then there's the Mariners.
I'm going to give you something positive on the Mariners.
You are?
It just came across my email.
Okay.
I'm going to give you, because it has been such a tough stretch here of total inactivity as so many moves are made. And Gavin Lux goes to Cincinnati for a bag of balls. And, let me give you something positive. Just looking at some MVP, AL MVP odds.
Let me guess. Julio is 4th.
Julio is 9th. Yeah, lower than I'm sure he was in preseason odds a year ago. Judge, Witt, Gunnar Henderson, Alvarez, Seager, Jose Ramirez. Still have Trout on there, Vlad, and then Julio. But Julio is 9th at 22-1.
Yeah, that's nice.
So you I don't know, I've got 40, 50 players here, and then you go down, and there's Cal Raleigh. Same odds as Jose Altuve, actually.
That sounds right.
6-1, Yonday Diaz on there. So he's 23rd in the league, and then wrapping it up at 29th. Randy Rosarena.
Sounds good.
100-1 odds. So they have 3 players in there, at least have odds on the board.
That sounds right.
And I think that is...
Who's playing the infield?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a different one. Like, who's going to be in the infield?
Well, Tristan Cass is a 66-1 right there with Stephen Kwan.
Okay.
Actually, Royce
he doesn't play
Lewis,
for the Mariners, though.
Altuve. Actually, he has the same odds as Cal Raleigh.
But he doesn't play for the Mariners. I think that's one of the challenges.
They didn't make that move.
No, they decided didn't make that move. That's sort of, you could say that about every move. They didn't make that move.
He's reportedly still available, though, so they say.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. But as of right now, they don't have an infield, which, is one of those things you need in order to play a baseball game. That's everything you need to know. Kraken loss, by the way, that too. But everything you need to know every quarter past every hour.
That guy that you enjoyed more than everybody else who just swung out of his shoes.
Luis Urias?
Yeah.
He wasn't very good.
He available?
I mean, I'm sure he is, but I don't see that marriage being reconsummated.
Lyle at spring training, watching that, and he's coming off his shoulder, right? He hurt in the Mexican League when he batted $182 down there in the winter. It was something. I mean, he just could not physically throw the
throw the ball across the diamond.
Yeah, we got
he was hurt. I mean, that's not entirely fair. He had been hurt. That's not fair.
We got a couple.
He was building it back.
I mean, he's not a good player. I'm not like defending him, but judging him on that is not fair. He was totally rehabbing his shoulder.
He was. We got a couple clips of it too when we were there. Him throwing across the diamond at third, and we posted it when basically every.
That's cruel, though. That's not right.
I know.
Well, he wasn't healthy.
Well, it was a few throws, but
he's a major league player who can, sort of, who can throw the ball across the diamond when healthy. But he was hurt. That's not right. You guys are. That's wrong. That's trash journalism. How dare you?
Did he throw the ball or not?
Yeah, I mean, okay, but did you include the extenuating circumstances?
Did he walk by me and I say, "Wow, he's smaller than Ryan Davis"?
Why don't you ask Matt Brash to throw a pitch right now and then declare him unfit to ever be a major league pitcher again because he can't throw at 95?
So this was coming on the heels.
He's hurt.
Of a $180 winter league.
That's not right.
He wasn't playing. It wasn't.
You guys, that's not right. Let's talk about the future. Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst, joins us next. What should the Seahawks do? What does it look like at number 18? And, of course, some quarterback conversation. It's all coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
10 wins. Nice launching pad for this team moving forward. And I think a big part of moving forward would be this guy remaining in a Seahawks uniform. Ernest Jones is with us.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think both sides, want to get something done. We just got to come to a mutual agreement, and and whatever those numbers or whatever those situations may be, that's what that's going to be. But I think both sides are working towards that, and I think it will.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Yeah, this time, kind of dead of winter, is when you may see some of your utility bills just really skyrocketing. They're always going to be a little bit higher, but if it really gets to be a lot or your house is just feeling super drafty, it might not be normal. It might be because your attic or crawl space aren't properly insulated. And that's why Crawl Pros can come out, just like they did at my house, give you that free corner-to-corner inspection of the crawl space and attic and determine if that's the problem. And if so, you might get some help paying to fix it. Utility companies have special incentives to help right now with that cost. So if you're a Puget Sound Energy customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. That's huge. They'll cover 95%. Don't wait. Take advantage of these incredible rebates today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space or attic hatch for free. And, of course, what energy rebates you are eligible for. If you're worried about critters or mold, water damage, insulation issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, do what I did. Schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. Forward, if you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's! Do we really need to know what a plumber does? Or can we focus on the fact that at O'Neill Plumbing, we're a fourth-generation plumbing company with over 100 years of service. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers, all rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Old windows can be a drain on your energy bills and on your peace of mind. Isn't it time for an upgrade? Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our energy-efficient replacement windows work smarter, keeping your home comfortable while saving you money year-round. It's an investment in your home and your security. Call State Roofing and Exteriors at 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today for a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks have an open offensive coordinator job, and Brock will go through some of the candidates at 9 o'clock, so that's coming up about a half hour from now. One thing we do know is that the Seahawks have the 18th pick in this upcoming draft, and I'm not entirely sure what that looks like yet, Brock. We haven't spent a lot of time focusing on this draft yet, and who better to help us with that than our friend Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst, who's kind enough to join us right now. Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Doing well, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Your time of the season is just about here. We're getting you a little early, but it's just about your time. How ready are you? How up on this year's draft are we at this point?
I feel really good. Every year is different. You know, the whole concept of like the COVID years, NIL, transfer portal has made the job of a draft analyst, like you got to be a lot more organized than you used to be because you're tracking so many guys now. So that's actually what I'm working on today. You know, going through the list of Shrine Game and Senior Bowl players. That's, you know, the two kind of premier postseason college all-star games that get us into the pre-draft season. So going through those lists, making sure I'm up on all the players. So it's a good time to talk prospects.
All right, good. So let me just start here. Is this a good year to have pick number 18?
So yes and no. It depends on what your team needs are. And I know that's like we could spend your whole show talking about this, right? But it's a good year to need defensive ends. It's a good year to need running backs. It's a good year to need corners. It's not a great year if you need a left tackle. It's not a great year if you need a quarterback. It's not a great year if you need a number one wide receiver outside of the first couple of picks. So to have pick number 18, it's a good spot because there are a lot of premier defensive ends. There's some good defensive tackles. There's some depth along the offensive line to where guys could get pushed down to that 18 spot. So it's not a bad spot. I always look at drafts in terms of strength. How many true first-round grades do we hand out? It's normally 16, 17. This year I only have 12. So it's light in terms of blue-chip players, but we all know quarterbacks are going to get overdrafted. That could potentially push down better players to where you guys are at.
Talk to me guard to guard. Daniel Jeremiah was on this show a week ago and said, if you want to fix your O-line situation, we got the dogs.
Dogs are barking.
Yeah, that dog knows. Like these Seahawks need a guard in the center.
Right when we started talking. Sure. Guard for sure.
Yeah. No, he knows. He's barking about the guard and center situation in Seattle. He's saying, fix it, Matt. Fix it. Does this draft have some clay to mold from guard to fix your Seahawk O-line issues?
I think it does. And I think we'll see a lot of guys who are playing tackle in college that are going to get talked about as moving into guard at the next level. Will Campbell from LSU is a great example of this. He's an All-American performer at left tackle for LSU. He might get kicked into guard. Josh Connerly, who's at Oregon, first-round player. There's some talk because he's 6'4". He might get kicked inside to guard as well. So I think that's going to be the bigger conversation, guys, is how many of these tackles in college do we see get moved inside to guard? I will also say this. It is a really strong guard class when you look at round 2. Tyler Booker from Alabama. We got both the guys from Georgia, Tate Ratledge and Dylan Fairchild, both decided to come out. Their center, Jared Wilson, also decided to come out early. All three of those guys could be round 2 to round 3 type picks. So in round 1, guard to guard, probably not unless someone slips. They could be a tackle that moves inside. But I think that's where in rounds 2, 3, even round 4, that's where you're going to find your really good value this year.
So if you are the Seahawks, that's certainly your biggest need is guard, center, guard. I mean, the interior of this offensive line really struggled this year. But you're also saying this is a really strong defensive end class. My guess is Dre Jones isn't going to be back. We'll find out. We don't know yet whether Chenna Nwosu is going to be back. It doesn't feel like either of those two guys will be. So you're looking at Boye Mafe and Derek Hall. If you want to add to that edge rotation, what would be a good fit for Mike McDonald's defense there?
Yeah, this is the year to do it. And I think, the great thing about Mike's defense is you can kind of fit some different bodies in there. If you want to go with that kind of traditional big-bodied pass rusher, Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M fits that mold. 6'6", 290 pounds. Now, he's had limited sack production, but just phenomenal traits and somebody that you can mold into that. If you're playing up front, but you need a little bit of burst off the edge, he definitely fits that. I think Jack Sawyer from Ohio State fits that as well. He's a guy who he has gone off in the college football playoffs. He's leading all pass rushers in terms of pressures during the college football playoff. We'll get to see him against a pretty good Texas offensive line on Friday night. Those two definitely stand out for me as guys who feel like Mike McDonald picks. I'll throw one more. Landon Jackson from Arkansas, another 6'6", 275. Moves really, really well for that size, though. So, again, if you want kind of the bigger, super-sized defensive ends that were in vogue in Baltimore, I think that's the way you can kind of go.
What do you think of this QB class?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I liked last year's a lot, and I think that's the hard part. It's like we're comparing last year to this year, and it's bleak. Like, I wouldn't take Shadur Sanders over those 6 guys that were drafted in the first round last year. Cam Ward, you could maybe talk me into Cam Ward without the benefit of hindsight over Michael Penix Jr. because of the age and the injuries. Those were the big questions. He's played really well since he got on the field in Atlanta. I think that was a great fit for him. Bo Nix, there was the questions about the age. Was he just a product of his experience? I don't know. Guy looks really good right now. I don't have that same feeling about Cam Ward or Shadur Sanders right now. I think Jalen Milroe made a mistake leaving Alabama. I would have hit the transfer portal. If I was Jalen Milroe, I'd be on South Beach right now, probably making $6 or $7 million next year to be the quarterback at Miami and try to help yourself like Cam Ward did. Instead, he enters the draft. I don't personally see it with him as a passer. He's got a lot of work that needs done. Quinn Ewers has taken a step back. Carson Beck took a big step back and then hurt his UCL. So it's just, and I know Seahawks fans are going to, we want to talk quarterbacks. I don't know that this is the year. I look at 2026, 2027. Those feel like much better years to need a quarterback.
All right, so 2 questions then on the quarterback spot. One, Jackson Dart's the other name as a mid-round pick, either Dart or Milroe. Yeah. I heard what you said about Milroe. Do you see any value in either of those guys as a 3rd, 4th round pick?
Yeah, I mean, you can make the case for Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart. You can make the case for those guys. I think they're kind of similar. I mean, similar types. Dart throws a much better deep ball. Ewers is better on the intermediate stuff. Here's my thing, though, guys. The mid-round quarterback is gone. There's no such thing anymore. And I think we actually talked about this last year. Mm-hmm. You either go in the first round and you're given time to be a starter, or you go late and you have no expectations are placed on you. Like the round 3 quarterback that you develop, it doesn't exist anymore. It really doesn't. Even guys like Jalen Hurts, he was an early round 2 pick, and he's kind of an enigma even as far as that round goes. We don't see it happen a whole lot where guys are, mid-round pick, let's give you some time, and oh wait, here they come. Even in the playoffs, like I think 11 out of 12 quarterbacks were first-round picks in the playoffs right now. Jalen Hurts being the only one that wasn't. So it's you either get your guy in the first, or you're kind of stuck in quarterback purgatory. And I feel like Jackson Dart's a fun player. He really is. He's great in that scheme at Ole Miss. That will be my question. I can't wait to see him at the Senior Bowl to say, okay, what do you look like not in that scheme? That helped Bo Nix a lot last year. Maybe Jackson Dart's the dude this year that we get him down there, you get him out of that, Ole Miss one-read offense, and he blossoms, and you say, okay, there's another viable quarterback. But I'm just not a believer in drafting a guy in the 3rd round and saying, all right, we'll develop him. If he was good, he would go earlier, basically.
Well, you talk about quarterback purgatory. What I think you're describing is really quarterback hell, when you don't have a quarterback and you're, in the first round and every
there's
year
about
after
5
year.
of them, about 5 of those teams this year that need that quarterback.
Right. The other idea is actual quarterback purgatory, which is when you've got a quarterback like I think we have here in Seattle that is good. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you Gino Smith's not a good quarterback. He is, and the numbers back it up. But is he going to win you a Super Bowl? And so, the other name that I think will come up here naturally is J.J. McCarthy. If he were in this draft, I'm guessing he would be another one that would be at or near the top of it. What would you be willing to give up if you're a team to get J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah, if J.J. were in this draft, he'd be the first overall pick. Even if he, let's say he never did anything else in Michigan, he would be the first overall pick this year. That's where he's at compared to these quarterbacks. So what would you give up? I would give up a first-round pick this year because, again, I think he would be the number one overall pick. So if Minnesota's going to run it back with Darnold and give him $41 million under the franchise tag or whatever that looks like, and they say, all right, we lucked into a great situation, we'll move JJ while the value is still high. Yeah, I would think pick 18 all day. Now I think they would ask for more than that because they spent a top 12 pick on him, I think it was. So they're going to try to get more value than that. So would I send a first and a second? No, I wouldn't. I think that's, even though he's 21 years old, I was really a big fan of his. I think he's going to be a good player. I just think that's a little bit too much. So if it's a swap of a one for JJ, yeah, all day, especially in this draft. But I think they're going to ultimately want more than that.
You said, I think very, definitively and clearly, and Daniel Jeremiah said that same thing to us this year, that mid-round quarterback has disappeared. Why? I mean, we had pretty good success with the 70, what was Russ, 75th with that third-round pick. Nick Foles right after won a Super Bowl, had a great career, bounced around a few different places. But, that wasn't 50 years ago. That wasn't 25 years ago.
I feel like you just answered your own question.
It's a decade ago.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel bad. I left Russ out of the playoff talk, so he would be the other non-first rounder in the playoffs. I think, Brock, some of it is that guys just aren't – teams feel so much pressure that you have to get it right. And because of that, and because the rookie wage scale, it's more advantageous to draft them early. We can look at Tennessee right now. Once again, they fire a head coach and they fire a general manager because they missed a quarterback, because they thought, hey, we could take this guy at the top of round 2. He'll be our guy. And it hasn't worked out. So I think some of that is
Wasn't that on the heels of taking? Where was Malik Willis? Where did they take Malik Willis? He was a little bit later.
Willis fell. There was talk that he was going to be a first-round pick, and he wasn't. Which is crazy. Malik Willis has looked better in Green Bay this year than Will Levis did. So it's also like, hey, did they get rid of the wrong guy? But back to your question, I do think it's the rookie wage scale has convinced everyone that you need to win while this guy's cheap. And then you flip the roster-based thing. You're paying a quarterback, and that's when you draft young on defense, the Kansas City model, essentially. Because that, teams are going to swing the bat real big in the first round trying to find that quarterback. And it's caused guys to get elevated. And I do think there's just not a middle class anymore. You're either looked at as you're good enough to be a starter, so you're going to be drafted early, or you have deficiencies and you're going to be drafted late.
Talking to Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst. I am not a draft analyst, and I don't watch a tremendous amount of college football, so you should take my opinion with an enormous grain of salt. But are you sure Shador's not going to be good or not going to be very good? I watched him a couple times this year, mostly because Brock had his games. And every time I watched him, I see a guy who throws a beautiful ball who had no time to throw ever because the offensive line totally stunk. Are you sure he's not going to be pretty good?
He can be pretty good. I mean, if you really like Gino Smith, you're going to really like Shadur Sanders, because I think that's exactly who he is. He's got a good, not great arm. He's very, very accurate. A lot of touch. I think the difference would be that Shadur has a little more velocity. Like, he's willing to rip it a little bit more. To your point, their offensive line was incredibly improved this year. He actually had one of the slowest time to throw in all of college football this past year, because he'll stand back there and wait and wait and wait. I worry about a guy he's not big. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. He's not a great athlete. I know his dad is like one of the greatest athletes of all time. He is not. That's not who he is. And somebody who's he's only ever played for his dad. So if you need to bring him in and you need to rip his ass as a rookie and say, this isn't how we do things, and that's common. It happens. How's he going to handle that? And I know his dad coaches hard, but it's different. Those are the things I worry about. So physical tools, he's really, really accurate. He sees the field well, but he doesn't have great physical tools. And he's really been coached by one guy his entire life. And so I think that's going to be the adjustment. And that's going to be the point of, pass or fail for him is going to be how well he responds to that. And it's one of those unknowns that we have about him headed into this year.
Hey, Matt, last thing for me here. I'm going to guess that, and not to answer my own question again, but 6 QBs go in the top 12 last year because these organizations all knew what 2025 was going to bring and how lean it could be. You mentioned 26 and 27 could be positive. What are we looking at in 26 where this changes? Is there a handful of guys already that you're like, oof, if Nico was in this draft or if so-and-so were in this draft, this would be a different animal? You think 26 is that much better than 25?
I do, and I will even say I think Nico might be he might be a 27 guy. Same with Arch Manning. Like, we can even just take them out of the equation for now. Drew Aller would be QB1 in this class. Garrett Nussmeier at LSU would probably be QB1 in this class. I'm really excited about what Lenore Sellers showed at South Carolina. He's somebody who can develop. Cade Klubnik was great for Clemson down the stretch. I mean, he's someone that would be, at least in the mix as a top 5 quarterback this year. There's just a lot more, and maybe it's the, glass half full, glass half empty thing, but there's a lot more promise next year. And these guys might all stink next year, and we're talking about them like we are Ewers and Carson Beck and the guys that didn't elevate this year. But I would say where we're at right now, and to your point, teams absolutely are looking ahead. Where we're at right now, even without Arch Manning, without Nico in there, next year at least is a more talented group of players.
One of the other conversations we've had over the last, year has been whether or not you pay DK Metcalf or trade him. And if you were to trade him, part of the argument for that is that there are a lot of wide receivers out there, and it seems like every year that position just replenishes with more and more. You said this isn't a great draft at 18 for wide receiver. If you do trade DK and decide that, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba is going to be your number one, but you still need to, add a little bit more around him, is this a draft where you could do that?
I do think so. I'm also going to take a victory lap on Jackson Smith and Jigba because that was my dude, and I took a lot of hate for liking him as much as I did. So it's great to see how well he's playing. This is a good year, I think, to find those, wide receiver 3 types. I personally wouldn't trade DK yet. I would find something that works, a 2 to 3 year deal. This year, in round 2, there's 2 guys at Texas, Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden. They could both go back to school, so that's up in the air. Trey Harris at Ole Miss, really good player. He's been banged up the second half of the season. Sounds like his pre-draft process is going to be slowed a little bit. Oregon's got a couple guys, both smaller, Evan Stewart, Tez Johnson. Tez is a great story. He can absolutely scoot as a receiver. If you wanted kind of the big body opposite JSN, Ayomanor from Stanford is that really, ex-wide receiver that's going to be great at the, breaking routes, things on the intermediate level. So round 2, you could absolutely find, good value at wide receiver. And there's always going to be speed guys that are going to go round 3, round 4 that are going to pop. That's going to happen. That's just the nature of college football these days.
Well, and that might be a fit even if you keep DK. If Tyler Lockett moves on, you're going to need another weapon in the wide receiver room, even if you are trying to run the ball more next year. So, is this a good opportunity to get a 3rd, 4th round speed wide receiver who pairs with JSN and DK and then also could run back some kicks and punts, something that the Seahawks were terrible at this year?
Yeah, you just described Tez Johnson. Just take Tez. That's your guy. 4.3 speed. He's a little undersized, 5'10", 160, but so is Tank Dell, and he's been a heck of a player for Houston. So I think there are definitely – and there are other guys that would fit that mold. You could go round by round, and we could pick out a player that fits that mold of, hey, this is a good special teams guy that could be a wide receiver 3, or, here's a slot receiver that we could work into this equation. So like Ty Sultan from Maryland would be another fit, round 4, somebody that has that makeup. So this is the beauty right now of how college is being played. There's so many of those speedy guys that have experience playing in space.
Last one for you is just the last position that I do think the Seahawks might want to consider at 18 if they're not going to go guard and they don't like something at that spot. Is there one of those mega threat tight ends this year, somebody who could be a Kittle, Kelsey, that style of player to pair with an AJ Barner?
Oh yeah, Tyler Warren, Penn State. He's I don't know if you got to call any of his games this year. He's amazing. He had a touchdown rushing, receiving, and passing. He does it all. but he's 6'6", 255. But he moves like he's 6'3". He moves like he's a much smaller player. Tyler Warren he's a top 10 player for me. Colston Loveland at Michigan is another really, really good player who he got banged up this year. Michigan they couldn't throw the ball at all. So that affected his numbers. But I watched him at Michigan's Pro Day last year when J.J. McCarthy was throwing to him. And he's special. He could be like a Trey McBride type player in the NFL. I mean, he can do it all. He's so talented. So yeah, if either of those guys are there and you don't like, the D linemen that are there, go tight end. Absolutely. They're both going to be stars.
Great stuff, Matt. Love getting a chance to catch up with you a little early this year. Wish that we weren't. I wish we were talking about a playoff game for this coming week, but with that not happening, it's great to get your analysis and just continue good luck. It's been awesome watching all your success at ESPN, and we'll keep relying on you. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
All right, there
Thanks,
you go.
man.
The great Matt Miller, who you should follow on Twitter and, see on ESPN and all of it. He does a really good job, I think, with the draft. Brock, what do you hear there?
Okay, 3 things. Number one, there's some massive, massive men, guard to guard, and athletic men. Not Anthony Bradford, can't really move, worried about his feet, his athleticism, some of those names that he referenced there from LSU and Georgia and Alabama. You were talking about just, difference makers. Just highly athletic, yet very, very physical guys, guard to guard. So that is a positive. Number 2, there's not going to be a DK in this draft.
Mm-mm.
Right? Even those names that he rattled out as kind of second or third rounders, they're just kind of third receivers.
Yeah. This doesn't sound like the draft to do that.
No. And Tyler's going to be moving on. And you're going to have JSN and what if you move on from DK? So that's that. And then lastly, just talking through this QB dynamic, it just gives Gino some leverage that he didn't have a couple years ago. Right? You've had a couple draft classes of QBs that could fill a bunch of different spots all around this league. Some with some great intrigue that already look like they may be busts, Anthony Richardson. Some with, some great intrigue that look like they're difference makers, back-to-back years, Stroud to the playoffs. This year's draft class, obviously, with Nix and Jaden both making the playoff. Like, this draft class doesn't have that. You hear him talking about Shadur, and he's right. He wouldn't have been in the top 6 of last year's class.
Would you trade a first and second for J.J. McCarthy?
This year's first and second?
Yeah.
So you don't get a guard again?
Yeah. Yeah, this year's first and second. Yes. That's what you have.
If
you trade this year's first and second, right?
Versus getting 2. What if you got the tackle that kicks down to guard and he is the left guard of the Colts?
I know.
Like, he's that dude for you for the next 10 years. And then, oh, by the way, in the second round, you take another one of these guards that can be, a great player, a very good player for you for the next 10 years.
I totally get it.
With Abe Lucas and Cross.
But you would also, in this theory, you would be saving a tremendous amount of money, right? You're not bringing back, in all likelihood, either of the Fants, and you're not bringing back Nwosu, and you're not bringing back Dre Jones, and you're not bringing back Tyler Lockett, and then you open up Gino's money. You might have like $80 million to spend, and you could do a lot of that at guard.
Not for the next 10 years.
No, but for the next couple.
Not at cost control.
No, but you'd be having cost control at quarterback during that time instead. That's more important than cost control at guard, isn't it? I don't know. You're missing the other side of it. I get the negative side, but the positive side is now you got J.J. McCarthy, and you got a guy that would have been the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft if he was in it. I'd be awfully tempted, certainly, to give up that much if it made it happen. A first and a third?
Well, if you want that to happen, root for Sam Darnold to play his tail off.
That's
root
right.
for Sam Darnold to look like the Sam Darnold did earlier this year and not the one that you saw in Detroit. Because if he goes to L.A. and he's overthrowing dudes and he misses a lot of throws and he doesn't make a lot of plays, I think J.J. will be back in that equation.
We had a lot of names thrown our way by Matt Miller there. I'm going to ask Brock for more of them, but this time for an offensive coordinator. What are the Seahawks looking for and who's out there? Brock's got some names next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I get why Mike McDonald wants to run the ball more. I would have liked to see them run the ball more.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see them be stubborn with it, even if it leads to, 3 attempts, 2 yards. I would have liked to see them be a bit more stubborn to just kind of see what they could do. It all comes back to what you said, Bump. You need to fix that offensive line. You don't get anywhere until you fix your offensive personnel.
Yeah, and that's why I feel for Grubb, because you're handcuffed by your personnel.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah. Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I mean, I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and have to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, last year around this time, we were talking about head coaching candidates for the Seahawks. This year, thankfully, we're not doing that, but we are going to be talking about offensive coordinator candidates. Brock, there's a lot of them out there. And let's run through some of them. I want your thoughts. You know a lot more about these guys, certainly, than I do. And for convenience sake, I'll use the piece that Michael Sean Dugar wrote yesterday and just run through some of the names that he brings up, starting with the guys in-house. Yeah. And that list starts with the name you brought up earlier, Jake Peetz.
Yeah, I'm going to run this through my filter, and my filter is what I tweeted out yesterday of toughness. It's of run creativity. It's just that complimentary piece that Matt Hasselbeck was talking about with your head coach. And now Pete's, and this is from Sean's article, McDonald did say this just a week and a half ago. He adds a lot of experience. I've known Jake for a long time. This is McDonald speaking. He's been around the block. He's seen a lot of things, people that offer their opinions, and that's well thought out, detailed, and built around the principles we want to do. That's a lot of the stuff Jake does, both as a program and with our offense. Definitely respect his opinion. So he was the passing game coordinator. Brady Henderson last week, Salk, when you were out, awarded him the Broyles Award as the top assistant on the Seahawks staff when I posed that question to Brady because of a lot of those things that Mike McDonald has said about him. Pete's came from L.A. I chatted with him, if you remember, before our training camp practice, the assistant that I was chatting with, A, because he's got like 7 kids. B, I did some of his games when he was at LSU and a few different spots in college football. But when I think of Pete's, do I think of run? Do I think of run game creativity? Do I think of finishing a play in a dominant position? Do I think of toughness? Those would not be attributes that I would assign to so many of these on this list.
All right.
As passing game coordinators more than run game.
Well, and that's the next one. T. Martin, who is currently the Ravens quarterbacks coach.
Yeah,
I don't trust you when it comes to T. Martin, though.
I had a very bad experience.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just assume you hate him on behalf of Peyton or something.
No. I had a tough experience. He was a coordinator for Sam Darnold at SC. They were playing Ohio State. Ohio State had Bosa and all these NFL dudes. The other guy that went top 10 the next year to Washington, like just freak shows. And then all the just killed. And I was like, so how many screens he got? And he was like, none. We can block these guys. Yeah, like 12 sacks later the next day. I'm like, okay, that was not.
I just assumed you didn't like him because he won with the team.
He won a national title the year after Peyton.
Yeah,
whatever.
How about this Nick Caley, Rams tight ends coach and passing game coordinator?
Well, this is you can see this. I mean, how much Rams staff members can you have under Sean McVay? Right. And now Pete's he was with them down there, and he fits in the Waldron, and some of them have been absolute home runs elsewhere. O'Connell there in Minnesota. So you can understand why the league just continues to pluck branch after branch after branch after branch off of McVay's tree, because the guy has been just a fertile machine of producing coordinators. Know very little about him.
Passing game coordinator.
100%.
And that's exactly the next name, Jason Vrabel, Packers passing game coordinator.
Right. I mean,
so I assume you're going to say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Doug Peterson, been a passing guy, right? Now there's some local ties.
Ferndale guy, as you know, Yeah. Cut his teeth there. Has he had some teams through the years that ran it more than they did throw it? Yeah. Can he be kind of a tough guy? Yeah. Has he obviously won a Super Bowl and been successful?
You kind of poo-pooed that yesterday.
I kind of did, but again, upon further review of all the guys we mentioned here, I'd have to consider that one. Gotten a lot out of quarterbacks. Obviously, Trevor, big setback. Obviously, not the way you want to finish it in Jacksonville. But, Andy Reid is some old school. And Matt was saying, Hasselbeck, about Andy Reid, yes, a lot of flavor, a lot of fun. You know what else Andy Reid is? One of the few coaches with Mike Tomlin that still takes his teams away from the world to go about training camp and actually practice and actually put pads on and actually hit and do those things. That's a lot of the background of Doug Peterson in the past. I'm not going to poo-poo that one as I do.
I'm intrigued by that a little bit. The next one on this list is Mike McCarthy, if he's no longer the head coach of the Cowboys.
He's going to be head coach, I think, somewhere
All
else.
right.
And to step down as an OC would surprise me.
Mike Kafka, that's the guy that they interviewed twice for the head coaching job last year. Giants OC, who lost his play calling duties to Brian Dable.
That's right. Dable took it back over. That one is intriguing to me. I put him on the intrigue list mostly because they know him inside and out. Mostly because John spent a couple interviews with him last year. And to do so, there had to be some level of intrigue there. You know, from that growth mindset, from that curiosity, from being a listener, being a leader of men. That one, I think you'll see him on the list again. That one has some, I put a kind of a star by him. A star by Peterson so far,
and then
a star by Pete just because of the background.
The last name on this list was Alex Van Pelt,
right?
Who was most recently with the Patriots. I still think of him, I think, as a Buffalo quarterback back in the day.
I do too. Were
you about the same era?
Yes. He was just a couple years older than me.
That sounds right.
I almost went to Buffalo. My QB coach in Seattle got the OC job in Buffalo. There was almost a trade. Almost ended up out there.
Too many blue houses for you.
Yeah, way too many. Going with him instead. Now he's got some run game background. He was with Stefanski in Cleveland. New England this year was pretty creative. It's a hard judgment there, because the tools to work with were so limited and the O-line was so bad. But he, at least to me, has some toughness, right? And understands, as a former quarterback, that it's got to be set running the ball first. So, yeah, there's some intrigue there. There was no wow factor to me. There's no like, ooh.
So it's interesting that for all of the conversation about, the teams that are running the ball the most, I don't really hear anybody who's currently with Philadelphia. I don't hear anybody that's currently with Detroit. The only Baltimore
the Detroit
person,
guy is going to go, obviously.
Well, Ben Johnson, but is there somebody under Ben Johnson that is ready to be a coordinator? You're not looking to hire a head coach. So is there somebody under him that maybe is ready to be an OC? And then the only Baltimore name we hear is the passing game coach.
Yeah, the thing that complicates this a little bit, and I asked DJ, I was texting with Daniel yesterday, and he can add a whole lot more to this tomorrow, is Greg Roman. So Greg Roman is and we have some history with Greg Roman. He was coordinator for Jim Harbaugh back in the years. When they beat Seattle, he's the one that screamed "Merry Bleeping Christmas" to the press and everybody listening in the press box on the way to the elevator. Kind of a fairly bombastic, strong personality. And it's interesting. There's not a lot of Greg Roman tree. Like, that would be the one that would be the natural. Okay, so if you're looking at Mike McCarthy and all the background in Baltimore and all the background with the Harbaughs and all the background. Okay, so the tree, like a Sean McVay, the tree is Greg Roman. But the roots and the branches, you don't see that. You don't see a lot of, and even the crew down in L.A. is kind of a ragtag crew of different assistant coaches. There's not somebody under him that's like, ooh, yeah, I'm really intrigued in this guy. Because to me, he'd be the most natural fit, but there's just not been a plethora of coaches that have come off of his tree.
It still seems surprising to me that of the teams that are running the ball the most and the most effectively, that none of those names have come up. And my guess is they will. I mean, I would think there's so much reverence from Mike McDonald to those three teams, Philly, Detroit, and Baltimore, that are 1, 2, and 3 in running the ball this year, attempts. That I would expect to see somebody from those teams interview.
Well, the one that adds a little bit of not necessarily a wild card, but hey, be careful what you just think, and be careful of your bias, and be careful of a title, is I don't think anybody thought Kellen Moore was going to go to Philadelphia and have a 2,000-yard rusher. Right? Kellen Moore is a former quarterback. True. Kellen Moore was down in Dallas. Kellen Moore had Dak Prescott. They threw the ball way more than they ran it. And then he goes there and he looks at the tools he's got and goes, oh, yeah, we're going to run it. Let's bring Saquon in. And he goes back to his Boise State days where they really were a run, power, play action, and then, take your shots kind of deal. So that is where having some of that growth mindset, some of that curiosity, some are really doing, as Mike McDonald said, their homework, and they're going to go about it in that way. And just be careful. Maybe the cover says Kellen Moore finesse passing game. Kellen Moore goes to Philly, and knows where the bread is buttered.
We got to run here in a minute. You mentioned 2 other names earlier. Just give them to me again so people know, especially the last one.
Yeah, Andy Koldenicki would be the college end of things, but is the most creative run guy I have ever experienced in my 20-some years of college football. And the other one is David Shaw. When you want to look to a guy that knows how to, and initially certainly wanted to run the ball, and comes out of that Harbaugh tree, and so many connection points, that would be a name that would be intriguing to me.
I love it. All right, we'll come back with everything you need to know. I should say we're going to do a little answer the question jerk later, 9:45 after a pretty serious day of all kinds of important discussions about the football team. We'll have some fun at the end, do a little answer the question jerk. We'll come back, though, with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Seahawks have fired first-year offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
You got so many questions on that side of the ball, whether it's Gino, DK, Tyler, K9. I mean, you got a lot of decisions to make on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm more sure than ever that they're pretty set with Gino because he really had a good year.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for him in a number of different ways with that offense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
All right, if your New Year's resolution, and one of them is to figure out some of your finances and get your house in order, and maybe that includes your insurance as you've watched your premiums just rise and rise, and you don't even know what's covered, and you're stressed and you're confused, it's time for you to do what Molly and I did a couple years ago, what so many of my friends have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge and find out. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories that saved people thousands of dollars. We decided, why don't we take this challenge? Totally free anyways. Here's how they do it. Here's how First Mark will go to work for you. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then the stress and the confusion comes out of it. They're your teammate. They go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for decades to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion on your end. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait. Take the First Mark Challenge. As I said, it's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark, your teammate that goes to work for you.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Allshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
We're going double or nothing every Friday night with $135,000 in cash and free play on the line. Get a taste of this hot seat happy hour action every week in January and February with drawings every 30 minutes starting at 6:30 p.m. We're upping the ante at 11:30 with double $5,000 cash drawings. Add a little spice to your Friday night fun. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service, 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
For Down Territory, Going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it was right about this time yesterday that we first found out that the Seahawks were making a change at offensive coordinator as Mike McDonald opted to move on from Ryan Grubb. He confirmed that with us a few minutes later. And when we asked what they were going to look to do next, here's what he said.
Well, I mean, we're gonna open it up, and we're gonna do our research and be thorough with it. And we want to be efficient. You know, we want to move quickly, but we want to be smart as well. And we're just looking for the right fit on the type of person that's going to come in and lead our offense. And I mean, not that we weren't aligned with Ryan, but definitely looking for alignment and a shared vision about how we want to operate.
So those two things seem important, and yes, they probably tell us some of the story of what happened with Ryan Grubb, but both the type of person and the alignment, to me, that says growth mentality and run the damn ball.
Yeah, that says to me that when that news broke yesterday, I'm pretty confident in my analysis that I would stay in 24 hours later from when the news broke during about this segment yesterday, Salt, that it was really two things, that it was identity, right? Alignment, identity, vision. You know, this is the way I want to play the game. You got to complement what we do defensively with a real physical, tough, rugged mindset to finish games and finish those games on the ground and not see a ton of that. And then the second part of that, and this is, again, where it's a little bit tough. This is the personal side of it. But, you know, are you a great listener? You know, do you take in everything from everybody around you? Will you listen in game? Will you listen, you know, and learn and grow? And I think there were components of that, absolutely. And Corbin Smith's article kind of points to some of those peaks and valleys over the course of the season, you know, and some of the anecdotal stories he had behind the scenes. But yeah, ultimately, alignment going to be all about that next OC.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It's also nice just to kind of wrap up the season with Mike McDonald, away from the OC stuff, away from the future. And I thought his answer on what he had learned this season was a nice window in to who he is and what he's accomplishing and doing in that job.
Honestly, so this, Brock, what I would say is, like, I came in with kind of like, these are all the things that I believe that it's going to take to win. And what I've realized is it's a way less number of things, but they're more important, you know, like connectedness, toughness, situational football, development, fundamentals, things like that.
And then from all of those things, those are kind of the how does he like to frame it? The principles versus the methods. Like from those principles, then the rest kind of takes care of itself. Right? If you do these things particularly well, and it's not a surprise that many of those things that he rattled off right there, well, look at the 14 playoff teams left standing. Out of the other 18.
They sure seem to do a lot of those things.
They seem to do those things very, very well.
He also offered, I thought, a very nice message to the fans when you asked him that at the end.
Thanks for giving us the opportunity. It's they make the thing. I mean, I know we talk about Gino, but this is why we do what we do. It's for the 12s, man. We want to put out a football team that this city and our fans are proud of, and we did that 10 times this year, and 7 times we fell short. And we're determined to deliver the city a winner and a champion, and we wouldn't be sitting here with the optimism that we have without our fans. I'll tell you what, like just interactions that I have with people, like person to person, it's the best, man. Like it gives you so much energy and so much inspiration to go do a great job. So we really appreciate it. We love them, and our mission's to put a championship product out there.
And to think you went 7-1 at home. I mean, excuse me, on the road.
7-1. No, they didn't.
7-1 on the road and 3-6 at home.
Crazy.
It's just
bizarre. It really is strange.
Now, granted, Minnesota and Green Bay and some of the best teams Buffalo, the best teams you faced. Had you gone on the road to play Green Bay and Minnesota and Buffalo, you probably don't win those games on the road either.
It's still a little weird.
It is.
It's still a very strange number.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And speaking of strange, there is the offseason of nothing so far for the Mariners, as we're now at January 7th, and they've yet to do anything of note. It's not going to be Gavin Lux. The left-handed second baseman for the Dodgers goes to Cincinnati for not a lot. Their 14th ranked prospect and a competitive balanced draft pick, which should be about number 37, which will, I'm sure, end up being a top 10 prospect in their system, but still not a lot. It just doesn't seem to be in the cards. Mariners just can't seem to get anything done.
Yeah, this isn't one of those activity versus achievement. There's no activity, and it's really testing, I think, the patience of even the most diehard fans. I will say this, Salk, I rattled off the odds for the American League MVP, and the Mariners had 3 guys on that list, including, Julio that was still up there 9th, and Cal now makes that list tied with Jose Altuve. I'll give you an even more positive one. How about the American League Cy Young odds? As they come out today heading into the season. The American League Cy Young odds. Logan is 5th, Kirby is 11th, Luis is 12th, Wu is 19th, and Miller is 19th.
Well, unfortunately, you say that's positive.
5 of your starting pitchers, all 5 of them,
I can't
are
hear
on
it as
the
a positive
board
right now, Brock. I can't.
Huh?
Because to not whatever. We all know the conversation. Without complimenting them. Brock, I'm not even talking about building off. You know what? That's everything you need to know. We're going to talk to Passan on Thursday. I know he wrote an article yesterday, and he did rip the Mariners pretty good for how little they've done this offseason to take advantage of it. Again, the Mariners won 84 games last year. Is that the right number? 84? 85? Something like that?
85.
They needed to win 5 more games. They need to be a 90-win team. Minimum. You need to be a 90-win team, which means you need to add 5 wins to what you did last year. Based on their offseason thus far, I would say the Mariners have lost 5 wins. So rather than adding the 5, if I were to get today, with this roster today, with no other changes, I don't see there's any way that this roster could win more than 80 games. This is a below 500
85
roster.
and 77.
Okay, so right now I would say they are an 80-win team, 80 and 84. They don't have an infield. 80 and 84 today. Now, there's opportunity for that to change, and certainly you sign Anthony Santander, I'm going to be right back in that, mid-80s range. But you not only haven't improved on last year, you've taken a step back from last year. I'm baffled. It's
90
baffling.
to 88 to 85. 90 wins is exactly what you won when you made that run of the
That's right.
playoffs and made some waves. 88 to 85.
I really hope this is going to end with them, essentially in a stare down with a couple of these guys that they end up winning and bring them in at the end, or even losing and bring them in at the end at the other price. But as of right now, it's a brutal, brutal offseason. Okay, we'll get to them a little bit later this week, I promise. Right now and coming up next, before we do Answer the Question Jerk, so let me first solicit some questions. Now's the time to do it. 866-979-3776.
866-979-3776.
That is the number. That's the Mac and Jack's text line. Any question on any subject, we want to hear from you guys. We'll do that at 9:45. Any question you want, and I have 0 right now. So I haven't asked really for them. I didn't tweet about it last night. What? So this is a full-fledged appeal, practically begging for Answer the Question Jerk questions. 866-979-3776. I think we will do that after something else. Next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I get why Mike McDonald wants to run the ball more. I would have liked to see them run the ball more. Yeah. I would have liked to see them be stubborn with it, even if it leads to, 3 attempts, 2 yards. I would have liked to see them be a bit more stubborn to just kind of see what they could do. It all comes back to what you said, Bump. You need to fix that offensive line. You don't get anywhere until you fix your offensive personnel.
Yeah, and that's why I feel for Grubb, because you're handcuffed by your personnel.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike Salk here. It is the new year, and I know a ton of people out there have New Year's resolutions. One of the most common every year is to lose weight, to get yourself back in shape. If you're on that list, don't do it yourself. It's so much harder that way, and that's why so many people quit. They get frustrated. Nobody holds them accountable. They don't have a good plan. Let Eastside Weight Loss Clinic help you, just like they helped me. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I lost 10 just in the first week, and all of those were factors, right? I had someone to keep me accountable. I had somebody to offer support, and I had a plan that offered real food that tasted good that I could make at home. No injections, no pills, no fighting for space in a crowded gym with all the other New Year's resolutioners. None of that. I was able to lose 35 pounds in just 8 weeks. Now is the time to get this right. Delicious recipes, and again, the support and accountability. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, 425-588-0080, or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Don't let sinus problems, snoring, and allergies hold you back. I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, snoring, facial pain are just a few sinus symptoms we can help you out with. From allergy workups and treatment to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced outpatient balloon sinuplasty, we can diagnose and treat your problems. Let us help you get the relief you need easily, quickly, and permanently. Come see us in Federal Way and Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible
eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Are you still dealing with a runny nose, congestion, or sinus drip this holiday season? Always having to clear your throat or cough? Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Ryanair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. A recent clinical study shows almost 9 out of 10 Ryanair patients get significant improvement in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Federal Way, Auburn, or at sternsinus.com.
Want to get rid of clutter and reclaim your space? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling for the greater Seattle area. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We prioritize donating and recycling, so we'll look for opportunities to do just that instead of going to the landfill. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Storms can be overwhelming, but you're not alone. We're here 24/7 to secure your home and give you peace of mind. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. From your roof to your siding, windows, and deck, we'll handle it with care and get your home back to better, quickly and safely. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. We're here for you when it matters most. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know, it's interesting, Brock. It wasn't just Ryan Grubb who was let go. There were a bunch of Pete Carroll assistants who were let go, or at least 2 that jumped out yesterday. Former Pete assistants, Brian Schneider, who was the special teams coach here for a long time, let go in San Francisco. And Gus Bradley was somehow the fall guy in Indianapolis. I'm not sure I understand that, given some of the bigger problems they had. But both those guys were let go yesterday as well.
Yeah. We watched San Francisco this year. The kicker obviously struggled, right? When we talked about the takeaways from Sunday's game, kind of big picture and over the course of the season, we talked about special teams. And special teams is usually guided by your specialists, your kicker and punter. And it was a kind of a messy deal, unfortunately, there for Schneider in San Francisco, the other Schneider, not John. And with Gus, it is a bend, don't break, and I think some of their numbers were decent, but they couldn't stop the run. Right, they too kind of had that Pete Carroll struggle, Clint Hurts struggle, Ken Norton struggle over the last 5, 6, 10 years. That when you're near the bottom of the league and being able to stop the run, and I think they were maybe dead last, that's going to be a real problem as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, so just a couple of other moves that were made yesterday. Not a ton of good answer the question jerk questions. I got a couple, but a little disappointing. I will say there's like a few normal answer the question jerk questions, and then like 30 I hate the Mariner questions, which are different. And
I had a lot of that last week.
Yeah, and I really look. I mean, we're going to get into that later this week, I promise, but it's just probably not the vibe for sort of a fun end of the show, answer the question jerk type of thing. Yes, I'm mad. Yes, Brock's mad. Lyle's fuming. Lyle's actually turned himself into an angry emoji in the other room, which is surprising.
Yes, Bump and Stacy are going to talk about it today. I'm just looking at a tweet from Stacy.
Ryan Divish, I believe, is going to be on later
because some
today.
Guy named Bradley Doolittle. Doolittle not happy about the Mariners at ESPN.
Yeah,
well,
it's
Bradford, Bradley. Yeah. I just like Doolittle.
Hey,
I can't say Doolittle
real quick.
enough.
I know we're going to talk some more football here in a minute.
No, Doolittle. It's a perfect
name.
Guy. Yes.
Do you, because I'm not ready to do it yet. We will talk Mariners at some point this week, but it's probably tomorrow and or Thursday.
All right.
Do you know what is tonight that I am kind of excited about? I don't know whether anyone else is looking forward to this. Do you know tonight's the Tiger Golf League TGL premiere?
He picked a good night. He and Rory.
Nothing going
there's
on.
Nothing else going on.
I know. Are you interested in watching that?
I might peek at that.
So do people know what this is? A buddy of mine just asked me about it, and he had no idea what it was.
No.
All right. It's actually pretty cool. The idea is cool. I'm curious to see what the execution is going to be and whether or not it's actually interesting on TV. Obviously, you have to at least first like golf in order to find this interesting at all.
No, not like golf. Love golf.
Well, I don't know.
I think you got to love golf.
You might just love technology because the technology behind this looks to be pretty incredible. So it's an indoor golf league. It's all virtual. So anyone who's ever been, will you let me finish before you say what?
No.
All right. Or you could just, jump in at the beginning.
Did she just say what?
Yeah, she just whatted me before I could even explain what it means.
Indoor golf?
Yeah, Maura, you'd love this. There's no wildlife for you to destroy. There's no fauna for you to, or flora? No, fauna for you to murder while you're out there. It's all indoors. You're in an arena. And there's a couple different stations. There's a hitting bay where you drive and hit your irons. And my understanding is you can change the lie there. They have a couple different types of grass, different lengths. And then you can also change the angle so that you could be, on a downslope, upslope, etc. Then you move over to the next stage where they have an actual sand trap built in and a green. And my understanding is the green can change shape and
contours.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. So that you can basically make a lot of different types of greens minute to minute just by shifting, with a computer what the green looks like. I don't know whether it's going to play well or not on TV. It might be kind of boring. And I know there's a certain amount of people out there who will say, of course it's going to be boring. They're playing golf. But if nothing else, just seeing that technology in action is pretty cool. And Tiger's convinced that this is like the future of golf, that eventually there's going to be more and more of this arena golf deal done, not just for the pros, but for us.
Yep. And
too expensive to maintain.
Yeah, and this is all kind of simulator, right? They hit, they're all simulation on their drives and on those shots. And, based on the spin and velocity and all that other good stuff. So, actually, as you say that out loud, I think I will peek at that.
Yeah. I'm psyched. It's on ESPN tonight. So if you are interested, that's a direction you could go with no football to be played tonight.
Hey, by the way, I know you direct the show, but, I got to be in the pilot seat a little bit last week.
Yeah.
And before I answer the question, Jerk, can we just play more, cut some of Hasselbeck from earlier today?
I got some of that ready for you.
Can we just kind of, I know that's the news of the day and was certainly the news yesterday and the breaking news, and thanks to the Seahawks to break it about a half hour before Mike got to join us and talk about it, before he will today in his season-ending press conference, I'm sure a little bit more. But, Matt kind of hit on that alignment and vision. And what does that look like? And he has been. I mean, he can joke about it, but he was a coordinator the last couple of years at Zavarian Brothers for his son and did great. I talked to him about that, and he talked a little today about how much more he ran it than he did throw it. It wasn't air raid or anything. Like, he knows it starts at the line of scrimmage. And today's NFL, this run game creativity we're seeing, those teams at the top of the list, Salk, Philly, Saquon Barkley, Lamar Jackson, and Baltimore. This is not lining up an E. Green right 93 blast time and time again. There's a lot of creativity. In the run game, and it jumped out to Hasselbeck this season.
Yeah, it did. Here is a little bit with Matt about committing to that run game and how even just committing to it isn't enough.
Even within run game, it's the style of run game. When Pete Carroll first came to Seattle, he brought Alex Gibbs, the zone run guru of all gurus, with him. Now, he quit before the season started, but we were kind of in no man's land. Are we a zone scheme, meaning everyone go left or everyone go right in a one cut downhill? Or are we like a gap scheme, meaning two guys double team and then you have one or two pullers pulling around, a guard or a guard and a tackle? And philosophically, that will tear families apart when you talk about O-line coaches and what people believe in. So even with the runs, what kind of run?
And it does. I mean, because Salk, you can't minor in everything. And the Seahawks run game this year minored in everything. There was never a major. There were a couple weeks of some pretty neat gap scheme, and one week in particular in the desert that was just obliterated and decimated Arizona. There were some outside zone weeks, There was some, creative, we're going to get under center, we're going to just throw the whole mix back, but there was never a clear family that they were in, which I'm going to be very curious to watch this unfold with Mike, because I know offensively, and we talked about this a lot over the years, man, I wanted Mike McDonald as a D coordinator. I want this. It's hard. His style and his system and his creativity and deception and all the things that they can do and aggressiveness. I know what makes offense hard to go against. And we saw that for large chunks of the season with the defense really show itself and identify that. Now, what does Mike McDonald, what bothers him the most? As a defensive guy, what gives me the most issues with offenses? What was the most painful for me to try to get ready for and to prepare for and to call against? And his optics are 180 from mine. I feel like I know what gives me an issue defensively. You know what he knows? What gives me an issue offensively.
Right.
And is it somebody from this Shanahan-McVay tree?
Yeah.
Is it that outside zone, or is it, somebody that has a lot more creativity?
So you think it's that more than looking at some of the teams that are right now on top of things? And maybe it's a combination of both. There's no reason only one of these things factors in. But again, I'm just going to keep coming back to
who gave him the most problems? Detroit.
Well, right. And
couldn't stop them.
And not just them. I mean, Detroit's been arguably the best offense in the league this year. Certainly as efficient as you're going to get, both Detroit and Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And watch it. I get the game that kind of stands out to me is the Detroit-Minnesota game the other night.
Yep.
In the second half, Detroit just pounded them. They were close in the first half. And then that physicality, that run game just eventually took over, and Minnesota didn't. That's a good defense Minnesota has.
Mm-hmm.
We saw it couple weeks ago. That's a good defense.
Yep.
And they played them really well in the first half. They didn't have enough in the second half because they just couldn't handle that physicality.
Yep.
And so I really feel like that. Again, let me read you the stats from earlier today. I do think these are important. The Seahawks were 29th in the league in rushing attempts.
Mm-hmm.
You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. The only teams worse than the Seahawks this year in rushing attempts were the Bengals, Raiders, and Jets. This came after the Seahawks spent 2 second-round picks on running backs and have a defensive coach that wants a complimentary game.
Yeah.
I mean, the top 3 teams in rushing attempts were in order: Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, this isn't an accident. And Philadelphia and Baltimore would probably, I bet, if you just had running back rushing attempts, I bet Detroit outpaces Philly and Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to go and check it, but I would bet
they would too, because Jalen and Lamar are both a huge part of the run game.
And so, obviously, Jared Goff is not. I would be willing to bet that Detroit was actually number one in handing the ball off to its running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what Mike McDonald wants? It sure seems that way. And I'm just so freaking sick, Brock, of year after year saying the coach wants them to hand the ball off, but they don't do it. How can this possibly be the case year after year after year? We've been saying this for half a decade. The coach wants them to hand the ball off, and they don't. We've been saying this literally, since Darrell Bevell was the offensive coordinator in Seattle.
Well, didn't Shoddy run it enough?
No,
Wasn't it the other way
no
with
one
Shoddy?
ran it enough.
No,
one has
the other
ever
way.
run it enough for
It was
Pete.
the other way with
Shoddy
Shoddy.
was here for let Russ cook.
Yeah, they wanted him to cook, but they still didn't do enough.
Shoddy was here for let Russ cook. No one runs the ball enough.
That's right.
For a coach that wants to run the ball.
Shoddy was here for let Russ cook, and he wouldn't let him cook enough. Right?
No, but then he actually let him cook.
And then Pete put the reins on him and said, no, don't do that.
Stop letting him cook. It's killing us.
Yep.
Right.
It's hard, and running the ball in the NFL is hard. It really is. If it obviously were that simple, Salk, you could get away with it. You can do it. You can run the wing tee at Bellevue High School. You can run the wing tee. I was chatting with my future son-in-law. I said, how many schools up in there? Most of the high schools run the wing tee. You can do it in high school. It gets really much more difficult.
I understand that it's more difficult, but you know what makes it impossible? If you don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just impossible if you don't do it. And I know that there's a lot of excuses, and Matt gave them also of, well, you call a run and then it gets changed. Okay.
Numbers count. And what's the defense giving you?
How come that doesn't happen to these other teams, though?
Yeah.
It seems like Detroit and Baltimore and Philly are able to do those things.
It also seems like those top 3 teams also share one other thing in common, Salt. They're three of the best offensive lines in the NFL.
There's no doubt that this offensive line for the better part of a decade has not been built to spec. That problem isn't, the brains behind that has not changed. Yep. So if bringing in another offensive coordinator still does not lead to the better offensive line and to them running the ball better, there's only really one place to trace that back to. So we'll see where that goes here into the future. But yes, I do believe that this is going to be awfully important, just like you do and Matt does, to Mike McDonald moving forward. Let's answer some dumb questions.
This is Brock and Sox. Answer the question, jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
This was not a question, but I still appreciate it. Just says, you're an idiot, Saul.
Nice.
Appreciate that.
You know who came through last week when we did this? Matt down in Oregon.
Oh, yeah?
I said put your name on it.
Yeah.
Good questions, put your name on it.
Well, Matt's name is here anyway, so I can always see what he has to say.
Nice.
Yeah, that's because someone says because if you can't gain traction in the run game, you can't keep running the ball. Yes, but you can't run the ball if you don't start running the ball. Hey, we came out and threw 3 straight passes. It's weird that we didn't run the ball today. Oh, my God. All right, let's answer some questions. Jerks, after talking to Mike McDonald this season, what is your grade on his, well, I've read this both ways, show and shoe game, better or worse than Carroll? He had pretty good shoes. If that's the game you're looking for, he had great Seahawks shoes on yesterday.
Did he?
Show game? I mean, look, it's hard to compete with Pete on that. Pete was pretty good at sitting there and having 25 minutes of conversation. Like, he that's who he is.
There has to be evolution, and he evolved over the course of the season. He started to realize that really long pauses were tough for radio.
Right.
Much like I had to do. I mean, I had to learn that pauses and nods are not
to his credit,
always
he'd never
great
done
for
this
radio.
before.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think he really grew.
I think you guys have to give him the edge just because he said this.
This is a blast.
Wow.
You guys do a great job.
Wow. I'm still shocked by that.
I kind of like the other one better. That's a terrible question.
That was good too.
Yes.
That was a terrible take. It's a terrible question.
I'm gonna give him a.
That's a terrible take.
I'm gonna give him like an 85.6%.
Good B. Straight
like a
B.
Good solid B.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It started the grade really picked up and gained momentum.
But he didn't duck anything.
Never.
He answered every question. He was honest. I enjoyed it. I definitely
I might go to B+.
Enjoyed
actually,
it
as you say that.
Yeah, he was very, very solid about answering whatever was thrown his way and trying at his very best to give as much of a public answer as he can give.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought that was good. Jerks, would Chip Kelly be a good fit for offense coordinator?
Interviewed last year with some NFL teams. I bet interviews again this year for some of them.
I'd be curious. I'd be curious about Chip.
Check some of that run game creativity.
Yeah.
He's been there before.
Do you believe some of the stuff of didn't he have trouble with the players in Philly liking him?
He did, but he was the head coach. A little different.
Yeah.
Be curious what the last year has brought to Chip as the offensive coordinator back at Ohio State. Jerks, which is better? We got a couple which is better questions, actually. Hitting the green from 200 out for an eagle look or holding a greenside chip for birdie?
Oh, the eagle.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Because that's the result of doing something you were really trying to do, whereas the chip feels lucky.
Yeah. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Like, oh, cool, went in. Yeah, whoa, all right.
Agreed.
Like, man, I did everything right, and the ball actually went where I wanted it to. It was more fun.
How is your 3-wood off the fairway?
I don't hit one. Yeah. It's non-existent.
How come?
Well, because I want the ball to continue to
How
move
about
forward.
my Nancy Lopez 9-wood? Would you hit that?
I don't have one.
No?
It used to be a Nancy Lopez 7-wood. Now it's gone to a 9-wood. your wood's getting... All right. Answer the question, jerk.
You cut yourself off
Did.
there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes.
This one's for Lyle. We got a Lyle question.
Good.
How does Lyle feel about white versus wheat versus other breads for his PB&J? Has he graduated from Wonder Bread and decided to add fiber to his diet yet? Does he have any odd choices for his PB&Js like bacon or bananas or anything else like that?
I was never a Wonder Bread person. I used to eat that like whole grain white bread, but now I just eat wheat bread.
Just regular wheat?
Yeah.
Have you had that naked bread, naked wheat, naked stuff?
No.
Pretty good.
We usually buy,
Honey wheat.
or I usually buy, I should say, Oro wheat is what it's called. It's good, and there's some different variations of it that you can go with. But yeah, I like wheat bread.
You know what I learned about
And you don't
Lyle
do
during-
bananas or bacon or anything like that in there?
I've had peanut butter and banana before, but there's a reason all these combinations don't trounce peanut butter and jelly. This thing's been around 100 years.
Did you end up trying on the fancy peanut butter and jelly?
Yeah, it was really good.
Is it?
Very good.
Cool.
Thanks, Hulk.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, there's a reason this thing's been around 100 years, and there's been nothing to top peanut butter and jelly. Like, if there was a better option out there, it would have been found.
You know what I learned about Lyle this during one of the breaks, Saul?
What?
He lifts 5 days a week.
Oh.
I knew that.
I think we need to get you lifting weights again. Saul.
Okay, well, that's not going to happen.
I think you could.
Have you? Let's see what else we've got here. Have you scheduled which week you guys are heading to spring training? Yes.
Oh, we have?
Well, last week of February.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be there last week of February.
We got a show meeting today to clean
Yeah.
some of that up. but
We'll get details to you guys shortly, but
Brock
last
got
week
a
in
question
February.
Here.
Who did?
Brock from the 425 says, my wife and I are having an argument. She wants to buy our first house in Puyallup, and I want to buy in Snohomish. Why would anyone want to live in Puyallup?
Wow. Brock, why would anyone want
Are
to
you
live
taking
in
his wife's side?
Puyallup?
That's kind of harsh right there. The commute from how Chris Egan has commuted from Puyallup, it depends on the commute. I would
Right.
say that. I think the commute would come into play there. So to that gentleman, and maybe add that to the marital conversation, is I think the commute would be a big piece of that.
There has to. I mean, there's some really pretty parts of Snohomish.
There are. Yeah. There's pretty parts of Puyallup too.
I'm just going to say again, there's some really pretty. No, I'm just kidding. Newsflash, Salk, everything you do in the golf course is lucky. That's true, but it feels more on purpose if you hit a good long shot like that than a chip that goes in. Answer the question, jerks. Other than French bulldogs, what is the best dog breed? You're talking purebred dogs. It's a tough question. I mean, Frenchies are far and away. I'll never be. I was out with another couple on Saturday night. They also have a Frenchie, and me and Trace were like, "Yeah, just
I saw this
can't
video.
ever imagine another type of dog in my house."
Did you see the video? You see the video going around with that young English bulldog that didn't get fed, wasn't getting, and he was hopping.
Oh, I did. He was hopping.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was so
Gertie
good.
does a lot of hopping.
So mad.
Yeah, they like
Give me my
hopping.
food.
They're very
Give me my
silly.
food.
I mean, English bulldogs are great. Labs are fun. They're super friendly and
Labs are just
great companions.
so lovable. I always get excited when I see a Burmese mountain dog.
They're fun.
Yeah.
One of Cecily's classmates just got a St. Bernard puppy. Dear Lord, is that cute.
Great Dane? How about the Great Dane?
I love Great Danes. That was what Russ had. He had Great Danes.
I always feel like I would have one if they live longer.
Yeah.
Great Danes are awesome.
For ridiculousness, I would say the Basset Hound. There's nothing sillier than a Basset Hound,
Aw.
but again, tough pets. They're oily. They're bigger than they look. They can smell. They howl. So kind of a tough pet. But
How about
for
that
straight up silliness,
That Siberian Husky is beautiful. Gosh, they're beautiful.
Heard they're a lot of work too.
yeah.
They howl. too.
Yeah, they give you that ambulance siren. Jerks, at a fancy restaurant, would you consume both raw oysters and beef tartare in the same meal, or is that just a no-go? Yeah,
That's
I
a
absolutely
good,
would.
Yeah, it's a good digestive test for you.
I would definitely do that. Those are two foods I really like.
When you make it to Stillwater, you are going to go to the Ranchers Club. It is at the hotel right there on campus. And Titus and I had steak tartare his first time.
Isn't it great?
It was delicious.
It's one of my favorite
It
meals.
was really good.
I love steak tartare.
Especially on a good, crispy bread. Oh, it was real good.
I'll shout it out one more time because I think theirs is the best around. The Shambles in, I don't know what you call that, Maple Leaf, I guess it would be.
Huh.
The Shambles. Unbelievable beef tartare, or steak tartare.
You got
so
steak
good.
tartare, Lyle?
There's
I don't
no
think
way
I've ever
Lyle's
had
had that.
any tartare. I've never even had oysters. They just look so unappealing that I never wanted to eat them.
Oh, jeez.
Our
Here we
week in
go.
Peoria is going to be something.
All right, we got to go.
Oh, Lyle.
We got to get out of here. We got to turn things over to Bump and
Lyle,
Stacy and make sure they've got their full show to do today. We will be back tomorrow morning. We will have Daniel Jeremiah
The diet of a 12-year-old.
6 a.m. We'll talk to you then. The Hey Brock
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bumpin' Stacy.
How do you feel when you got the news of Ryan Grubb being fired?
We saw a team that spent a lot of time in shotgun. We saw a team that didn't play action under center. We saw a team that threw the ball the second or third most in the NFL. We saw a team that couldn't get the run game going. So going off of what I know that Mike McDonald has been around, where has he been? He's been in Baltimore. He's been with Michigan. What do they do? Pack it in, run the dang ball. So I think that Mike McDonald wanted a more physical type of game.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Do we really need to know what a plumber does? Or can we focus on the fact that at O'Neill Plumbing, we're a fourth-generation plumbing company with over 100 years of service. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers, all router and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, price we won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with better bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive knows finding your home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, results. This new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Are you still dealing with a runny nose, congestion, or sinus drip this holiday season? Always having to clear your throat or cough? Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Ryanair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. A recent clinical study shows almost 9 out of 10 Ryanair patients get significant improvement in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Federal Way, Auburn, or at sternsinus.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Zeke Elliott has a new home. The Los Angeles Chargers plan to sign the running back to their practice squad Tuesday, pending a physical per ESPN. The Chargers face off against the Houston Texans on Saturday to open the wildcard round of the playoffs.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Seahawks fans might be calling on Seattle to find a third-round gem like they did with Russell Wilson, but is the era of the mid-round quarterback over? That is where we're starting our show. Some really interesting sound from Matt Miller, who is on with Brock and Salk. Before we dive into it, quickly telling you what's on deck today. Coming up at 11, we are going to get to baseball, so if you are just itching to talk Mariners, even though they haven't made a move, if you're dying to, eviscerate, ask questions, maybe get excited. I have no idea which direction you want to go to, but two ESPN analysts have posted some very interesting reviews of the Mariners offseason. That's coming up in less than an hour. We're going to have the Athletics' Ted Wynn joining us at noon, and then we're going to hear live from Mike McDonald at his end-of-season press conference coming your way at 1 p.m. We're going to take you there to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center the second he steps to the podium. Let's start with the Seahawks, kind of. Bump, the Seahawks are in a weird spot with their quarterback. They've got Gino Smith, who's going to count for, what did you say, $44 million-ish? Around $40 million.
Yeah, around $40 million cap.
A pretty massive cap hit in 2025. And so even though he's under contract, the reason that any of us are having a conversation about whether or not the Seahawks extend him is because it would be financially easier for them short term to do so. Do they want to commit to any long-term kind of investment, meaning like 2-3 years, in a quarterback who's already going to be turning, 35, 36 years old?
35, don't do it to him, 35.
35 years old in season in November, I believe. And also is a pretty polarizing figure. I think the number one thing I see, Bump, is draft a quarterback. And within that, the number one thing I see from people is, well, you don't have to go in the first round. Shadur Sanders is going to be gone. Cam Ward's going to be gone. What if you go find someone in the third round like you did with Russell Wilson? That's where we're starting our conversation because, Bump, Matt Miller has some doubt that there are going to be many Russell Wilsons in the future. This is what he had to say about the mid-round quarterback option.
For Quinn Ewers, Jackson Dart, you can make the case for those guys. I think they're kind of similar. I mean, similar types. Dart throws a much better deep ball. Ewers is better on the intermediate stuff. Here's my thing, though, guys. The mid-round quarterback is gone. There's no such thing anymore. And I think we actually talked about this last year. Mm-hmm. You either go in the first round and you're given time to be a starter, or you go late and you have no expectations of replaced on you. Like the round 3 quarterback that you develop, it doesn't exist anymore. It really doesn't. Even guys like Jalen Hurts, he was an early round 2 pick, and he's kind of an enigma even as far as that round goes.
Bump, you agree with Matt Miller here?
I knew we were going to talk about this, so I obviously did some research to try to make sure that I had a clear view of what he's looking at, right? So then I went and I found Jeremy Fowler posted something a couple years back, like in 2000. The success rate of the first-round player in the NFL. What do you think is the most successful position when it comes to signing a second contract in the NFL?
Is it quarterback?
Center.
Okay.
Center most successful. 92% hit rate. If you're drafted in the first round, you're a center that you are going to sign a second contract. After that, offensive tackle at 59%. After that, guard at 50%. After that, linebacker at 48%. And then you got the quarterback at 46%. We know that it's hard to find a quarterback in this league. This just reaffirms that they're, fifth or sixth on the list when it comes to success rate. All right, so that paints a picture. It's tough to find yourself a QB in the first round anyway. So now let's go through the later round picks. Last year, you had in the 5th round, Spencer Rattler, Jordan Travis, Joe Milton, who we just saw, Devin Leary, haven't seen him yet, Michael Pratt. In 2023, you got Hendon Hooker. We're waiting to see what he looks like. We got Jake Keener, Stetson Bennett. So let's go down a bit more because we don't expect to see those guys, right? Let's go down to 2021. We've seen in the 3rd round, we got Kellen Mond, Davis Mills, who we've seen, Ian Book. In 20, you got James Morgan, Jake Fromm, we saw for a little bit, Jake Luton, Cole McDonald, Ben DiNucci, your boy.
Ben DiNucci.
And then one more year, let's go. We got in the 2nd round, Drew Lock in 2019. You got Ryan Finley in the 3rd round. The 4th round, you got Stidham, who's bounced around forever. We see him from time to time. Gardner Minshew in the 5th round. I think he's absolutely right. I think you're just not going to hit like that. I think that the most important position in the game should be found in the 1st round. The guy who has the most responsibility out there to lead your franchise should be found in the 1st round. The guy who plays the hardest position in sports, to me, there are only going to be a few guys who are absolutely elite, and I think that's reflected in the NFL when we look at the elite quarterbacks in the game right now. Who we got? Josh. I think you put a list on our show sheet. We got Josh, you got Lamar, you got Pat, all these guys. Almost every quarterback that's in the playoffs, I think according to the list you put together, they are 1st-round guys minus Russell Wilson and who else?
Jalen Hurts.
And Jalen Hurts.
High second rounder.
Second rounder. So I think that's true. I think there's going to be guys that you find and it might work out. But the hit rate is 48%, 46% when it comes to signing a second contract if you're a 1st-round draft pick as a quarterback. After that, I could imagine that it's like 10%.
I think we've got some Russell Wilson bias here in Seattle. And by that, I mean, because it worked one time, we think like, oh, just do this. Oh, just, I don't know, find a Hall of Fame cornerback in the 5th round and a game-changing linebacker, future Hall of Fame linebacker in the 2nd. And then you can find another starting linebacker in the 5th round or 4th round again, maybe out of Mississippi State. I don't know. Maybe, why don't you find a safety?
Dak Prescott.
That worked
out.
Why don't you find a safety that's like the best strong safety you've seen and find him in the 5th round too? Like, you found so many gems late in 2011, 12 that it really, and I'll throw in 10, that it really did, I think, skew our perception collectively of not just how easy that would be, but of how often that happens for other teams. And I think that the idea that the Seahawks could just easily, and I think they should be taking quarterbacks more often, okay? Why not? Take a shot. But I am not looking at a quarterback drafted in the 4th round, in the 5th round, even in the 3rd round, as succeeding in the way that Russell Wilson did. And by the way, if Russell Wilson was 6'4", he'd be in the 1st round.
Yeah.
The questions around Russell Wilson were not one of character. They were not one of quality of play. They were one of height. And if Russell Wilson, frankly, was draft eligible in the year of our Lord 2025, he would not be a 3rd rounder because there would have been examples of shorter quarterbacks succeeding. I think he is fundamentally a reason that Kyler Murray was able to go on. Now, Kyler Murray probably would have been drafted higher anyways than Russell Wilson, all things equal, but there were questions about his height. It was not about, like, normally you can weed out play, and when quarterbacks are drafted in later rounds, far more often than not, it's because you have questions about them. And when you are able to easily know that Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick, that Brock Purdy was the last quarterback or last player taken in the draft, that Russell Wilson is a 3rd-round pick, it's because it's part of their story, because it's an anomaly. It's an important part of the story. That's why you know.
Yeah, and Russell Wilson didn't put up no chump numbers when he was at Wisconsin this last year. Spent a couple 3 years at North Carolina State. His last year at Wisconsin, 33 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, completed 72% of his passes for 3,100 yards, and played in the Rose Bowl. Can't remember if they won that or not. No, Russell Wilson was a pioneer. And I think that because Russell Wilson was a pioneer, teams are more likely to roll the dice a bit. You mentioned Kyler Murray, obviously. He's probably the last smaller quarterback to come out to see him do their thing. You got to be excellent on the college level. That's what it all comes down to. You got to be excellent, and then you have to have the measurables. We had a Heisman Trophy winner get picked last in the first round. Now he's a 2-time MVP, looking to get his first Super Bowl. Might get an MVP this year, probably not. We're talking about Lamar Jackson. You got to be excellent, but then you got to fit the mold of what GMs and scouts think a quarterback should be. That's why I love where the NFL is today. You have your Lamar Jackson, who's extremely mobile, having one of the greatest years of a quarterback we've seen. You have your Patrick Mahomes, who's like weirdly athletic, not going to be the fastest guy, but can throw the ball for different arm slots. You have the Josh Allens, who is extremely mobile, and then you still got your guys who operate mostly from the pocket. Your Jared Goffs, with those Sam Darnold into there now, and Gino Smith. But there's one thing that's true. I think you can no longer be just a straight pocket passer. That guy is gone. You can't be a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady, and hope to get drafted in the first round unless you just put up ridiculous numbers. Even the young man, Arch Manning, who's probably going to be the next first-round pick eventually, he can move. Ewers, we don't think of him as a mobile quarterback, but he can move. So things are changing. You got to have numbers. You got to be excellent. And now you got to fit the mold of what GMs want in their quarterback, and that is a guy who can move.
Go do me a favor if you're home. Go to the NFL's Pro Football Hall of Fame website and search Hall of Famers by round. You're going to find a long list of first-rounders, an increasingly shorter list as you go through each round. Now, when I see someone text in on the Mac and Jacks text like, what about Tom Brady? Yeah, you're obviously going to find examples of 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round guys, and in older drafts, obviously 8th and later. You're going to find undrafted guys. You're going to find guys that played in the CFL that went on to do amazing things, and they're great stories that we love talking about, but you can't count on that. You know what? The 49ers, do you think the 49ers were counting on Brock Purdy working out? They were counting on Trey Lance working out. They traded multiple picks to go up and get him at 3 overall, and it was a failure of their organization that it didn't work out. It was bad foresight, but they lucked out. Brock Purdy was luck. You cannot tell me that when you pass up on a player over and over and over again, and you finally take him with the last pick in the draft, that you actually thought.
Of course not.
Really thought this is going to be our guy, and we see it and no one else does, so we're gonna go ahead and use our last pick. No. You took a flyer. You thought,
he showed
this
up in
guy's
camp and
interesting.
he threw a couple good footballs, and they said, just in case he should be able to go, we'll see. Then
we'll see what happens here. And then it worked out because
thing.
of a myriad other things that were going his way, and Brock Purdy's actually pretty talented. Tip of the cap to him. But the reason that I say all of this is I think it's a fascinating conversation about where quarterback talent comes from. I think that we can look at first-round busts over and over and say, well, that guy didn't work out, and we can fall in love with the romance of the draft and maybe you find someone in the 4th and he ends up being great, and it's such a cool story. But the playoff quarterbacks, Mahomes, first round, C.J. Stroud, first round, Herbert, first, Jackson, first, Wilson, third, Allen, first, Nix, first, Jared Goff, first, Stafford, first, Darnold, first, Mayfield, first, Daniels, first, Love, first, Hurts, second. Overwhelmingly, you find your answer at quarterback in the first round. So why am I saying all of this, Bump? I don't think the Seahawks should use a first-round pick on a quarterback this year, but I want to see them use eventually in the near future a first-round pick on a quarterback. That's why I'm saying it.
You said a lot to not, and I'm not talking crap, you said a lot to state the obvious. It should be obvious that the Hawks should not get a quarterback in the first round. It should be obvious that you mentioned all of these quarterbacks who are in the playoffs. There's some common things that they have. Offensive coordinators who are innovative, offensive lines who are better than 31st in the league, which the Seahawks are, a run game to support what they have going, and weapons on the outside. So if you are to get a first-round quarterback, there are first-round quarterbacks that just don't work out too. Most first-round quarterbacks don't work out. Last year, we got Anthony Richardson in 2023. We shall see how that works. In 2022, one quarterback was taken, Kenny Pickett. We haven't seen anything from him. In 2021, you got Zach Wilson and Trey Lance, who were first-round picks that don't work out. In 2020, you got these guys worked out. This might be one of the better classes. You got Burrow, Tua, Herbert, Love, and then Hurts in the second round. Yeah, most draft picks don't work out. So now you're asking organization to roll the dice on a first rounder. We all know that most first rounders don't work out, and just hoping that you place him in the right situation with the right support. So many things have to go right. Rule number one is, of course, he's got to be talented and perform at a high level at the college game. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate to the NFL because so many things have to be in line. And if you can do that, if you can hit the lottery when it comes to coaching, when it comes to O-linemen and support on the outside, then you got a chance. But talent, it's all about talent.
All about talent. It's all about where you find that talent, whether it works out, obviously. I just thought it was a fascinating take from Matt Miller, especially for a city that its last franchise quarterback was a third-round pick, and its last franchise quarterback came from a very expected place. You had already signed Matt Flynn in free agency to be your starter. You already had a plan at quarterback, and that was kind of, had a wrench thrown into it. And it became a really cool story that everyone in the NFL knows, but I think because everyone knows that, we think it's common, and it's not. And Matt Miller is here to tell you it's not. And so it's a great interview. It's a really interesting one, and it makes us wonder, all right, well, where does this talent come from for Seattle? Where does Seattle find its long-term answer? And he feels much more optimistic about the 2026 and 2027 classes. That obviously guides my idea of what to do with Gino in 2025, which is find a way to keep him here. I don't know.
You know what round Matt Flynn was drafted in? Matt
Flynn?
Yeah.
No.
The 7th round.
Good for him.
So we're over here in Seattle look, it can happen. We had a guy in the 7th we believed in, a guy in the 3rd we believed in. You got Gino who's drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round?
2nd.
It can happen, but it can happen. Odds are it's not going to happen. So I second your notion that don't go for a quarterback. Do the things that support a quarterback. Get the guys that support a quarterback. And if you happen to be that bad to where you have a high first-round pick in a couple of years from now, which I hope they're not in that situation, then you go ahead and get yours.
Or maybe you make a trade. Maybe you use your first-rounder this year on an offensive lineman. You build up the rest of your team. You get your coaching staff with another year under its belt. You get presumably your first-year offensive coordinator with a year under his belt. And then you find a way to finagle a trade, do something to get a first-round pick and take your quarterback in a much better class. I don't know. I don't know as much about drafting as you do, but everything I'm hearing is that the next two classes are better.
It sounds good to wait, but it's all so many things can happen between now and 2 years from now.
Yeah. All right, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, biggest news in the NFL today. The Titans have fired GM Ryan Carthon after just 2 seasons in charge. Tennessee will have the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 draft. What's the real headline?
Looks like someone got ran out of town.
Yeah.
Because his name is Ran.
I see
that.
But
then he got ran out of town.
Ran Carthon.
Yeah.
Only 2 seasons.
Only 2.
You got to give these guys some opportunity, some chance to really do it. I'm looking at his last 2 drafts. You get Levis in the 2nd round in 2023. You get drafted an offensive lineman, J.C. Latham, with your first pick in 2024. There are no names that he's drafted that just stick out and say, that kid is here to stay. There have been a lot of misses. Tyjae Spears was a guy you drafted with no ACL. He's doing okay, I guess. But you got to give it time. If you can't, the GM and the head coach have to be connected. They got to go through this journey together because the head coach is going to tell the GM what he needs. The GM's going to try to go out there and find him and then sprinkle his little 2 cents in there. There's just no patience when it comes to this. The Titans, you ain't been good for a few years now. You should be patient. You should give this guy a chance. But I don't know what the day-to-day is like with Rand Carthon. I don't understand if he has some shortcomings here or there. I don't know all that. Mm-hmm. But I do know there's a trend going on in the NFL. They want instant satisfaction. I swear it's like Gen Alpha is running the NFL right now to where if they don't get what they want right now, they're going to be frustrated and move on. So, poor Rand, but it is what it is.
It is interesting to see this happen with organizations. Now, the Titans are sometimes a poorly run organization. Not nearly as bad as an organization like the Panthers, but they've kind of had some just bad misses in the draft, bad misses in free agency. I would not say the New England Patriots are a poorly run organization at all, but there is a weird, you're right, like a weird impatience. I thought Gerard Mayo would get another year. I'm surprised that Rand Carthon, after 2 seasons, is out with a new head coach in each of those years. You know, like it's kind of this thing of like, well, what's your expectation?
Yeah.
Was it going to be that they'd be great with Will Levis at quarterback? Like, what was your plan? And maybe that's on him. Maybe he sold them on Will Levis, and they were like, "You're crazy."
Well, Levis this year wasn't a great year for quarterbacks either. You got to get lucky too. You got to have the right quarterbacks coming out at the right time. You got the right pick, and like I mentioned earlier, be able to support him. But like you said, they ran him out of town.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, in an interview with Wyman and Bob on Monday, Ernest Jones sounded confident he'll get a new deal from the Seahawks. What's the real headline?
Ernest saves the defense will hopefully return for a sequel in 2025.
Yeah.
Ernest.
It's from a very popular movie franchise.
No, I know that. Ernest.
We definitely didn't have, all three of us had to explain.
Ernest is a story of a young man, and he saves Christmas and Thanksgiving and summertime.
All that. All the above. Halloween.
He saves Halloween?
Yeah, I mean, he has a Halloween edition. You think of any holiday, he probably has a movie.
What does he do to save them? Like, why do these
all
things...
sorts of hijinks.
Why do they need saving?
He even went to jail.
Ernest goes to jail.
Ernest goes to camp. Ernest rides again.
Who is Ernest?
Jim Varney.
Who?
Jim Varney. That's who plays Ernest.
I don't know why I thought Ernest was played by, who's that one guy that does the family holiday movies? Like
Chevy Chase?
Chevy Chase. I don't know, you guys. This is out of my wheelhouse. Look, Curtis made one joke about it, and I turned it into the headline, and then Warren Bump, I have no idea what this is.
Hey, you sold yourself out. I wasn't going to say nothing.
I appreciate that because you have my back, but I also, honesty is the best policy, and I still don't understand the concept of what Ernest is doing with all these holidays.
Yeah, well, Ernest Jones saved this defense on that second level. You combine him with Leonard, with Jay Reed, the rest of the game. That defense tightened up when Ernest was there. So Ernest saves the Seahawks defense, hopefully for 3 to 4 more years. There's a sequel.
Isn't it interesting that the Seahawks will have extended in consecutive seasons impactful defensive players that they got via midseason trade?
Say it again? Sorry.
So, like, in back-to-back years, in a midseason trade, Leonard Williams and Ernest Jones, you brought in someone who you ended up then extending.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting way to build your team.
Why can't they bring in those guys out of season?
Well, sometimes the reason I think John Schneider sometimes excels with midseason trades is it's like a clearance rack, and sometimes you find designer goods, you know? Like maybe someone is available on a team where they are completely out of the playoffs or everything is in disarray. Or like when Quandre Diggs was acquired, you had a bad head coach who didn't recognize that Diggs was incredibly impactful, well-respected by teammates, and dealing with a bad, I think, quad or hamstring injury at the time. And then he came here and was super impactful.
They're just better on defense at scouting those players midway through the season.
Really?
There's just something wrong with the offensive department when it comes to offensive linemen, midseason, offseason, draft. There's just something off. We know what they're good at. They will find the diamonds in the rough on defense, or they're able to make aggressive moves to acquire those guys.
Headline rewrites.
Someone said Ernest scared stupid is the best. Multiple people said that.
There you go. You can start with that.
I don't want to.
Headline 3, the Chicago Bears have asked the Cowboys for permission to interview Mike McCarthy for their head coach opening. What's the real headline?
I don't think they need to ask for permission. Now, Bump, a lot of Bears fans I'm seeing on Twitter are not especially happy about this one. Obviously, a conversation happening all year long with the Cowboys, or should we even bring Mike McCarthy back? But Mike McCarthy at least has been an accomplished head coach. Bears fans, you're looking for some help here.
It feels like Mike McCarthy is like the iPhone 11. It works and it gets the job done, but there's going to be some glitches in it. It can't have the updates that the newer iPhones have. Me, I'm one of those guys with an old iPhone, so I get it. That's what Mike McCarthy is. His offensive scheme doesn't match what the NFL is today. It doesn't stress you out, a word we used yesterday, the way that a Lions or Niners or Rams or any of the top teams, the Baltimore Ravens, do. So to take him over to a place where you have a quarterback, a young quarterback who needs to be developed and nurtured, he's got to have all the advantages. I think Dan Orlovsky say that Mike McCarthy's offense makes you know where you're going with the football pre-snap, meaning you're looking at the coverages, you're taking your guess and saying, this is where my read, into, out, high to low, or whatever. these offensives now, where there's all this misdirection and layers and stuff, you have an idea where you want to go, but you're waiting to read and react. And that's what Caleb has done his whole career. So why would you bring over an older quarterback with, an older head coach with a younger quarterback and put him in a system that he's just not used to? This doesn't make sense to me unless you're going to change your offensive scheme, which I don't think Mike McCarthy's going to do.
No. All right, still to come. We're going to stick with the NFL, stick with the Seahawks for the first hour, getting to the Mariners at 11. So you're a little over 30 minutes away from baseball talk. Just hang tight if that's what you're waiting for. Coming up first, though, which Seahawk is most impacted by a change at offensive coordinator?
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Seahawks have fired first-year offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
You got so many questions on that side of the ball, whether it's Gino, DK, Tyler, K9. I mean, you got a lot of decisions to make on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm more sure than ever that they're pretty set with Gino because he really had a good year.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for him in a number of different ways with that offense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Hey, do you like spending extra money? Who doesn't, right? No, nobody does, and especially when it's on something like your utility bills, right? If those are noticeably higher in the winter or your home feels drafty, it could be because your attic and crawl space aren't properly insulated. It's Mike Salk here, and utility companies have special incentives to help with the cost of having your home properly insulated, including a once-in-a-lifetime rebate from Puget Sound Energy. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Yeah, they'll cover up to 95% of the cost. So don't wait. Take advantage of an incredible rebate today. Call Crawl Pros and learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free, and also what energy rebates you're eligible for. These guys are great. Did an awesome job at my house. So if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-up, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Seahawks yesterday fired offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb after 1 year. That news confirmed by Seattle. Which Seahawk player, coach, anyone is most impacted by a change at offensive coordinator? Bump, the most obvious one feels like Gino Smith. I feel like, I know that it's boring, but that's where my mind automatically went. What about yours?
Yeah, it's the quarterback.
It's the quarterback.
Easily. The guy who has to understand what everyone is doing. The guy has to walk up to the line of scrimmage, let the offensive lineman know what type of protection they are in. The center contributes to that as well. The guy who moves the running back from right to left, if he sees pressure from one side, he'll slide the pocket as well. The guy who has to make the adjustments on the outside, right? Call some audibles for these wide receivers if you get a certain type of coverage. The guy who has to draw back and has the football in his hand and has to make a decision. It has to be the quarterback. And here's Gino's journey. Gino was with the Jets. 13 through 16, 2 offensive coordinators. Giants in 17, 1 offensive coordinator. Chargers in 18, 1 offensive coordinator. Seahawks 19 through 24, 3 coordinators working on 4. That is, he's going to have 8 coordinators in his career. 8 coordinators. All offenses have some type of similarity to it. There's some things that are going to look the same and be called the same, and there are things that are going to be different, be called different, and look a bit different. The quarterback has the most responsibility on the football field. It has to be Gino. After that, I'm going to the offensive linemen because they're the guys who have to protect the quarterback. As a receiver on the outside, there's a concept, one of the most basic concepts in football. It's an out by the inside receiver, a goal by the outside. I've seen that called Orange, Oregon, Ottawa, anything with an O, right? They're going to associate these simple concepts with words that make sense to the mind when you connect it. Receivers should be able to figure stuff like that out. The offensive line, it's pretty much the same as well because it's a numbers game. You're going to block X amount of guys or X amount of guys. We're going to slide the protection this way or that way. But listening to the commands from the quarterback, because you remember when Tyler Lockett, when the Denver Broncos played the Seahawks, and Tyler Lockett was telling the guys exactly what Russell Wilson was doing. He hasn't changed any of his calls. Guarantee you, whoever comes in here, the calls are going to be a bit different for the quarterback, so he has to relay that to the offensive line. Yeah, it's the quarterback easily. The most responsible, or supposed to be the most responsible human being out there, it's the quarterback, Gino Smith.
Curtis, you had a theory that it would be DK Metcalf, which I thought was interesting. Why?
I think so, because, I mean, he's getting to a point where there are frustrations with the way he plays his game, and he's kind of gotten to a point where it's like, well, I'm just going to do me. Like, I'm not going to assimilate to anybody's style at this point. And it's kind of like, well, okay, but does a new offensive coordinator who has no history of DK want that around. Does a run-first offensive coordinator want that? I get that DK is talented, and every team would love to have a receiver like that, but I wonder if DK is going to be here past the contract that he's on right now, because you're looking at a payday that is going to take him, if not north of 30, close to $30 million a year, which, I mean, this season he was your number 2 receiver.
Yeah.
If you're paying somebody $30+ million, that's number 1 receiver production.
Yeah, you got to figure out that contract. You can't have 30+ dedicated to Gino, DK, and Tyler. With JSN as now your number 1 receiver, and you're right. The DK one is an interesting answer, and there's a lot of truth to that. I think too, though, I'm going back to our caller Jack from yesterday, who said you had DK Metcalf as a coordinator and didn't use him nearly as often as you should have as a downfield threat. That's malpractice. So there is this thing about, when you come in here as a coordinator, you could be dealing with DK Metcalf and maybe, I don't know, attitude, whatever it is. You also have a weapon with DK Metcalf.
Yeah, Curtis's angle is like the emotional aspect of it.
Sure,
like, are you gonna be willing and able to deal with a guy who does not hesitate to show his frustrations on the field, in the locker room, at practice? We've seen it all. I mean, we saw DK get into a fight at training camp, and I think NFL Network was right behind him, or right there about to go live.
Oh my
and then
God,
zoom
I
into
forgot
it. The
about
timing was
that.
crazy of that thing, right?
Oh.
That is what comes with DK.
It's like a skit.
Yeah. And that's an aspect that you do have to consider, like the emotional part of it. But responsibility, I mean, it's the quarterback. The emotional stuff, I guess you can look at the wide receiver position, because those are the guys who are a bit more outspoken when they're not happy with how they're being used or how they're not being used in an offense.
Yeah, I do think DK is a good answer. Gino is automatically the answer I thought of. What about Mike McDonald? What if we step off the field, enough looking at just players, all of whom will be impacted, obviously, by a new offensive coordinator? If this doesn't work out with Mike McDonald, another year, another offensive coordinator that's let down. I know that there's some confusion about whether behind the scenes it's more of a Schneider hire or how much influence Schneider has, since Schneider has control over the coaching staff and did not under Pete Carroll. So you're naturally wondering, like, well, how much does he have a say? But I think this could impact him too.
I think this is as close to right as Mike McDonald can get. You've had a year where you worked with someone who did help Gino get some numbers that no one's seen here in Seattle, but you just didn't agree with his philosophy and how he went about his business or attacking a defense. He has to get this almost perfect, because now you know exactly what you're looking for. I don't think you're going to go with a first-time hire either. You're going to go with a guy to where you can watch his film. If he's associated with an offense, like Wes Phillips, who I pointed out the other day. I believe Brock said, who was the OC that Brock suggested from Stanford?
Curtis, who was the OC that Brock suggested?
David Shaw, former Stanford
David Shaw.
head
So
coach.
there's film of like how he does his thing. Now he's experimented with the first-year guy. So now he can go out and look and find exactly what he wants. And I'm sure there are some things that Grubb did that he liked, that he wants to see implemented. But I'm just going to shoot from the hip and go with a vibe and then hope that he's able to change. I think that's over with. He'll go with an established offensive coordinator or a guy who's been in a system that he respects.
From the 509, K9 is my first answer. If we're looking to be a run-first offense, it has to be K9. I have two things to say about this. Number one is a question. I'm curious. You know what a new offensive coordinator and game plan means in terms of like what different positions have to learn. So I'm curious as to what a new OC means for a running back who just has to take in less than a quarterback. My thought on this before I throw it to you, and I'm curious about your thought on it as well, is I don't necessarily know the Seahawks want to be a run-first offense. I think they just want to be able to run the ball.
Yeah, a certain way that's downhill and that is connected to the pass game. No disrespect to running backs. Easiest position in football.
I already know where you're going.
Easiest. I mean, if we're talking about pass pro, that's different. You got to be able to count and do all that stuff. But when it comes to attacking on offense, the easiest position in football, running back, and then I'll go to the interior lineman. Shoot the gap, get the quarterback. No disrespect. It's a job that is tough. That's not valued the way it should be. I get all of that. In pass pro, it's tough. But when it comes to, look, we're running duo, which is a zone. You're going that way. Look, we're running power. Let the guard pull. Follow the guard. it's a different game. It's easy on paper. Now, once you get out on the football field, you got to be able to wiggle and feel it and have that aspect to it. But it's not like a coordinator comes in and a running back is in the insult session. He's like, oh, my God, what are we going to do? No, that's reserved for the O-line, the quarterback, and then I'd say the receivers are third, and then comes the running back.
I have a little exercise for us to go through. It's going to be taking a look at the NFL playoff picture. The Seahawks, unfortunately, are not going to be participating in the playoffs, but certain teams winning can be a win for other teams in the NFL. I'll explain what I mean next.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Taxes was waiting around for your taxes to be done, which led to worrying about not getting any money back. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who can do your taxes in a day to get you up to $4,000 fast with a refund advance loan. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Expert filing only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Refund advance has $0 loan fees and 0% APR. Refund advance loans may be issued by First Century Bank, N.A. or Web Bank. Terms apply. Subject to approval.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I was unable to walk for 3 months. The insurance company was very excited to talk to me and wanted to make sure that I had up to $5,000. My attorney quickly told me, they need to talk to us because there wasn't any amount of compensation that would make up for what I experienced. The Davis Law Group really helped me out.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com. Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Well, it's that time of year. Our homes are being pounded by so many rain and windstorms this winter. You've got to take care of it. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. If you've noticed damage, or maybe you're curious about how your roof is holding up, the smart thing is to have Asset Roofing do a quick inspection. They recently did one for me, and as always, I was glad to know exactly what was happening up there. There was a little bit of moss growth, especially since I'm surrounded by trees, so it's a pretty common thing, but it's something that should get taken care of right away. And Asset Roofing explained it's an easy fix that will prevent expensive damage down the line. In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The NFL playoffs are set, and while I wish the Seahawks were participating, there's still some really interesting teams. I have an exercise for us, Bump. I'm going to go through a couple different teams, and it sounds like this. The Lions getting to a Super Bowl would be a win for blank. You can participate on the Mac and Jack's text line. Now, maybe your answer is Jared Goff, or maybe it's something more unique. For instance, for me, I thought the Lions getting to a Super Bowl would be a win for doing things your own way. The Lions drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, and everyone thought they shouldn't. They go for it on fourth down all the time when people think it's risky. They know exactly who they are, exactly who they want to be, and they don't really budge with that. And if they make it to a Super Bowl, particularly if they win, I think that is going to be a big part of their story. They did it their own way.
I did it my way.
Exactly.
Right? Is that Frank Sinatra? Is that Frank?
Wow, he's in studio with us today.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
The Black Frank. Frankie Sinatra. All right, here we go.
You just made him sound more Italian.
Hey, I did, huh? Franklin, there we go. Franklin Sinatra.
Okay, so feel free to start with the Lions. You can go with the number of teams, obviously.
Let's start with the Lions. Me, I think it's a win for affirmation. That's what I put. It's a win for affirmation. It's like, look, you said they did it their way, and people were questioning their way. They questioned when Dan Campbell hopped on the mic and said, we're biting at kneecaps.
I did.
They questioned, the team was questioning him when he had him in pads, banging in training camp, and he's dang near crying, saying, trust me, guys, trust me. Then he comes out, he wins 3 games, but they slowly start to build, and he doesn't change his approach. He's going for it on fourth down. He's still having these crazy sound bites before, during, and after the games. It's affirmation. Everyone in that building believes. Everyone in that building had to believe in the beginning of the season or beginning of his journey for them to get here. So he made them believe. It's a win for affirmation. Go Dan Campbell.
Now, the point of all of these, if you're able to suss this out, is obviously that all of it can relate back to the Seahawks, right? Knowing how you want to draft, knowing how you want to be as a team, staying true to yourself, knowing your identity. That's been hugely important to the Lions. It's gotten them where they are. Answers from the Mac and Jack's text line: a win for patience, a win for Eminem, and a win for America. Okay, next team.
Win for America.
866-979-3776 is the text line. Next team, a win for the Vikings is a win for blank.
For second chance quarterbacks.
I love it.
It's a win for the homies who were kicked to the curb, said to be not good enough, for the Baker Mayfields, for the Sam Darnolds, for the Jared Goffs, for the Gino Smiths, for the guys who had an opportunity, but were just given up on, who weren't nurtured correctly, who weren't put in the right situation. That's half the battle, too. We went through all these first-round quarterbacks. They're all in great situations. Beautiful situation. Pat Mahomes, lovely. Lamar, lovely. Josh, lovely.
Great.
It has to work out. It has to fit. The offense has to fit who you are, and the offensive coordinator has to understand how to use you. The Ravens went and got Monk from the college levels. And you know why they went and got Monk from the college levels?
Why?
It's because you have a college-style quarterback, a guy who can run, who you can run the option with. You see that more in college than you do in the NFL. So Monk comes in and says, look, you know what? We're going to use his assets to the best of his ability. So, yeah, that's a win for the second chance guys who finally got into a good situation. I like that.
I think that's the best answer. Other possible answers, a win for paying a wide receiver.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, everyone was like, why are you making Justin Jefferson the highest paid wide receiver? I think the highest paid non-quarterback, unless that's been surpassed since then. Like, what are you doing? Wide receivers don't win you Super Bowls. And it turns out that a wide receiver plus another really good wide receiver plus a really solid offensive line plus a really good defensive coordinator plus a really brilliant head coach might win you a Super Bowl.
If the Bills win the Super Bowl, people are going to be hollering, screaming to never pay wide receivers ever again.
Well, let's go to the Bills for our next one. Join this. A win for the Bills in the Super Bowl is a win for blank.
I wasn't ready for this one.
I know, but that's
the
okay.
The win for the Bills would be a win for...
I have one.
Go ahead.
Bad luck teams.
Yeah, I like that.
The Bills, there are at least 3 teams I can think of off the top of the head. The Houston Texans are another one, but I don't think they're going to keep it going. The Bills, Vikings, and Lions are 3 favorites. All 3 are favorites, really good odds or high seeds. And, well, the Vikings would be were they not a wild card. And they have all not won a Super Bowl. And the Bills have obviously lost Super Bowls in heartbreaking fashion. They were god-awful for a while in a division where Tom Brady and the Patriots absolutely dominated for the longest time. Finally, they figure it out. And then they enter a season without their top offensive weapon. And they have an MVP year from Josh Allen. And will they make it work out? I don't know. Part of their story and part of Josh Allen's story has been, you can never make it past the Chiefs. You can never make it past the Chiefs, no matter what you do. Gabe Davis could come out and have 4 touchdowns in a game. You're not going to make it past the Chiefs. It's just been like not total bad luck, but just heartbreak, the same way that it has for the Vikings and for the Saints, for that matter, who aren't obviously in the playoff picture. So one of those teams that's just had some bad luck, heartbreak moments, a win for those teams.
A win for the Bills will be a win for the blue-collar team. This is a blue-collar team.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh Allen
team.
comes from Wyoming. He gets drafted. Remember when the Bills fans were booing? Who the heck is Josh Allen? You love him now. You love him. You get rid of Stephon Diggs. You change coordinators. The defense looks a bit different. The average fan cannot tell me 4 players on the Bills right now. They're a blue-collar team in one of the coldest environments you're ever going to play in. The fans show up to shovel out the stands. It's blue-collar to the fullest. Buffalo, New York. Raise your hand if you've been to Buffalo or you want to go to Buffalo. You're lying. Put your hand down right now.
Okay, a win for the Steelers is a win for, and you can go players too.
Yeah, I already got it. I got it. For loyal franchise owners.
Whoa.
3 head coaches in the history of this organization. 18 years with Mike Tomlin. I'm hearing that the Steelers fans aren't happy with Tomlin. They want him out of there. I tell you, Steelers fans, humble yourself because there are some dark, dark times for teams, and you haven't had them. Every single year for the last 18 years, you've had a chance to get into the playoffs. That's all you want. You haven't been Super Bowl contenders, but that's because of the roster. Mike Tomlin don't control the roster like that. I'm sure he has his input, especially on the defense, but it's up to the GM to do that. No, it's a win for loyal franchise owners.
I have a less on its face exciting one because this is a team that's won 2 in a row, now going for 3. The Chiefs win is a win for blank.
Football historians.
Oh, I was going to say history.
If you love the game, right, there are a few teams who have gone back-to-back. The Chiefs, the Patriots in 04, the Broncos in 98, Cowboys in 93, Niners in 89, Steelers in 75, Dolphins in 73, Packers in 76. If you want to see something done that hasn't been done before, if you love history, this one's for you.
Okay, let's see. I'll throw in one more team since we're up against the clock. I was going to go Eagles. If you have one that you want to get to for another team, though, feel free to veto that.
A Super Bowl win for the Eagles is a win for general managers who
that's a good answer.
took advantage of a situation and went out there and paid a man that another organization didn't feel was worthy of that check.
Yeah.
So that's a GM win. Good for you.
Also, Howie has done an amazing job overall building up that team.
He's done a great job.
Amazing executive, amazing front office with Philadelphia. All right, we are taking a quick break from football here. I know the Mariners haven't made an offseason move, but that's exactly why 2 ESPN analysts wrote back-to-back scathing reviews of their offseason. We'll tell you what they said next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Brock, if I'm giving out a credit pie for why the Seahawks finished with 10 wins, the number one player on my list would be Leonard Williams.
Ooh.
Leonard was awesome, man. What a dude.
Best free agent signing in Seahawks, certainly in this tenure, right? With John and Pete running the show over the last 15, 16 years.
Yep.
Bang for the buck, everything else. Best free agent signing and maybe in this town in a long
Well, and really came to life, obviously, in Mike McDonald's system.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey, I'll take advantage of a slower season to save money and get your roof replaced quickly. Riverside Roofing has openings, and they'll get your roof turned around fast. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Zeke Elliott has a new home. The Los Angeles Chargers plan to sign the running back to their practice squad this morning, pending a physical per ESPN. The Chargers face off against the Houston Texans on Saturday to open the wildcard round of the playoffs.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Talking Mariners, I sure wish I had a move to speak of. That would be a fun segment, right? Hey, the Mariners made a trade. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe who the Mariners just added. But unfortunately, we're talking about a Mariners team that hasn't done anything. Now, naturally, just behind the curtain, as someone who is in the show prep business, as all of us are, you kind of look and you go, what is there to talk about? And you look towards movement. You look towards action. You look towards stories. Sometimes not moving at all is a story, and that's where I feel like we're getting with the Mariners. The Mariners not making moves. The Mariners not making trades. The Mariners, I don't know, maybe being told no by people. I have no idea. That's becoming a story. It is becoming, I don't know if it's a red flag. I don't know if it's just something interesting, but it's becoming something because it has now been crickets the entire winter, the entire offseason for this team. 2 NFL analysts have noted and have posted some scathing reviews. The first was from Jeff Passenbump. This was yesterday. He said, whatever you want to call it, keep it simple, cheap ownership. The Mariners are actively blowing one of the best opportunities in baseball. He said they have a pitching rotation that's the envy of 29 other teams and a payroll where if they were to just add a bat or two would make them incredibly competitive. He said Seattle's 2 bats away from being a genuinely dangerous team. Prices and years are dropping. Bregman would be perfect. Alonso would bring middle-of-the-order juice. This should not be hard, but that's not how it works in Seattle. He said the Mariners spent most of the winter seeing what they could get for one of their starters, Luis Castillo. Sooner rather than later, they could find themselves in the same position as the Cubs, where trading prospects is the only way to acquire top-flight talent. He said the likelier outcome is the Mariners seek bargain contracts again and find themselves once again victimized by self-inflicted half measures. Brad Doolittle had a column today, and he said the organization's desperate for high-level winning, and desperation typically leads to a certain level of boldness. Seattle's past 23 seasons have yielded 2 playoff wins. Jerry DiPoto's time as GM has seen them win 51% of the time. He said, when you aim for the middle, don't be surprised when you land there. With risk comes at least the possibility of reward, and an organization that's never won anything really doesn't have that much to lose. This is scathing. Scathing from both.
It is. It puts in perspective what everyone else thinks. And I think everyone is aligned. If you follow this team regionally, if you follow the team nationally, you never look at the Mariners and really applaud anything they do during the offseason. Every now and then you'll get a strong clap, but then you look at the rest of the roster and you're trying to imagine a team that can really make a push to win the division or a World Series, and they've just never been that team, not for a while, 20-plus years or something like that. And when you see them not make moves, you start to lose belief more and more and more. You're seeing teams get better. You're seeing the young man from Japan go elsewhere. The hardest part about this, and I've said this before, is that we don't know how aggressive they're being. But obviously not aggressive enough because no one's coming here. No one wants to come here, and we realize you have to do this via trade. So it feels like you're just going to run this thing back. You're going to have a great rotation that will keep you in some ball games, but late you're not going to be able to win. What they're banking on, it feels like, Stacy, is that Julio is going to be one of the greatest players in the game. Does he have the potential to do that? All right, maybe. I think he has the potential to be in the upper third of the of talent in MLB for sure. But they're expecting him to take a leap that we just haven't seen. We saw him look great his rookie year, look good, decent his sophomore year, and then the junior year kind of stumble a little bit. I just don't agree with how they're doing things and how they're building. And it's become evident that everyone else sees exactly what they're doing and what they're not doing, and they're shining light on it. So when you have these national writers and people shining light on this situation, and I'm sure the presidents and all that stuff aren't just listening to them, they're doing their own research. Now you look desperate. Now when you want to make a move, now when you're sitting at the table trying to get things done, they're sitting back with their legs crossed like, what you got? Because we know that you need something from us. We don't necessarily need anything from you. We could use something from you, but we don't need anything from you.
253, MLB's trade market is telling you we don't want prospects, we want your pitchers, and Jerry Justin's unwillingness to move a pitcher with ownership's self-imposed payroll restrictions is going to cost more jobs in 2025. I do think they're kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. I don't disagree with the unwillingness to move on from George Kirby or Logan Gilbert. I don't mind that move. I don't mind the idea of we're elite at one thing. Let's not become above average there and below average somewhere else. You're so bad offensively and you're so inconsistent there that just adding one bat isn't enough. Your recipe for success, particularly in your park, is going to have to be that your pitchers remain as good as they possibly can and that you improve incrementally offensively. That's what you need to do.
Yep.
So I don't mind the approach. However, if no one's taking your prospects, you need to spend. That's where I see the rock and the hard place. If no one's taking your prospects and trades, you need to spend. This team, it would seem, has an unwillingness to spend, or another potentiality, people have an unwillingness to take your money. Both things are your fault. One is self-imposed restrictions on spending. And no, I'm not talking about going after Juan Soto. That's not just self-imposed. That's the reality of your situation. I'm talking about when you could be spending more and you limit your GM to, let's say, I don't know, $15 million. The other is, if you're offering free agents and they don't want to come to Seattle, you don't get to make that this woe is me excuse. You made it so. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people don't want to come play for you, the thing you need to ask yourself, if you're a common denominator there, and this has happened to you before in free agency, the thing you need to start to ask yourself is, why would a good free agent bat not want to come here? Is it the park? Fix the park. Is it your coaching staff? What can you do there? Is it your culture? How can you fix it? There comes a certain point where you need a level of accountability.
Here's the tough part about that. I agree with you 100%, but for all those things to change, things need to change at the higher levels, because you have who you are and your philosophy, and who they are and their philosophy has made them have how many winning seasons in a row. They're looking at that, patting themselves on the back and saying, hey, we're winning ball games.
Yeah.
Who they are and their philosophy, their personality has filled up T-Mobile Park more often than not and made them one of the more profitable organizations in the game. The only way real change is going to happen is if it happens up top. And it seems like, and I'm not calling for nobody's job. I'm not doing that. I don't do that. But what I'm saying is that, why expect anything different when you still have the same guys up top making the same decision? You reach a point in your career where you're balancing your checkbooks and you're in the green. You're not winning championships, but you're in the green and you're competitive enough. And when you get to this point of the offseason and the trend is exactly the same that it's been in the past years, now I just sit back and say, all right, here we go. Same old stuff. Let's see how this team performs. But the competitor, the analyst, and the fan in me, I'm going to be invested. I'm going to watch and say, maybe they do have that magical season that they're hoping for. And that's the thing. They're hoping on a magical season. You know when the announcers hop on the mic, it's been a magical season for whoever the heck. Magical means that you weren't supposed to be here. Now look at you. You struck gold, you found oil, and you got lucky.
You won a lotto ticket.
Which I hate having to depend on. And that's what it feels. That's what it seems like here. I don't expect much to change, but maybe that's what keeps us here. Maybe. What if they do? What if Julio balls out? What if Cal looks great? What if JP gets back to what he was? That's what keeps us here, but probabilities aren't that great.
3 things are interesting about this season to me. Number one, exactly what you said, that the Mariners simultaneously are incredibly frustrating to watch and so disappointing, but have also been so incredibly close. 4 winning seasons. Curtis, do you remember the number collectively? How many games shy of the playoffs over that time? Like 5, 4?
It's like 4.
Like a ridiculous number.
Yeah.
I mean, they are that close to being in the playoffs 4 consecutive times. Does that mean they're that close to being a World Series contender? No. In each of those years, there's been a number of other teams that have been better, but you are right on the verge. And it is the first time in the bulk of my lifetime that they've been that close. Obviously, 95. Many of us were either not alive or kids. And so while 95 means a lot to other people and the 90s Mariners mean a lot to other people, Curtis, you're a giant Mariners fan. You were how old in, 95, 96? Exactly. So
potty trained
right.
for like a year.
So for many generations of fans, this is the closest they've been to being consistently good. They haven't gone over the hump. So that part of it's true and that part of it's interesting. And you mentioned that, and I'm glad you did. The other 2 things that are interesting, one is this is the most aware fan bases have been in a long time. Last year, the Oakland A's were leaving no matter what fan protests were going to do. But there was, Jeff Passan, there were like major outlets and analysts talking about the morality of team ownership and what is owed of sports fans. And I don't remember those conversations always happening when I was younger. I think that there is a different view of sports, a critical view of sports, and like a morality, if that makes sense, that didn't exist before. And I also think Mariners fans are the angriest I can remember them being.
Man. I've been on this side of the mountains for 15 of them things now, 16 of them things.
Right.
And I could agree.
I'm sure you feel it.
This is the
angriest I can remember.
Because they've supported. Through thick and thin, they've showed up and they've supported. And they just want to be rewarded with the, even if it's the illusion of having a real chance. Not words. Not the words coming out of their mouth and saying, this is what we think this team is. But showing up to the ballpark and feeling like every game that you have a chance. Being down. Listen, I'm a Dodger fan. We could be down 4 or 5 runs with 3 innings to go. I think we still got a chance
We've seen it
to
happen.
get it done. Exactly. Freddie. Big ups, Freddie. Love you. Build a statue. All right. We have that feeling because we go out and spend money. Now, it's different market, L.A. It's easier to get guys that want to come to L.A. The weather's great. The ballpark is good. You get all these. It's L.A., right? So how do you change the perception of Seattle in this? It's not even Seattle, the city, because I think people don't mind the city. I think especially during the summertime and spring, early fall, this is a great place to be. You sold it there, but once rumors start circulating around the league about who your team is, how they function, the ballpark, the atmosphere, and all that stuff, you got to do things to change it. I forgot who I was talking to. He was, I wouldn't call him a scientist, but he dabs in that realm. And he goes, dude, I know it's an open ballpark, but if you just close the roof, like it changes the atmosphere in there, right? The ball is going to travel more. I go, well, show me your work and prove this to me. But just little things and coming out and saying that you're willing to try new things. Everything they say and everything they do signals we're just going to run this back and do what we've been doing. I respect anybody who is stubborn in their philosophy and stubborn in who they are because that means they believe. I genuinely think they believe this approach is going to happen. I genuinely think they believe there's enough on the roster right now, you just sprinkle in a few more, that they are going to be better. Then how come no one else believes that? I know you believe it, but how come no one else believes that? You got the city doesn't, the fans don't, the writers don't, other GMs don't. At some point, you got to look in the mirror and say, all right, let's switch it up a bit.
And you don't get to say over and over, we're so close without doing something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? oh, we're so close. We're so close. You wouldn't believe how close we are. And then you don't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you really believed that, which I think they do. I think Jerry Dipoto believes that. If you really believed that, I'd like to see you do something. So this is where I'm stuck. I think Jerry Dipoto does believe that. Why hasn't he done anything?
Yeah.
To me, it means they don't have enough money to spend. People are saying no, or maybe deals are falling through, or no one wants the prospects. It means they want to do something and haven't been able to. That's where we get to. So now, take a step back and look at all these things we just talked about. Fans angrier than ever. Baseball just more aware than ever. And communication has changed. Someone texted in and said, hey, when I was a kid, they said they're older than us. When I was a kid, people would be really angry at teams too. But social media exists now and didn't before. There are national conversations happening in a way that didn't happen before. This team is closer than it's been in a really long time. And yet aren't doing anything. It's a fascinating story.
Yeah, it is.
It infuriates me. It fascinates me. This team, we could be talking about a team making a crazy playoff run if they would just add a bat or two, as Jeff Passan said, but they haven't. Why?
You know what's interesting, too, and an angle I haven't really thought about until right now, relationships. Presidents, general managers, whatever the sport, whatever you're doing, when it comes down to trading and getting things done, relationships matter. What's Dipoto's relationship like with the rest of the league? What's Justin's relationship like with the rest of the league? Like, why are teams hesitant to want to deal with the Seahawks? Is it their approach? Is it what they have? Like, what is it? Because you got to be able to finesse some situations sometimes. You got to be able to feel like, all right, we got them. I moved with integrity, but we won this one because of our relationship. I think that matters, too, and that's something that needs to be evaluated.
That's a really good one. Yeah, like what are those relationships like? Does Baseball America value the Mariners prospects more than some other teams do? And Curtis, do you know offhand, are there just not a lot of prospects being moved in trades? Is that also something that we're seeing this offseason? I should have double-checked that before we dove into this.
There haven't been a ton of, my 5 top prospects for your one big leaguer.
I really did think that the Mariners building back up their farm system again would be able to help them supplement their team, and it has not in any way. It's really been kind of like, can you trade a big league piece? And if you're not willing to, can you spend? And they clearly seem unwilling to do that, or players are unwilling to take that money. There's a world where Julio's an MVP, and in 6 months, we're just talking about how much fun we're having. Like, that's a world that exists, right? There's also a world where we head into a season. This infield is massively disappointing. There are all kinds of mistakes. And we're infuriated because George Kirby will throw, a wonderful game, allow 2 hits, and this team will lose, 1-0. And we'll be saying, I told you so. And I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to be there. Not with how close this team has been. And final bit of important context, not with what fans have been sold for the last 4 years, which was a rebuild. Hey, we're going to do this the right way. We are going to tear down what doesn't work and build back up, and then when the time is right, we're going to add pieces. Where's that final part?
Still waiting.
It's fascinating.
In the waiting room.
I could talk about it endlessly. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory. Going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what offense do you feel the Hawks can run according to their current roster? I love this one.
I'm looking at offenses in the NFL and looking at personnel, and if they were to add maybe one piece of this offensive line, I'm looking at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that's what I think this team could be. You have a second-chance quarterback in Gino. You got one in Baker over there. Gino threw the ball 8 more times than Baker did. I'm not saying don't throw the football. Baker completed 71% of his passes. Gino completed 70% of his passes. Still, while being the 4th leading rushing team in the game, they got Bucky Irvin over there. They got Rashad White. You got Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet, and Kenny McIntosh, or any of those two can be your 1-2 combo. Then you have a number 1 receiver in Mike Evans. Mike is big, but he's not extremely fast. And then they have their tight end as their second leading receiver. I'm not asking for the tight end here to be the second leading receiver, but I need him to be in the mix, all while being the 10th play action team. They run play action the 10th most times in the game. The Hawks are down at the bottom third. I look at the style at which they play. They get under center. They do play action. You have a 1-2 combo over there. I'm looking at Baker Mayfield's charts and where he likes to throw the football, intermediate to long. The style just fits. I understand that it's in Tampa. It's a bit warm over there. That does affect the game. But if I could, with this current roster, if they could run what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are running over there, because I think personnel, they're close. Tampa does have like the number 8 ranked offensive line when you look at PFF. I think it's comparable. I think it's something they should look at. But it's just a style. We'll see what that OC does when he gets here.
Second down. What would you like to see from whoever the next OC is?
You have to find ways to isolate receivers. You have to find ways to get DK the ball when he needs the ball, to get Jason in the ball, get the ball when he needs the football. And I've mentioned this before. I want to see bunch formations, stack formations. You layer the heck out of your formations and your routes. That makes it tough for the defense to cover. A lot of the times it's 2x2. You're straight up running out in the slam. It was a bit basic at times, but I did see some layers at times as well. I want an offensive coordinator who understands what this game is today. And if you can get guys going east to west, you can high-low them. It paints a pretty picture for your quarterback, and it allows you to isolate your receiver and get him the football. We need DK to have, like the texter yesterday, we need DK to have 2 or 3 shots a game. How do you do that? Layer the heck out of the defense in your route combinations.
Third down. What is the most attractive head coaching job in the NFL?
I'm not going to say what you think I'm going to say. I'm not going to say it. Everyone's looking at Chicago. Oh, you got Caleb Williams over there. You got all these offensive weapons.
Are you going to say the Jets?
You know what else? Oh, heck no.
Okay.
You know what else you have over there? You got the Lions who ain't going nowhere. The Packers who ain't going nowhere. Sure. The Vikings who are probably going to lock it down with Sam Darnold. I'm not saying run from competition, but it's an attractive position. But what we've learned over the past few seasons is that if you don't get it done within 1 or 2 years, you're going to get fired. And the Bears is like a 3 to 4 year job, I believe, because of what's going on in the division. It's got to be the New England Patriots. It's the Patriots. You have the 3rd pick in the first round this year. You already have a quarterback in Drake May who exceeded my expectations. You have a defense that's better than Chicago when it comes to overall defense. They do give up 3 more points than Chicago does a year. Then you're looking at the division. The Jets ain't going to be nothing. The Dolphins are struggling. The Bills are good. You got Josh Allen, but on paper, they just don't wow you. I think the New England Patriots is the job. Robert Kraft messed up and fired his guy 1 year in. And I think he fired him 1 year in because he believed or found out that he just wasn't ready for the job. There was something he did that believed that he wasn't ready. You get an established offensive coach with the New England Patriots. You got a young quarterback over there in a division that can be got. Yes, the Bills are running this, but it's better than having to go through the gauntlet of the Lions, the Packers, the Vikings. Money talks. I know a good coordinator is going to go to the Bears, but I'm looking at the New England Patriots, and I'd go there if I was a hot shot.
4th down. Who do you expect to make the biggest jump performance-wise with the new OC?
Offensive line, it's easy, right? Offensive line.
Go.
Can you do some things to help your offensive line? I want to see a bit more half rolls. That's how you mess with the pocket a bit when you're dealing with an offensive line who's struggling. You get them moving left to right. You anticipate the slants that might be coming from the defensive line, and you allow your quarterback to move a bit. When you're so straight up, you're like just a sitting duck in Lake Washington, and someone's sitting on top of the Space Needle with a sniper ready to get you. That'd be a heck of a shot if you were able to do that. But you're just a sitting duck. Move that pocket a little bit. The offensive line has to make the biggest jump. If they don't make the biggest jump, why did we get rid of Grubb? Why did you fire him? There's got to be some movement there. I also think they'll address that position in the draft and during the offseason. I expect them to attack it full force. But, yeah, it's easy. Offensive line.
All right. We are going to get to the timeline here. Talk NFL at noon with the Athletics' Ted Wynn. Before we get to it, I'm getting into a Julio debate. Mariners conversations always bring up Julio debates, and I feel like I want to do a PSA about Julio. Bump saying the best case for this team is Julio playing like an MVP is because Julio is maybe the only player on this roster with the potential to do that. Just because Julio has been wildly inconsistent and had not a great year last season, despite what the final numbers are, does not mean he can't potentially do that. So when you talk about what the Mariners can potentially do and what Jerry DiPoto might be, fingers crossed, hoping happens, Julio is central to that story for a reason. That's all. I was just saying.
Look at him. He's got the most potential in this team. You ain't asking Turner if he comes back to be that guy. You're not asking Kyle to be that guy.
Yeah.
Who is the guy with the most potential on this roster right now? It's got to be the 21-year-old.
Yeah, someone said he's a good player, but he's not the phenom y'all built him up to be. I don't know who y'all is, all of baseball?
Who y'all?
Like this was like one of the most highly touted prospects in baseball. This is someone that national experts and voices were talking about. This is someone having talent is something people who know baseball can recognize. What you do with the talent and whether you can apply that consistently and be clutch and meet the moment is another story. What all of baseball has told you about Julio is this guy's crazy talented. That's all we're saying. You got to start somewhere. Can Julio apply that consistently? Can he meet the moment? That's a story that's still unfolding. You're waiting to see it. The idea that he doesn't have a baseline level of talent, though, be real.
It's ridiculous.
Be so for real.
Uncivilized.
All right. We are jumping to the timeline next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
10 wins. Nice launching pad for this team moving forward. And I think a big part of moving forward would be this guy remaining in a Seahawks uniform. Ernest Jones is with us.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think both sides, want to get something done. We just got to come to a mutual agreement, and and whatever those numbers or whatever those situations may be, that's what that's going to be. But I think both sides are working towards that, and I think it will.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. Yeah, the end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. Justin believes everything about doing the right thing begins and ends with Lee Johnson's company culture. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, March 13th. It's Keith Sweat. The legendary R&B artist, Keith Sweat. Get your tickets while they last at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Keith Sweat, March 13th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
Getting back to that Julio Rodriguez conversation in 15 minutes. First, we're going to the timeline. We're going to start with college football. Urban Meyer. I love this guy. Just constantly giving takes. Actually, no, not enough, but constantly giving material. Urban Meyer has a hot take, Bump, about the state of college football.
Take out the previous 15 years of domination by the SEC. Georgia, Notre Dame had better athletes. They were a much better football team. Ohio State, Tennessee. Ohio State had much better athletes than the University of Tennessee. Illinois, South Carolina. Illinois had better athletes than South Carolina. What in the hell is going on? I mean, something there's, but then, we'll get to the recruiting rankings and transfer portal rankings. And I'm anxious to see the NFL draft this year because normally speaking, Rob, NFL draft, I would always tell our staff, other than championships are number one. NFL draft is the indicator of how you're doing in recruiting. And you can change the helmets on these teams and say those are all SEC teams like it used to be. But the question is, the SEC dominance over? It is. It's over. Now, next year's another year. Next year's another year. But for 2 years, it's over.
Yeah. And
the Wolverines, it wasn't even close.
Taking care of Alabama down in Tampa. Texas A&M lost to USC.
Well. Urban Meyer saying SEC dominance has been over for 2 years now. I mean, had Texas not switched conferences, it would be having a very interesting conversation here. But we're not talking about Georgia. We're not talking about Bama unless it's why they don't deserve to be in the college football playoff. Ohio State played like the best team in the country against Oregon. And Oregon, also not an SEC team, was number one heading into that game. We're having very different conversations, not just during the college football playoffs, but when we enter the draft, which the SEC used to have a stronghold on. What say you?
I think that's the main point that hits the hardest, is that you're going to find out when the draft comes around where the talent is. Top three quarterbacks that are ranked right now. You got Shadur Sanders, Big 12. You got Cam, ACC, and then Jalen Monroe snuck in there with the SEC. And this is all from the hip. Let's go to running backs. Mm-hmm. This is from my NFLDraftList.com. I use them all the time for my draft analysis. Ashton Jeanty, number one running back. Mountain West, Amarion Hampton, ACC, Caleb Johnson, Big 12, top 3. All right, let's go to wideout. I think this is where they might hop in. SEC might hop in. You got McMillan, Big 12. Have Luther Burden, Mizzou, SEC. And then you got Trey Harris, SEC, Emeka, SEC. This is where you really find out. But they always dominate here. Defensive line. SEC is a defensive line freaking factory. But the top 2 ranked defensive linemen are from Michigan and from Penn State. We're going to find out during the draft what the NFL thinks about the talent. And I think we're finding out during the college football playoff that it ain't what it used to be. I mean, Bama just got smacked by Michigan. Ole Miss was crying and doing all that stuff. They lost a couple of games to some teams that were unworthy. I like this. I'm not ready to say it's over for the SEC because I think that their alumni, their collective, can be motivated by this year. And when you want to rally the troops, you go down to the SEC, you stand on a podium at some random park, and people are going to show up and they will support their teams. That's what they have to rely on now. These other programs are relying on just rich alumni, 3 to 5 men or women that just have a whole bunch of money. Most SEC programs don't have that, but what they do have is the support of their community and their states.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to see how they respond. I like Urban's comments. We'll find out during the draft exactly where all the talent is, but I think we're just getting started, and I think the SEC has an opportunity to kind of bounce back.
I agree with you. Working in the SEC's favor is obviously a very rich history. I would say a media bias, the fact that Alabama could come back this upcoming season with 4 wins, and it would be one of the top stories on ESPN every week because people would be like, what's happening? So there's still a lot of focus on it, and also football culture in the Southeast is different.
It's different.
So geographically, there's just different. There are more players come from the Southeast, Texas and California, obviously, but the Southeast, a huge concentration of football talent. Somewhere there is a kid who grows up in Florida who wants to stay in Florida. Somewhere there's a kid who grows up in Mississippi, who grows up in Alabama, grows up in Georgia, and they want to stay home, and they want to stay close to family. And oh, lo and behold, there's some fantastic SEC programs there. So they're always going to have that in their favor, but you're right. NIL makes it interesting. The growth of the Big Ten makes it interesting. And I would say the spotlight for different reasons on a team like Oregon or more recently on a team like Colorado make that very interesting.
Yeah, the money's going to mix things up, and the personalities that the college game is attracting as well. We got Deshaun Jackson, who's a head coach at Delaware State. Now, obviously, you have Deion Sanders. I think the leadership is going to change because the personalities and the landscape of college football is changing. But now let's go back. Let's go and look at the top 20 recruits in 2025 or 2024 that are going to certain schools. Number 1 recruit in the country is going to Ohio State. Number 2, Georgia. Number 3, Florida. Number 4, Florida. Number 5, Auburn. Number 6, Mizzou. Number 7, Nebraska. Then we got Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia. They're still getting these dudes. They're still getting them. Now, this is out of high school. So if they're still getting these guys out of high school, that means that their farm system is looking good right now. It's the sophomores, juniors who have played somewhere, who have played at these schools, now can be snatched from them. This is where the SEC has to stand its ground, and I think they can. It's because you're going to get the guys out of high school because you're still an SEC school and you have that allure of winning a national championship. This all these kids know. That's what they've grown up on. All right, you're going to get those guys, but now you got to retain your dudes. You got to retain the number 2 receiver, the number 2 defensive lineman, number 2 offensive lineman who hasn't been getting these rests throughout the season. That's where they can make their money. But to say that the SEC is dead, I'm not ready to say that because I've been on the football field with them hogs out there, and they just differ.
Next story, Jags team owner Shad Khan gave a very awkward answer about GM Trent Baalke's job security.
If they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
Now, why is that awkward? Because Trent is on that Zoom call with him. So I want you to hear this again, knowing that Trent is also sitting there hearing this exact answer.
If they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, I mean, you want to do it, okay?
Now, I by no means am like on Trent's side here. I was also surprised to hear that he was retained, and there were plenty of reports. Jordan Schultz had a number of them from people around the NFL going, why is Trent still there? That being said, I felt physically uncomfortable knowing that Trent is on this Zoom call with him, just staring at the camera, hearing him say, yeah, if you make a good case for me hiring a new GM, I can't find a reason to tell you no.
That's some real stuff. That's some gangster stuff right there.
He said, I'm a billionaire.
That's getting caught on three-way back in the day, talking about somebody, and the homies on three-way.
Did you ever try to do that?
I got caught up that way
what
one
happened?
time. I felt so bad, man. So bad.
Oh, I know what happened. I've heard this story.
Girl called me, and then she was trying to hook me up with her homegirl. And I'm a nice dude, but for some reason, I just let it fly.
Oh, no.
And she was on the line, and I felt so horrible. But they should have known. They should have known that wasn't my type.
Did you ever, say anything to her or apologize?
The thing is, we were cool. And I did say sorry to her, and, she was cool. But I know she looked at me different ever since then.
Oh, man.
That's when I learned my first lesson. Like, hey, don't do it. Unless you're talking to a person face to face and there's no wiretaps and stuff, don't say it.
Can I tell you the funniest thing that I heard from my best friend? You guys are going to, on its face, think it's silly, but I actually think it's a good way to live. She said that one of her New Year's resolutions, because we watch a lot of Real Housewives, and they do confessionals. You guys ever watch reality TV, and they'll have a scene where they do a confessional and they're by themselves and they talk all this trash.
Right.
And then they'll air that at the reunion and they'll be like, why'd you say that? And everyone gets caught saying mean things. So she was like, in honor of all the reality TV I watch, I want to live my life as though everyone I know is watching what I say about someone, or it could be played back for them.
Yeah.
So making sure at all times, and I was like, you know what? It sounds kind of silly because you're making a Real Housewives comparison. I like Real Housewives, but that's not a bad way to live.
I'm not mad at that.
What if your conversation about this person was being filmed and they would see it later?
I ain't mad at that.
I thought that was pretty good. All right. What does a successful 2025 look like for Julio Rodriguez? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Mike McDonald does not mess around. Not at all. And if you don't fit, you don't stick. A couple of linebackers, an offensive coordinator, safeties, corners, linemen who lost jobs. He wants it done his way. And I like that.
I think ultimately this just feels like, hey man, Mike McDonald's got this kind of conviction. And I don't suffer fools. And if you're not going to buy in or you don't have the tools that work with what I want to do, we're going to move on.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures, using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases. I've found that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
When searching for the most advanced prostate cancer treatment, excellent outcomes, minimal side effects, and a short treatment course, CyberKnife at Swedish is top of the list. Swedish CyberKnife patients report a better quality of life both during and after treatment. Swedish CyberKnife treats patients from all over the Pacific Northwest. So if you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Hey everyone, G. Scott here. If you're looking to make 2025 your healthiest year yet, sign up for the Safeway Sincerely Health app today. Earn rewards for healthy choices and get discounts on groceries and health products at Safeway stores. Plus, you can track goals and get personalized meal plans. It's never been easier to stay on top of your health. Let's all commit to better wellness today. Download the Safeway Sincerely Health app for free and start the journey to a healthier you.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
When we were talking in our 11 a.m. segment about what the Mariners would need to count on in order to have a successful 2025 season, Julio Rodriguez playing like an MVP was atop the list. The text line started to respond, Bump, with people, obviously, Julio kind of made himself a polarizing figure, popping off about whether or not he had it in him to do that. And because that response came, I figured it's what people might want to talk about. So it's also our last Mariner segment. I wanted to be able to just focus on it a little bit. We'll start with what a successful 2025 looks like for Julio. For me, it's less about a particular number, though I'd love, 30-plus home runs, 35 home runs, and it's more about consistency. I want the end-of-season numbers to look good and feel good, because last year's end-of-season numbers look fine in hindsight. If you went through the season, though, you know that there were some massive slumps.
Yeah, and that kind of goes into what I want to see is that I just want to see a fast start. It's every year it seems like he just comes out a little sluggish. We've heard management talk about it. Maybe it's the weather. He's from a warm climate. He's not used to that. We got to give him time to warm up. listen, whatever he has to do, get more hacks in spring training then. Change your approach. If you know this about your player as an organization, what are you going to do to make sure that he's ready to go? Let's see what Dan does. This is going to be his first time having Julio this offseason. I'm with you. Mine is just let's come out and look like we're prepared. His first games, he goes 0 for 4 first game. 1 for 4, 1 for 3, 1 for 5. Then he goes 0 for. Didn't have his first multi-hit game until you're about, 7, 8 games in. I get it. Now it's hard to hit that baseball. I understand. And then once you get to the warmer weather, he starts to warm up a little bit. We got to find something. He's got to find something. His trainer's got to find something. How do we get Julio going early and not have to depend on the bottom of the order?
Would you be surprised if I said that 70% of texters right now on the Mac and Jack's text line are lacking faith that Julio can be MVP, lacking faith that Julio is a really high caliber player? I'm seeing the reason I wanted to talk about it is because I disagreed, but also because I was like, well, people are responding. Clearly it's a topic that's of interest to people, right? It's yeah, I care what I think and I think I'm right, but it's an important topic. Are you surprised to hear that there are so many people that are like, Julio's not good. He's fooled us. I think there's a growing number of people that are disappointed almost.
No, because I think when you get paid that much that early, naturally your expectations just shoot up. And I think people want to see him perform at an MVP level, not have MVP moments. They want to have an MVP progression throughout the season. Just get better and get better. You're going to have your down games or whatnot. But you can't have streaks where you're over for 4, 5, 6, 7 games or something like that. I'm not even sure if he did that or not.
But it felt like it.
It felt like it at times, right?
It felt like it.
You want to feel like every time he's at the plate, he has a chance to make something happen. Where it felt like Julio at times went through those stretches where you didn't have any faith. You're like, he's in a slump. Well, we'll see him going to ground into a double play. He's going to swing too hard. That was his knock, right? He's swinging too hard, swinging off his shoes. His balance is all jacked up. So just eliminating those moments, because those are the ones that are going to stick and remain with people when you are the team that the Mariners are, a team that does just enough to keep you winning but can't really finish the deal. So you're going to be like, why didn't we get this done? You're going to go back to the feelings that Julio gave you when he was slumping and not hitting the rock.
Okay, your choices for this game are Julio or Griffey. And I'm going to say a category. You tell me who has more through his first 4 seasons, okay?
I like these games.
Hits.
Griffey.
Julio. Home runs.
Griffey.
Julio. RBI.
Julio.
Stolen bases.
Julio.
We're sensing a pattern. Now, if you go to on base percentage, it's Griffey. Not by a ton, but an important amount. Slugging, it's still Griffey, though. Again, all of these are really similar. 467 slugging for Julio, 479 for Griffey. OPS, 801 for Julio, which is still solid. 847 for Griffey, which is crazy. OPS plus 130 to 135. So Griffey has the edge there. But in hits, home runs, RBI, stolen bases, WAR, it's Julio with the advantage. So this is not me saying that Julio is better than Griffey. Julio has not proven what Griffey did, which is that he's one of the best players of all time. What Julio has proven is that he is potentially the most talented player the Mariners have had in 20 years. I mean, ever Curtis, easily since A-Rod, in terms of pure talent, pure ability.
Him and Felix.
Yeah. But as far as a hitter, pure talent.
Bat-wise, yes.
Yeah, bat-wise, potential, ability, easily in 20 years. It doesn't mean he's proven it. I think because Julio was so highly touted and we were like, yo, Julio could be something special. And he does have so much talent. The bar raises so high that when it's not met, people jump to oh, he must be a bust. Julio frustrates me when in a clutch moment he can't be the guy. I want an MVP. I want the good player. I want the hero to show up in a big moment. And Julio far too often didn't meet those clutch moments in a way that it felt like Cal did. So I understand that feeling of disappointment.
Cal's definitely had more clutch moments.
1,000%. But in terms of who can you bet on and why can you bet on him, it's Julio, and it's because of what he's done in his first 4 seasons. Those are really good numbers. He just needs to do it consistently and in the biggest moments. That's his problem.
Yeah, here's my question, too, is how was Griffey supported in the order, too? What were his expectations coming in as, an 18, 19-year-old? Like, what was the order like around him? Was he expected to carry the torch like Julio is right now at a young age?
Not in the exact same way.
He was able to kind of ease into this thing, so they weren't really stressing over a 19-year-old going out there and having his bad days. To where when you get that money thrown around and you're not supported, and people are looking at this lineup and they see Julio Rodriguez, the highest paid guy on this team, they expect greatness now. Hitting a baseball is one of the hardest things to do in sports. It is tough, man. You are going to fail more than you succeed, and the mental part of this game is different. It's a one-on-one battle with the pitcher, and that's why we see these guys from the minors take so long to come up here and have success, right? We've seen 26-year-old rookies, 27-year-old rookies, because there's a mental battle that you have to go through to accept this failure, but realize that certain situations, this is all I need to do. I just need to push this one into right field. I don't need to hit this home run. I don't need to swing for the fences. And we're watching him go through it in real time.
Yep.
I think this year is the first year for me where I'm going into the season thinking, all right, now you got to go.
Exactly. That's the thing, right? Is what conversation are we really having about Julio in 2025? I am not having a conversation that Julio is just simply not good. And I don't think that conversation is fair when you look at what he's accomplished in his first 4 seasons. Here are numbers in your face to back it up. And you can say whatever you want about, like, well, I don't remember Griffey having slow starts into the season. Okay, well, Julio still goes God mode at times. Like, there is an unreal amount of talent there. The reason you need to acknowledge that is because then the onus is on the Mariners and on Julio to exploit it. If you go into the seasons, Julio's just bad, he's not a good player, then no, you shouldn't have any expectations for the Mariners. If you go into the season saying, Julio's really talented, hey, Julio, hey, Mariners, what are you going to do about it? Then there's a level of accountability. Then there's a level of potential excitement. I'm sorry, I think it's a more honest way to look at baseball and a more honest way to look at this team. And it puts more pressure on this team to actually do something. I'm telling you, are you just going to waste all of Julio's entire career, not only not pushing him to get better, but which I'm sure they're trying, but not adding pieces around him, like you said, Bump? It's just, like, let's have a for real conversation about Julio. And, again, to your point, Bump, when the season starts, if Julio's not starting fast, Julio, man, you're running out of excuses.
Yeah, his 4th year.
You only got a certain amount of time to be great. You got to meet it.
See what you do. Didn't he got Rookie of the Year, didn't he?
He did.
Yes.
And he also was like 4th in MVP. Was that his first season or second?
Season. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I just think there's way more interesting conversations to have about Julio that are not, is Julio talented? Like, I think that the answer to that one is obviously yes, and it doesn't interest me. Can Julio do something with it, and can the Mariners do something with it?
Support him like you do quarterbacks,
way more
man.
Interesting. Yeah.
Support him like, get him off his line.
Speaking of quarterback, speaking of offensive line, we're heading back to the NFL with Ted Wynn. That's next.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more
more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stings that just will never come out.
Pour down in the rinse straight.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We are
Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here. We love our community.
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup. Your
stress-free
dealership.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Zeke Elliott has a new home. The Chargers plan to sign the running back to their practice squad this morning. This is pending a physical per ESPN. The Chargers face off against the Houston Texans on Saturday afternoon to open the wild card round of the playoffs.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook hotline, it's the Athletics' Ted Wynn. Hey, Ted, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Obviously, some breaking news here earlier this week, yesterday, for the Seahawks. That would be the firing of Ryan Grubb. Some people were surprised. They thought that a first-year coordinator would end up getting a little more time. I know others weren't because conversations had been growing about criticism about Seattle's offense. I'll start with what, Ted, did you see from Seattle's offense in its first year under Grubb?
Yeah, I would say I was surprised too. I mean, I think especially when a coach is making a jump from the college ranks, there is going to be an adjustment period. It's just two totally different games. And, I thought we saw a lot of some of the college tendencies in the Seattle offense. For example, in college, you could just stay in shotgun. You don't have to mix up your personnel and formations as much. The Seahawks were fourth highest in usage of 11 personnel, 3 receiver sets. They were in shotgun on 77% of their plays. That's the 8th highest. 28th in motion usage, so the offense was very static. 5th in no huddle. 5th in RPO usage. 30th in design rollouts. So Gino was just kind of in the same spot a lot. And it's a lot of some of the stuff you see in college, and it works fine. And obviously, that type of offense worked really well when Washington got into the national championship. But I think in the NFL, you have to be more varied as far as using motion, getting your quarterback off his spot, just mixing up more personnel and then formations. And I think the Seahawks did some of that a little later in the year, but I guess it was just too little too late. I thought he would get a little bit more grace, but this is a prove-it league, and things move fast.
Hey, what did you make of Gino's performance? It's hot or cold over here. You look at his total yards for the season, his completion percentage, you can say, all right, good year. But then you look at his touchdown to interception ratio, and that's what people kind of lean on when they're looking at the negative when it comes to Gino. You can't ignore it. It's there. But overall, how would you assess Gino's year?
Like I said, the final stats don't look good, but when you look at the Seattle offensive line and how much pressure he had to deal with, I think he played as well as he could under the circumstances. He did have very good receivers, but at the same time, we've seen constant pressure really crush quarterbacks. After a while, when you're just getting pressured, the amount that you're getting pressured, your play just goes down, and we see some quarterbacks do that. But to Gino's credit, I thought he kept on fighting. I thought he kept on staying strong in the pocket, and even in that last game, you saw him be able to navigate through some pressure and make plays. And Seattle was going against the Rams, second, third string defense, and they're still getting pressure, and Gino was still able to deal with it. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm also surprised at the Ryan Grubb firing was maybe I thought they were going to give him a chance to call the offense and with a improved offensive line, hopefully with a good offseason. So to me, Gino's grade I think I would give it a good grade just based on the pressure and having to deal with that the entire season.
With the offensive line for the Seahawks, did you see it as overall a personnel issue? I know that they dealt with injuries. We had another reporter on who we asked for a grade for the offensive line, and he said C-, which is probably higher than some people would give, but he said they had to overcome injuries. They improved a little bit as the year went on. What did you see when you saw this offensive line? Because, Ted, you have to watch every offensive line, so I'm curious as to how it compared.
Yeah, I think to me it's the interior that needs to improve the most. I mean, that's the hardest thing to deal with for a quarterback is when you're getting interior pressure, because when you have pressure on the edges, you could step up and do some things athletically to avoid those pressures. But when you have pressure up the middle constantly, it's just very hard to deal with. So I think coming into the offseason, and I know they had multiple injuries at center and at guards and at all the positions, but I think I think that has to be the number one priority is fixing the interior of that line.
DK is he's up for extension, and we're trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen here. He has a big cap hit. You got Gino with a cap hit. You got Tyler Lockett with a cap hit. We assume that he's probably not going to be here. If you are the new offensive coordinator for the Seahawks, is it a priority to keep DK, or do you feel like they'll shop him out a little bit and see what they can get?
I'm not super familiar with the Seahawks cap situation moving on next year, but I think if signing DK to a big extension stops you from really trying to invest a lot of capital into the offensive line, then I would shop DK and see what you get. But if you can extend him and you could also have enough space to kind of find some free agents for that offensive line, then I would do that.
Is there a trend you really appreciate with play callers around the NFL right now? I ask because the Seahawks are going to be shopping for a new one, with Mike McDonald being the play caller defensively. And I think there's an assumption that fans have of like, oh, they're going to be a run-first team. But I think Mike McDonald's just trying to find someone who philosophically agrees with him on a couple different things. Are there trends that might intrigue a young defensive head coach around the league?
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a old, cliche giving type of football analyst, but I think the way the league is moving now and how defenses are trending, they're getting smaller, playing a ton of too high defenses and kind of daring you to run. I think the best teams in the league right now are finding ways to run the ball, and it's not just outside zone like it's been in the last few years. Some of the really good teams have a very varied running attack that they could run gap schemes, they could run traps, they could run outside zone, and they could do a really good job of marrying the run and play action passes. So just finding a offensive coordinator that could really bolster up this run game, and that also helps the offensive line. So I think finding somebody like that could that's where the league is trending now.
The running back situation is interesting over here. K9 has the most talent in this running back room. But over the last few weeks, we got to see Zach Charbonnet get downhill and run with authority. We saw Kenny McIntosh do the same thing. When you look at that three-headed monster over here, would you be willing to get rid of one? Or do you think that you give Ken Walker another go at this and see if he can acclimate to this new offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ken Walker's talent is just it's worth that. It's worth trying to really get him acclimated with whatever offense you want to run, and just it's funny because I compare Kenneth Walker's running style. I call him the Russell Wilson of running backs because he's going to make those spectacular plays, but he does it in his own way, an unorthodox way, and sometimes that leads to negative plays that you don't want as well. But if he could just be a little bit more disciplined and run where he's supposed to instead of trying to make a 50-yard run out of every single run, he could be one of the top running backs in the league. But so far we haven't seen that yet, and hopefully he kind of gets the message, especially seeing how Charbonnet is running, that you don't have to try to make an explosive run on every run. Sometimes it's okay to just bang your head in the wall and get 3 or 4 yards.
Hey, so we have, and all of these men are unrelated in their jobs and teams, but Gerard Mayo was fired after 1 year as head coach. Rand Carthon was fired after 2 as GM of the Titans. Ryan Grubb obviously fired after 1 year as OC here. There have been other firings around the league of people after 1 or 2 seasons. But these 3 in particular, I feel like people have been talking about a little bit more, especially locally when it comes to the latter. Is there one, Mayo, Carthon, or Grubb, that surprised you the most?
I thought Carthon was surprising because they were so enthusiastic about getting him a couple of years ago, and he had decent drafts, and I think what ultimately kind of was the nail in the coffin was just the trade for Ladarius Sneed and the big contract for Calvin Ridley. But at the same time, I think I'd like my GM to take big swings, and I think what they were trying to do was really give Will Levis the best chance he could to prove that he could be the quarterback, and he ultimately flamed out. But at the same time, I think that was a good move to try to set him up for success and see what you have in him. And now you know what you have in him, and he just doesn't seem like the guy. But at the same time, you have the number 1 pick overall. So I just thought it was a pretty quick pull for the Titans. He took the swing and he swung out, but at the same time, I want my general managers to be a little bit aggressive. So I was just surprised at how quickly they moved on from him.
Offensive line, it's hard to find some big boys. And Stacy and I have been sitting here trying to figure out, okay, if they have this roster, obviously they're going to add and subtract some guys to that offensive line. But is there a situation that you see that's similar to the Seahawks in the NFL? someone that they can mimic, maybe someone who was where they were a couple of years ago and look at them now so the Hawks and the 12s can see that light at the end of the tunnel and say, okay, we saw someone else be in the same situation to get it done. We can do the same.
Well, I mean, you look at the Chargers, who had one of the kind of a similar situation where they came into the year with some depth issues. They got hit by a ton of injuries last year, and then you get into the draft, and there was a big debate at the top of the draft whether the Chargers should take a tackle or should they take a receiver, because it was a very vaunted receiver class at the top, and they ended up taking Joe Alt, and then they get Ladd McConkey in the second round, and Ladd McConkey ends up being one of the most productive receivers anyways. But I think that's a similar situation where they drafted a tackle highly. He comes in and he plays lights out, and they still have some issues in the interior line, but they have 2 bookend tackles for presumably the next 10 years. So I think obviously the Seahawks have a very good one in Charles Cross, and I think they could spend a lot of capital, whether it's in free agency or the draft to shore up that line. And I think, to me, Trey Smith, the guard from Kansas City, he's going to be a free agent, and I think he'd be a great fit in Seattle. And if they have the cap space to try to offer him a big contract, I think that would do wonders for this offensive line.
All right, last question for me, and we got to look, of course, at the NFL playoffs. Unfortunately, the Seahawks not playing, but there are lots of really interesting teams that are on the playoff slate this weekend. Ted, you watch a lot of film. Is there a team that stands out to you as like, I am fascinated to see what they look like in the postseason and how far they go?
Yeah, I think the Washington Commanders are a very interesting team, obviously, because they have Jaden Daniels, who's presumably going to win Offensive Player of the Year. And he's been so clutch this entire year. It just seemed like every time Washington needed a play, he would end up making one with his legs or extending plays. So I'm just really curious to see how he performs in the playoffs. I thought Cliff Kingsbury did a pretty good job of making some adjustments in that offense and helping that offense kind of get back on track later in the year. And the defense started playing better too. This was a team some people was a little bit optimistic about coming into the season, but a lot of people didn't think they were going to make much noise. So I'm really curious to see how they perform and how Jaden Daniel does in the playoffs. It could be a dangerous team.
He is the Athletics' Ted Wynn, kind enough to join us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Thanks, Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
Thank you.
I thought for sure Ted would say Vikings because I know how much you love watching that offense. And Ted, I know, like his whole thing is like breaking down tape and kind of looking at the X's and O's. And I fully expected that, but still a really good answer. I think that this is actually, before we get to headline rewrites, a fascinating group in the NFL playoffs. There's so many storylines.
Yeah, there are, man. You have the dominance of the North.
Sure.
You got the best, 7th seed we've seen in a while in the Green Bay Packers.
Easy.
How did you get there? You played in the North. That's how you got there. You got a team like the Texans who just snuck in this thing. No one's really expected much from them. They went through a bunch of injuries, and they're going to be in the mix as well. Can Lamar Jackson finally get the monkey off his back and go to a Super Bowl? Josh Allen, Mr. Blue Collar, who's probably going to win the MVP, got his team there. The Chiefs, who are the luckiest one-loss team that we've ever seen, but do just enough to win in these situations. And then you have the Rams. Like, who are the Rams for real? We saw them put up 40-something points against the Bills. Then the last 3 games are averaging like 14 or 15 points on the season. There's a lot to digest here, but then they got to go on the road and play the Lions. Our Lions, Jared Goff, can you guys get back to the conference championship and keep the good times rolling? It's going to be fun to watch.
When we were playing that game earlier about a Super Bowl win for the Chiefs is a win for, and then it was fill in the blank. We had NFL history for that one. We didn't get to the Rams. I think the Rams, I'd say perseverance. Because this is the second consecutive year they will have entered their bye week with a losing record and still won the division or made the playoffs.
Yeah, the Rams, and that just speaks to, of course, they have talent over there, but they have a culture, a system, and a belief over there. Guys, it's like when I was coming up, the Rams were the best thing on turf, and then I got to the NFL, and then they were just bad. And you didn't expect anything from the Rams,
Middling.
Right? So now you get McVay over there, and he's been there, 6-7 seasons, I want to say, so far, and he's established
17.
something. Like, you get you get to the Rams and you're automatically bought in. Stafford is there. Cooper Kupp is there. You still see the ghost of Aaron Donald walking around that thing. Like, there's some history there. Jalen Ramsey was there at some point. The Rams have become a destination type of team because of the leadership that they have over there.
Yeah, I don't like the Rams.
Right.
I can appreciate that their head coaching is so much more than just Sean McVay being smart, and that they have statistically, they were not that much better than the Seahawks this year.
Mm-hmm.
We had JB Long on, and he was like, there are like 5 things that went their way, and it's the reason they're in the playoffs and the Seahawks aren't. It came down to a 5th tiebreaker. But that team fundamentally believes, like, oh, yeah, we should be in the playoffs. Those fans fundamentally believe, like, oh, this team should win the playoffs. This is a good team. Like, it's this crazy kind of belief, which is impressive considering they are a team that has not been a dynasty, that has not been that dominant, that did, kind of come onto the scene and reshape a lot of how NFL offenses are called and influence a lot of that, influence coaching trees with Sean McVay. But it's not like they were a contender for 20 years. They were actually in a drought.
They're in a
Just
desert
11
drought.
year? Yeah, 11, 12. Crazy. All right, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Titans have fired GM Rand Carthon after just 2 seasons in charge. Tennessee will have the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 draft. What's the real headline?
Looks like someone got ran out of town. After 2 years is surprising to me.
They were so excited about Rand Carthon.
Yeah.
I spoke to some reporters down there. They're believing in what he's doing, and he just didn't hit on some of these draft picks. You've had some underwhelming drafts the last couple of seasons. I think that has something to do with it. And then I'm looking at the draft that's coming up. Did he put something out there to the owner? Said, look, I don't want this guy. I want this guy. He goes, all right, before we get there, let's just cut ties because I envision this team going a certain direction. What if it came down to Shadur? What if he's like, I want him, and the owner doesn't want him? What if he says, I don't want him, or the owner wanted him?
Maybe.
Like, you have to be aligned, especially when it comes to this number 1 pick. It's not just you. There's some guys above who are going to have some input. But, yeah, 2 years is never enough to see some real change. So now you kind of hit the reset button, but you do have a high draft pick, so see what you do.
That's very interesting. I hadn't ever thought of it that way, but I could totally see a GM saying, well, maybe we should part ways. If an owner wants him to draft a player that he knows he's going to be linked to and tied to, it's going to be part of his legacy. If he fundamentally thinks, that's not my guy, well, that's what everyone else is going to see of you. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's always going to connect Mitch Trubisky to you, even if you didn't want him. Even if Bears ownership wanted him. It doesn't matter. It's part of your legacy.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 2, in an interview yesterday with Wyman and Bob, Ernest Jones sounded pretty confident that he'll get a new deal with the Seahawks. What's the real headline?
Ernest saves the defense. Hopefully returns for a sequel in 2025.
Ernest, that'd be like the 20th sequel for Ernest. Those movies were awesome, Stacey. Part of my childhood.
Some of the best.
They're like some of Ernest. He's at it. That
Nothing like
wily
a
guy.
cargo vest and a dad hat, you know? That's what Ernest used to rock all the time.
No, I know, Bump, because I have seen these movies.
Be so real right now. How many movies have you seen in your lifetime?
Oh, a lot. I just have no interest in this genre of movie. Like, what was the Chevy Chase one? Vacation movies.
Christmas Vacation.
Like those, I never watched those movies.
Curtis sounds
I have
so
no
disappointed.
interest in those movies.
Christmas Vacation.
I'm sorry, there are a lot of movies I like that you guys haven't seen.
I've seen everything. Name. Go.
I just watched Heretic. It was really good.
Haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it. Have the 4K Blu-ray pre-ordered though.
It was very good. It was heavy-handed, but I didn't mind it at all. I thought it was an interesting movie. But yeah, it's just not my genre. You know.
Oh, and I just like fun. That's what it comes down to.
I hate
like
fun.
rom-coms.
Yeah.
I watched Blended last night.
I love rom-coms.
Yeah.
I don't see why that's a problem. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Seen it like 20 times.
10 Things I Hate About You.
Seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Any rom-com. Seen it.
Champion. You're a champ.
Thank you.
Do we even talk about Ernest?
No, not at all. Not at all. We did not talk about Ernest Jones. But you know what? I've gone from being like, oh my God, if they don't get this done, I'm going to be so angry, to just assuming it will. That's why. Like, I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, it'll be fine. Maybe I'm being
we're
dumb.
good. No, we heard from Ernest. He's good. I believe him.
Yeah, me too.
Headline 3, the Bears have asked the Cowboys for permission to interview Mike McCarthy for their head coach opening. What's the real headline?
I don't think they need to ask for permission. Mike McCarthy, obviously, staying with Dallas. I don't know how many Cowboys fans are happy about that, though.
Jerry Jones, like, if he want to go see what's out there. His contract is up tomorrow, Jerry. What do you expect him to do?
What are you going to do?
Just sit around and wait for your text, the you up text? Nah, man, he got to go out there and make some moves, or at least present himself as if he's willing to make some moves. I don't like the way Jerry is handling Mike McCarthy. You know whether you want him or not. These dudes have been eliminated from the playoffs for what, a few weeks now? Mm-hmm. You know whether you want him to come back. Why are you playing this game with him?
Because it's entertainment.
It's crazy. It is entertainment, but Jerry, man, you tripping, dog.
Did you ever start Landman?
I haven't. Somebody give me their Paramount login.
Curtis, Matt, have you guys watched Landman?
I have not, but I heard Jerry Jones makes an appearance.
That's what I was just going to say. No, listen. So I did not know that Jerry Jones was going to be in this. I had no idea. And the show's pretty good. Like, Derek and I have been watching, super into it. New episode comes out. We're watching it. All of a sudden, it's just Jerry Jones. And he's delivering, like, a soliloquy. Like, I was like, what? Jerry Jones can act? He's got, like, fake tears coming into his eyes during this speech he's giving in a hospital. I was like, whoa.
It's AI.
And you hear him talking before you see him. And even then, I did not know it was Jerry Jones.
Really?
I mean, I knew very obviously in hindsight, you can immediately hear his voice in your head. But I just didn't assume Jerry Jones would pop up on this TV show.
You didn't feel like, was he being himself or was he somebody else?
He was playing himself. It was very like, I'm Jerry Jones and I'm going to appear as myself, Jerry Jones, talking about.
Let's be myself.
Yeah, but it worked. I wasn't mad at it.
Good for Jerry?
I know. That's how I felt. Coming up next, the Lions get good injury news for once. More developments on the Tyreek Hill saga in Miami, and Zeke Elliott finds a new home.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Mike McDonald does not mess around. Not at all. And if you don't fit, you don't stick. A couple of linebackers, an offensive coordinator, safeties, corners, linemen who lost jobs. He wants it done his way. And I like that.
I think ultimately this just feels like, hey man, Mike McDonald's got this kind of conviction. And I don't suffer fools. And if you're not going to buy in or you don't have the tools that work with what I want to do, we're going to move on.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpin for SilverReefCasino.com. Visit it, man. I know it's cold, it's rainy. Don't get depressed. Make some plans in the month of January. They got a lot going on, especially January 18th. It's a 24-karat magic experience at 8 p.m. It's the ultimate Bruno Mars tribute band. The tickets are only $12, man. So bring your lady, bring your guy. Visit SilverReefCasino.com for those tickets, but you don't have to go anywhere. Make it a staycation. They got deluxe rooms. They got great views. You see Mount Baker, the Salish Sea. Then you can go get something to eat. They got amazing dining that is on site. You don't have to go anywhere. They got dining, they got music, got the casino. They got something for everybody. So don't wait. Right now, go to SilverReefCasino.com. That is SilverReefCasino.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey everyone, G. Scott here. If you're looking to make 2025 your healthiest year yet, sign up for the Safeway Sincerely Health app today. Earn rewards for healthy choices and get discounts on groceries and health products at Safeway stores. Plus, you can track goals and get personalized meal plans. It's never been easier to stay on top of your health. Let's all commit to better wellness today. Download the Safeway Sincerely Health app for free and start the journey to a healthier you.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Lions finally got some good injury news. Despite fears he'd be out for the rest of the season, running back David Montgomery is expected to be back, and not just at the Super Bowl, for the Lions divisional round game, per Dan Campbell. He's been out with an MCL injury since week 15. This is great news for Detroit, who are also hoping, if they make it to a Super Bowl, to get Aiden Hutchinson back. But again, they have lost so many players. Even in that game against the Vikings, who went down? I'm blanking on who it was.
Go down?
One of their corners. It was just constant.
Yeah.
They have been so banged up, particularly.
Terrion Arnold.
Thank you. Particularly defensively, and it's good news for them to finally hear that someone could be coming back, and not just if we make it to a Super Bowl.
And Gibbs has been playing out of his mind, too. So it's not like you're counting on him. He's going to help that backfield, obviously.
Yeah.
But Gibbs has been holding it down. So now you got your little 1-2 combo over there. Sprinkle them in. It's looking good for the Lions.
Phenomenal game by Gibbs. Holy
What do you have, 3
cow.
of them things?
Well, you know what? Because of the breaking news with Grubb, we didn't even talk about Sunday night. But very quickly before we move on, what did Aaron Glenn do to Sam Darnold?
Stunts on
was
stunts.
crazy.
And then they say, you know what? We're going to man up. I know you got Justin Jefferson, one of the best in the game. We're going to man up. We're going to send pressure. We're going to stunt that offensive line. Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts once again.
He really was. I was going to say there's this clip going around that's like, I wouldn't say viral, but certainly making the rounds of Jordan Addison very open in the end zone. And it's like, why didn't Sam throw it here? But by then it's probably like, I'm not confident.
He goes, look, man,
I'm shaken.
There are people all around me right now.
Yeah.
And that's where I praise Gino, because when there's chaos going on around him, for some reason, somehow he stays there and throws that thing. This was the dirtiest pocket Sam had to operate from.
Sometimes to the other team, though.
Yeah, about 17 times.
Sometimes. More on Tyreek Hill's postgame comments saying he wants out of Miami. First, Dolphins GM Chris Greer says he's spoken with Hill in the 48 hours since.
I will say Mike and I both had conversations with Tyreek here over yesterday, productive conversations. I will keep those between us. The one thing I would say is in a frustrating season, he was very emotional in a game where we had a chance coming back from 2-6. And I would say that's probably the thing I'm most proud of, the players and Mike and the coaching staff, that we were 2-6 and we're playing week 18 to potentially sneak in the playoffs. And I think all of that with him playing through his injury just kind of bubbled to a point. And from our conversations, again, we'll keep that private, but we had productive conversations.
Okay, so there's Chris Greer saying, look, he was frustrated after a loss. You know, we didn't make the playoffs. It's the first time in his career, but we've spoken and, we've ironed a few things out. However, Adam Schefter told Pat McAfee things are not very clear between the two sides.
It feels like this has been building and going on for quite some time. It just feels like he's hinted at this and wanting to be traded, and there's been whispers about wanting to be traded. And I also think we've got a situation where, yesterday he was hurt and didn't play. Like, there's more to this. And clearly there are enough issues there yesterday that tell you that I think their future together is murky. And we'll see how each side decides to handle it going forward.
I don't even know that I need Adam Schefter to say that, Bump. Tyreek Hill saying outright, basically, that he's done, and then changing his Twitter profile to AB throwing up the deuces with obviously Tyreek's face, photoshopped on. Like, that tells me everything I need to know. You're done with Miami.
This reminds me of like when you're in a situation and you're with your friends and they want to go out and you're like, yeah, I'm with that. Yep, let's get it. And then you get home, you're like, actually, I'm not, man. I just want to stay home. So he's talking to Chris Greer and he goes, okay, I see where you're coming from. I understand. But in that locker room, he was like, nah, I'm out of here. So I think he's going to go back and forth several times.
Yeah.
I think Miami has to do everything they can to entice him to stay. He's a big part of that offense. But it's that alone time that gets you. When you're sitting with your thoughts and you're running down the season, you're looking at the quarterback situation, the coach situation, the team, that's where you really make your decision. It's easy to kind of smile in front of someone's face or even on the phone and say, oh, yeah, okay, that sounds good. But we know receivers, man. We are emotional creatures. So he'll go back and forth a couple times.
I typically tend to be on players' sides for most things. I also think that you have such a limited time in order to get your money, that wanting to get into a place where you can win, wanting to get to a place where, I guess for Tyreek, it's not about being paid. It's about getting back to the playoffs, right? He's like, well, what do you mean I'm not there? Like, typically I'm pretty empathetic to a player's point. However, I thought this was a bad look. Yeah. Miami's had a really frustrating season. You've had an injured quarterback for much of the season. You were technically still alive at points in this game for the playoffs. No one thought you'd actually do it because the Broncos were actually like decimating the Chiefs. Everyone kind of knew what was happening there, but this is a bad look to me. Like if for Tyreek, yeah. If I was Mike McDaniel, I would feel like you quit on the team too. I would be disappointed too. I'd say, look, I get it, but this is a bad look for you.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're being asked to do your job and you don't do it, that's where it starts to look bad. Even say he did go in there, they didn't win the ball game, but he was on the field when asked to be on the field, and he said what he said after the game, I think that can be forgiven. Like, all right, he was emotional. People say things in the heat of the moment. It's the I'm quitting on my team type deal. That's when guys start to look at you a bit differently, and they question your character and your commitment. Clearly, he's not committed to this team. It is a bad look. I agree.
All right, we have another head coach who's on the move. It looks like Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce was just fired. That from Ian Rappaport. Obviously not a great season for the Raiders either. It seems like he was able to get these guys fired up, taking over as interim head coach, kept on as head coach, maybe couldn't keep that momentum going. Obviously a messy quarterback situation there too. Any quick reaction to Antonio Pierce being on the move? Surprised at all?
I'm not surprised, but I don't think it's fair. He had a year and a half, no quarterback. You trade away Devontae. Josh Jacobs is gone. What exactly did you expect him to do? Now, if the personalities aren't linking up and it's a culture thing, I get it. I always leave that to the side just in case, because we're not there every single day.
Yeah.
But it's not like my man was set up for success. Here's where he messed up: lighting cigars in the locker room for a regular season win. What are we doing? It's not like Julian Love when he just had a baby. Okay, we light cigars for that. But a regular season win, that's kind of where you lose a little bit. The Raiders moving on once again. When's the last time they won a Super Bowl?
The Raiders, Curtis. When's the last time the Raiders won a Super Bowl?
83.
83. Goodness
Nerd.
gracious.
It's one of those things where you're like, well, when you underperform, when you're looking at, a top pick, when you can't get the situation figured out at a couple different positions, of course you're fired. However, Gerard Mayo, Antonio Pierce, a couple other guys, I just think like, well, what was the expectation heading into the season? Because for me, it was not the playoffs for either of these teams. So why is the head coach on the move?
Culture, philosophies, that's the only thing that you can really lean on. They did have 2 1,000-yard receivers over there, Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers, and that's with starting at one point 4 different quarterbacks. If there's no stability at the quarterback position, you won't have stability throughout your organization. And, I've heard things about Antonio Pierce, but I don't know him personally, so I can't really judge who he is as a man. But again, that tells me something's wrong with the relationship.
Is something wrong with Jalen Hurts ahead of that game against the Packers? Dan Orlovsky is concerned that Philly's starting quarterback is still in concussion protocol.
I would be pretty concerned as of right now. This is a long time without practicing. Now, I heard Saturday on Get Up talking about, because my thought was, well, I wonder if he's not practicing, is he able to be throwing on the side and kind of working up a sweat and maybe throwing routes on air or whatnot? And I thought Jeff intimated that that's not even allowed as well. So he was saying like 16 days it's been since any type of football activity. And if that's accurate, that does give me a little bit of like, oh man, that's a really long time, for a quarterback to be off.
So if Jalen Hurts, there's still a week. Well, not a full week, but like.
You got some time.
You got some time.
But the fact that there are setbacks is concerning.
Yeah.
Because there are 5 steps, and if you're on step 4 and you're going to 5 and you can reset, they reset that thing. If Kenny Pickett is the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles in a playoff game, I'm extremely concerned. I think they have enough to get it done. You do have Saquon Barkley. You got a pass game that works. You don't need Kenny Pickett to win you the ball game. The defense has been playing a lot better than last year. They've improved the most, honestly, out of any part of this team. So you're going to lean on your defense, but I'm extremely concerned if Two Gloves Kenny gets a start.
When would you like to see the Seahawks draft a quarterback? They got to do it eventually. This year? Next year? Year after? First round? Third round? Later? What do you want to see? It's coming up next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Seahawks have fired first-year offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
You got so many questions on that side of the ball, whether it's Gino, DK, Tyler, K9. I mean, you got a lot of decisions to make on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm more sure than ever that they're pretty set with Gino because he really had a good year.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for him in a number of different ways with that offense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Oh, man, the freezing cold, it's here. All you want to do is get inside out of it, right? But you're not the only one. You know who else wants to be inside warm? Rats, mice, rodents. Yeah, Mike Salk here, and as temperatures drop, rats, mice, other rodents, they're looking for a cozy spot. They want to make a home, maybe reproduce, but the result for your house could be a smelly mess and, even worse, destroyed insulation. Your crawl space and attic can be out of sight and out of mind, but real issues can arise without you knowing about it until far too late. Yeah, we had some rodents in the house. Crawl Pros came out, and they took care of the problem, dealt with the insulation, dealt with the rodents. Mice and rats only need a very small hole in the siding or foundation walls to make a huge mess, so call Crawl Pros. They will come out and go where you don't want to. Call them to see what's going on behind those crawl space and attic hatches for free. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
We are Subaru of Puyallup.
We're stress-free.
Stress-free. Estamos libre de estrés.
We're almost 100 employees strong. We make sure the sales process is smooth.
We have video car walkthroughs.
We have stress-free pricing.
We value our customers and we value their experience.
We're like a family here. We love our community.
And support local charities. We are
Subaru
of Puyallup, your
stress-free
stress-free dealership.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing inspect your roof just to make sure everything is okay up there. It's Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing. It's a quick appointment that will most likely give you peace of mind and save you thousands of dollars later. Remember, you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, when should the Seahawks draft a quarterback? We opened the show by talking about Matt Miller, who was on with Brock and Salk, saying that mid-round quarterbacks don't exist anymore. And by that, he means finding randomly in the third round Russell Wilson or randomly in the fourth round Dak Prescott and then having that guy be the face of your franchise for a decade is just not quite what other teams have been able to, for the most part, do. And you can still find those stories. Tom Brady, not only the GOAT, who remains the best story because of a number of things, you know that he's a sixth rounder because it's part of a story. Same with Russell Wilson. But for the most part, those big franchise quarterbacks and the quarterbacks of current playoff teams are first rounders. So naturally, we kind of started moving the conversation forward to, okay, well, where did the Seahawks find a quarterback? Does that mean they have to go in the first round? Matt Miller doesn't personally love this 2025 class.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I liked last year's a lot, and I think that's the hard part. It's like we're comparing last year to this year, and it's bleak. Like, I wouldn't take Shadur Sanders over those 6 guys that were drafted in the first round last year. Cam Ward, you could maybe talk me into Cam Ward without the benefit of hindsight over Michael Penix Jr. because of the age and the injuries. Those were the big questions.
So doesn't really love this class. Now, there are some people that might want them to take a quarterback. I think most people are looking at Shadur Sanders, Cam Ward, and then once they're off the board, they're like, there's no one else I would take in the first round. So I don't know that a first-round pick this year on a quarterback is what many Seahawks fans are wanting. I certainly haven't seen it. But, Bump, what did you make, we'll start here, of Matt Miller not just saying the mid-round quarterback is kind of not a thing anymore, and also, I don't even like this first-round class?
I like Shadur. I like Cam. My sleeper is Kyle McCord. I think Gabriel is a bit overrated, but he's played a lot of games. He has experience, so that counts for something. Of course you're not going to pick any of these guys over last year's class. 2 Heisman Trophy winners over there. A national champion winner over there. Bo Nix, who played the most games in history before this guy came along. Michael Penix, who had the most explosive offense in the game. Of course, you're not going to like this class over that class. I think last year's class has the potential to be one of the best that we've seen in a long time. I saw a ranking that said the class of whatever Jalen Hurts class was in was probably the best one in the last 10. But no, this class doesn't compare to last year's class. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's a no, Sherlock. I get that. But I think that the thing with Shadur is that people don't want to believe in his ability because of all the stuff that surrounds him. Me personally, he's the best. He's the most polished quarterback out of these top 4 or 5 that people are looking at. I've seen this young man make every throw. The deep one over the shoulder, the touch pass over the top of the defensive lineman, the bullet that you need down the middle. He's fast enough to be mobile enough to pick you up some first downs. Cam Ward, I think, is the most gifted when it comes to just raw QB ability. The thing that gets me with Cam is the same thing that got me with Caleb, is that they like to hold on to the football for a bit and wait for things to develop. We know that when you get to the NFL, you have to be on time. Then you have Jalen Monroe, who had a down year this year. Physically, he's probably the most talented quarterback in this draft. Just he's not as polished up. He doesn't even look like a quarterback. When you see him, he look like a dang tight end or something like that. My man's is big. Quinn had the biggest drop, the young man out of Texas. Had a hot start, then you fall off. The backup comes in and Arch Manning. He has himself a nice little run, and then you never really get back to looking like the way you are, but you're in the semifinals, so we can't hate on you. My sleeper, I'm telling you, Kyle McCord. If there's going to be a late round quarterback, it's going to be this young man right here, Kyle McCord. He was to start at Ohio State, lost 1 game to Michigan, and they get rid of him. Guess what the next guy does? Right? Next guy loses 1 game to Michigan, but he's in the semifinals right now. Kyle McCord can throw that rock. Syracuse threw the ball about 50 times a game, plenty of opportunities to polish up his skills. Mobile enough. He's like a Bo Nix type of mobile, maybe 1 step behind Bo Nix type of mobile. That's my sleeper. But no, I'm not super excited about this draft class, but every single year you have organizations that are thirsty for quarterbacks, so someone's going to get a shot.
I think they need to find a quarterback long term. I have no problem with Gino being the starter in 2025. Ideally, for the purposes of lowering your cap hit, figure out a short-term extension. But yeah, I have no problem with Gino being your starter while you round out the roster with other places I feel you badly need first-round talent or help. That being said, Gino's older.
Well, one more sleeper. I mentioned in the article that one of our writers wrote up last week, Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss, too. Like
he
that
does.
kid.
I should say, I don't have the cut on here, but Matt Miller does talk about Jackson Dart. If you guys wanted to go back and listen to his interview a little more on what Bump is saying. That said, I do think they need to find a quarterback eventually. What if it's via trade? Matt Miller was asked about potentially a trade for J.J. McCarthy, and then he explains as part of this cut his thoughts on J.J. McCarthy in general.
Yeah, if J.J. were in this draft, he'd be the first overall pick. Even if he, let's say he never did anything else in Michigan, he would be the first overall pick this year. That's where he's at compared to these quarterbacks. So what would you give up? I would give up a first-round pick this year because, again, I think he would be the number one overall pick. So if Minnesota's going to run it back with Darnold and give him $41 million under the franchise tag or whatever that looks like, and they say, all right, we lucked into a great situation, we'll move JJ while the value is still high. Yeah, I would think pick 18 all day. Now I think they would ask for more than that because they spent a top 12 pick on him, I think it was. So they're going to try to get more value than that. So would I send a first and a second? No, I wouldn't.
I wonder why not. Would you send a first and a second for
First
JJ?
and a second?
First and a second.
No, thank you, sir. No, thank you.
I mean, it's better than 2 firsts.
It is better than 2 firsts, but we have bigger things to worry about here. I need a hog. I need a big boy. I need a land mover. I need a plower. I need somebody who's going to dominate the box. And when you pull them, linebackers are going to get out the way. When it's pass pro, they're going to be stout. That's what I'm looking for. We need a dog on the O-line.
All right, you guys. We are going to take a listen to Mike McDonald's end-of-season press conference. He's scheduled to speak live at 1 p.m. If he's not there, we're going to come back, talk some Seahawks, and just kind of hang around. The second that he steps up to the podium, we'll send you there live. It's coming your way next.
This is Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! DK Metcalf!
It's hard to get 10 wins just in the NFL in general. The fact that we was able to get it on his first year, I think that's incredible.
Throw far side, it's intercepted. Far side of the field. Turning upfield is Julian Love.
Proud of the guys, proud of everybody, the way they fought, proud of our coaching staff.
Throw to the middle. Ball is caught, upended. Bam! Is he into the end zone? He is! Touchdown! Seahawks!
We are the home of the Seahawks.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage? Changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $38.99. Get started on your next job today with the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with a little help, little advice for all of you homeowners out there. You can save a bit of money by getting your roof replaced right now during what's usually a slower season. Riverside Roofing is open and available. They can work quickly to take advantage of these dry days and get your roof replaced quickly. All these storms, they do damage to Western Washington homes. So if you have a leak or you've noticed some shingles have blown off, save some money. Replace your roof right now with the roofing company you can trust. That's Riverside Roofing, always evolving to provide value for their customers. First, it was the GAF Master Elite certification, which allows them to offer the best warranties on the market. Then it was implementing the catch-all system, which assures your yard is clear of harmful debris. And now Riverside Roofing LLC.com also provides Quick Quote, which offers a roof replacement cost in just 60 seconds. Always improving, never satisfied with the status quo. That's RiversideRoofingLLC.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Zeke Elliott has a new home. The Chargers plan to sign the running back to their practice squad Wednesday, pending a physical per ESPN. The Chargers face off against the Houston Texans on Saturday to open the wildcard round of the playoffs. Some breaking coaching news around the NFL from Ian Rappaport. Antonio Pierce is out as head coach of the Raiders.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Matt is going to interrupt us the second Mike McDonald steps to the stage for his end-of-season press conference. So when you hear Matt say,
Stacy, shut up, the coach, shut up.
Not only are my feelings hurt, but it means that Mike McDonald is speaking with reporters. And this is the last time we're going to hear from him for a while. So it'll be obviously a very interesting conversation. Curious to hear what he has to say about Gino, about Ernest Jones, about a couple different guys on this team. Curious to see if he's asked what he's learned in his first year as head coach. And obviously he's going to be asked plenty of questions about the firing of Ryan Grubb. So what did you make of the first year under Mike McDonald?
Thought it was
Big
good.
Question,
Thought it was cool. That was cool, man. 10 wins. You improve the defense. The offense needs some work, especially when comes to running the ball and protecting the quarterback. I think that he learned a lot. He learned what he wants offensively, exactly what he wants. He learned that to execute a defense, you need a couple of guys in certain spots, which I think he knew that already. But
Bump the coach, shut up, the coach.
Alrighty.
All right, good to see everybody. Don't we have an opening statement or anything, but let's get right to it.
Just now that you've had a couple days to sort of take a step back, how would you sort of evaluate how your first season went?
Yeah, we've had a great, obviously what happened yesterday with moving on from Ryan took the better part of the morning. But, we've had, since the team meeting, having a lot of opportunities to talk to our coaches and our players, and it's been really great. Just really optimistic, fired up for what's ahead of us, where the direction our team's going. I think, obviously we want to be, fighting it out in the playoffs, and felt like we had a good enough team to do some damage. But we didn't earn the right to do that. So we're moving on, but we're really, just excited about what's to come, and working through like what the offseason is going to look like, making some tweaks, how we evolve, all those things, all that stuff's ahead of us, how we build our roster, all those types of decisions, finding a new offensive coordinator. I mean, all those things. So it's an exciting time. Excited about the foundation that we've been able to lay, and ready to get back to work.
In your comments yesterday, you kind of mentioned the vision that you have for the offense, and maybe that didn't align with Ryan. What is your vision for the offense? What would you kind of see as that going forward that you want to get out of this new hire?
Well, I just, I think look, it's not like we weren't together on this thing the whole ride of the way. We just decided it was the right decision to make, and there's some specifics that I'll leave that to Ryan and I's conversations today and throughout the season, but we want to mirror our football team. All the things we've been talking about isn't that we weren't doing these things on offense throughout the year. We've done a lot of great things, but we want our offense to be a physical unit and dictate terms of the defense and play complementary football and get the ball to our playmakers frequently and in space, and let our quarterback play fast. So we were doing a lot of those things offensively. Just decided to go in a different direction.
A lot of people look at the run-pass numbers and they assume that that's the reason that Mike McDonald just wants to run more. Are they oversimplifying?
Yeah. We can get into all the specifics and all the numbers and the ratios, and whether or not we kind of ran it back again this year or not, there's definitely things that we want to improve on in all three phases. Be happy to answer those questions offensively on specifics, but it really was an alignment thing and a vision thing, and that's why we made the decision.
Assuming you guys were aligned 100% in vision and alignment in February, what changed between then and now?
Well, I wouldn't say that it just didn't manifest itself the way that we expected, and I think we kind of grew the way the offense, the direction that was going. It just wasn't the way that I wanted it to go.
The Arizona game, the second one a couple weeks ago, how close to like an ideal offensive performance was that for you guys?
Well, I think that game we played complementary football. Defensively, we didn't start out the right way. Offense came back and kind of answered the bell. We were able to take the ball away defensively. Special teams, I thought that was one of our best games of the year. So that's what we're shooting for as a football team, is just play better complementary ball in all three phases. Offensively, it was great. We ran for a bunch of yards, and I felt like we took care of the line of scrimmage, and thought Gino played fast. But these things can kind of take different shapes of how you want it to play out. So, as we look forward, and I'm sure you want to ask on what we're looking for, the new coordinator and all that, it's not specific. It's not like this like, hey, I have to have A, B, and C. We want to have an open mind. We want to try to find the best fit for our football team and the guys we have on offense right now.
This was your first season, obviously overseeing an entire staff. Do you feel like your idea of the vision that you have on offense now has maybe a little bit more clarity after being able to go through this season and now being able to go into another hiring?
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. But I think that transcends our entire football team, the direction we want to go, things we want to emphasize more, how we build the offseason. Kind of every decision you're making, having done it for a year, and understanding the people we have in the building and our coaches and players and how everything operates, just having a base layer foundation of understanding is it's going to be really helpful.
Do you anticipate any other? Go ahead, Bob. I was going to say, do you anticipate any other changes with your coaching staff?
Well, it's tricky. When you decide to bring in a new coordinator, there's probably going to be some movement with it, because those guys are going to want. We want our new coordinator to feel like they have a lot of influence in their staff. So we might have some movement when that happens, and we might not. So we'll kind of go through the process and figure it out as we go.
What do you think makes this OC role attractive relative to others in the league?
Man, I think it's a heck of a job. It starts with the organization. I mean, all the things that, all the reasons why I felt like this is such a great place to be has been backed up, tenfold. So it starts there. And then our players are really the next best. I mean, shoot, we got great players, man. I mean, we got a great young core. And I think it's a heck of a job. I think it's the best job out there.
Mike, the physicality you wanted on offense and didn't get, did you have the personnel to do it, and it just didn't happen with the play calling, or did you not have?
I think as a football team in all three phases we can do a better job, and I think we have a really talented roster that we can grow from, especially a young, really talented core that is going to grow and develop, and hopefully we're together for a long time. I really believe in this young crew.
Does the new OC need to have NFL play calling experience?
I wouldn't say it's a prerequisite.
What did Gino Smith's season from start to finish? How do you kind of assess that?
I mean, I referenced this yesterday and how we played off it. We did a lot of really good things, and one of those things is Gino's productivity, and this is something that I'm looking forward to building off of. I thought he had a really good year. I'm sure. Like when we had a conversation yesterday, but the feeling you get was he's proud of the things we did, but felt like we could have done a better job as an offense and as a team, and could have put ourselves in a position going into the tournament to go make a run at this thing.
In the last 5 games, you guys averaged almost 5 yards per carry over that time. How do you feel about the progress of your offensive line with all the upheaval that you had early in the season and getting some young guys in there?
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point, and I think that kind of alludes to the growth that we had and the people that we have. The players and the offensive line getting consistency. I mean, you look at the guys who were playing towards the end of the season. Abe coming off the injury, Olu really taking the center spot. Jalen Sundell had some good reps. Satawa thought he played some really good football for us. He's got a great future. So building on those things, the tight end position, I think we got some great players at tight end, and then our running backs. I mean, the emergence of Kenny McIntosh, when K9, wasn't able to finish the season. So I think there's a lot of bright spots moving forward up front.
Mike, going back to how you build your roster, what kind of traits are you looking for in a player, just general in terms of?
Well, these are things that John and I had conversations with since we walked in the door. For me personally, the first thing I told them was they got to love football. I mean, there's a certain mental makeup and character to you when you love the game by playing the game and not what the game does for you. And I think if you have that type of mentality, you're going to love the process that we have implemented here in this building, and we believe that if you do that and you do the right things, you're going to develop and you take your game to the next level. That's the first thing. But of course, I mean, this is a violent game. You got to be a physical football player. You got to be smart. You got to be dependable so your teammates understand you're going to be in the right spot. All those things are really important.
Your line's one of the youngest in the league. How do you decide on improvement where you're going to bet on development versus experience and knowing what you're going to get from somebody?
Well, I don't know if that's I don't think that's specific to just the offensive line. It's an interesting question. It's probably a case by case basis. It's probably depends a lot on the confidence you have in the person you're willing to develop. And there's some positions where you feel like, hey, we're always going to add at that position no matter what, just because of the depth you need. Offensive line's probably one of those positions where you're always going to want to be in a kind of continuously build mode. So John and I haven't talked about, I mean, we're still working through the beginning part of the strategy here and working through the coordinator search, but those will be conversations we'll be having throughout the spring.
Like last year, you didn't even get here until beginning of February, I think, and then you're building a coaching staff. How much are you looking forward to a full off season?
Tremendously.
Personnel stuff, everything.
I mean, the silver lining of being in this situation is, and the opportunity that you're presented is, you do have a head start on the rest of the league to a certain extent. So this is something we really have to make sure we take advantage of. This is a position we don't want to be in ever again. So hopefully, you make the most of it. And now we're kind of springboarding into creating those opportunities.
Related to that, Mike, how much more involved are you going to be in picking this OC than the last one?
How much more? I was 100% involved last time. I'll be 100% involved this time.
What is that? Is there one or two things that you really kind of learned that maybe going in before becoming a head coach that you kind of know now that you didn't know then? about being a head coach, having gone through it for a year?
Well, I think you come in with a lot of ideas, and what you find is you really need to more double down on the basic principles that you want it to be, the team to be founded upon. You realize that pretty early. Understanding it's way clearer on understanding what we need to do day in, day out, what it feels like, what it looks like as a team, what it's going to take to be a championship football team. The easiest way is it's kind of theory going in of your prior experiences before you're kind of running the show, and now you are, and now it's in practice. So I think as a team and players, the conversations we had, coaches, like just the shared understanding of having gone through the experience and understanding of what we're trying to create is a lot clearer now.
Jim Harbaugh said that the O-line is the one position group that depends on no other position group to be good, and every other position group depends on them to be good.
Yeah.
How closely does that align with your perspective on the offensive line?
Well, I mean, you know how I feel about Jim, and I mean, that's a pretty wise statement is what he said, so I have a hard time disagreeing with that.
When you look at DK's season, what do you see with the ups and downs statistically, but obviously some highs too?
Well, I mean, I felt like we felt DK's presence consistently throughout the year, and there were some explosives that he really tilted the game in our favor, and that's really the vision we have for him. Is we just wish we could have done it more consistently. I mean, early in the season, I mean, if you going into the Atlanta game before he got his knee banged up, he's tops in the league, probably dang near every category, and we wish we could have kept that going since when he got back. So. And those are the things we're looking to build off with DK. I mean, he's such a force out there. It's not just good enough to get the coverage tilted him. We got to figure out more ways to get him the ball consistently and let him impact the game with the ball in his hands rather than just moving coverage that way.
You obviously are going to have a lot more time to look at the film on your rookie class, but how did you feel about the way that group played this year as a whole?
Well, I thought the guys did a great job. I mean, you kind of go through the list. Christian Haynes, I think he's got a great future. And Byron Murphy, I mean, I probably should mention Byron first, but I mean, Byron is going to be a great player in this league. He already is a great player in this league. He's going to have a great career. He's in a great room. So like his role can skyrocket, and it'll be what he makes of it, and he'll create that. But this guy's a 3-down player. He's done a great job. We can go through it. I mean, Tyrese Knight coming in and playing really significant snaps, more playing winning football. I think the overall development of the class is what I'm most excited about. And then a lot of them are forced into meaningful reps, but that's going to pay dividends for us in the future.
Mike, speaking of Christian, what do you make of his first year? I mean, there was potentially a chance to grab the starting job and run with it there, and you guys went with Satawa. So what do you kind of see of his year and where he can make a stride for you?
Yeah, I think he's got a bright future. I really do. And it was when we were making that decision when we decided to go with Satawa, it wasn't that Christian hadn't done enough to earn an opportunity. We just felt like Satawa did more. But Christian's gotten all the reps. He's gotten a ton. He still had meaningful reps early in the season. I thought he played well earlier in the season, good enough to win. But we want more. We want more from our entire offense. We want more from our offensive line. Guys know that. But I believe in the guys we have, and any opportunity we're going to have a chance to develop those guys and make our team better, we're going to do it.
As you look back on this first year, how much did you grow as a head coach, and what is the one thing you're most proud of with this team, the way they kind of came together?
What I'm the most proud of from the year personally, or what have I learned the most? I think I talked about it earlier. It's just a clearer picture of what we need to do on a day in, day out basis. You're kind of applying principles and from your earlier experiences and leading on conversations and people throughout the building of kind of figuring out how it all works. And the first time you do anything is the first time you do anything. So you're working through all those things. But you have to be in constant learn mode. Otherwise, you're not going to evolve. So it's been an awesome year, man. I mean, there's a lot of things that have happened that you have to navigate through, and you got to trust your instincts and your values and philosophy to kind of push you through those things. So, and then with the team, I think we were at a tough spot in the middle of the season. It could have gone either way, and I I think the way that our guys had an approach of kind of staying steadfast in what we're trying to do, the faith they had in me and the rest of the coaches, and the message that we were trying to create, and then hearing from the guys after the season about their feedback, I just think feel really strongly that we got the right guys, and they're really convicted and motivated to make this team a champion. I'm right there with them.
With Byron, how do you evaluate what you got from him, and why do you think the more production wasn't there?
Well, I mean, we're evaluating everything all the time. So I'm watching this guy do what he does at practice every day, every pass rush rep. AD, those guys are doing the same thing, and he does this stuff at a high level. He plays really hard. He's a great technician for being how young he is. Just tough as nails going out there and playing the last game. Not 100% and working through it. Production-wise, like, I know the sacks aren't there and the pass rush reps, but like every time this guy's taking a three technique pass rush rep, that means Leonard Williams isn't on the field. And right now, I think Leonard's probably the best, interior D lineman in the game. So it's like, what do you want to do? So we have to be more creative to get him on the field, but he'll earn those opportunities, and the production will be there in the long run. I'm convinced of that. This guy's a really good player.
7-1 on the road this year. What do you think helped you guys be a good road team, and I guess maybe how valuable is that skill set for a franchise moving forward that you can travel?
Yeah. I mean, the first thing that happens is, like, I think the way we travel and how it's set up, I thought our operations folks like Jeremy and John, the way they set everything up, Andrew with the food, like, it's really seamless when we travel. Guys can really just focus on football, so I think we do it at a first-class level. And just the focus and keeping the team together. We don't want it to, it's like the business trip, we don't really use that language. It's really just, hey, let's stay loose, let's stay focused, let's kind of keep the task at hand, and go try to win a football game. So trying to keep it simple. But, yeah, this is the mentality of the guys. Operation-wise, offensively, operating on silent cadence. Defensively, it's a little more quiet, so it's easier to communicate. And then, honestly, John, listen to your question. The first thing that comes to mind is we got to play better at home. It's great to be 7-1 on the road, but we got to make this place a nightmare for teams that come in and play us, and utilize our fans and the crowd and the 12s, and kind of the whole 12 is one mantra. We really got to make that come to life when we're at Lumen, so that's going to be a major focus for us this offseason.
What's the most direct change you can make to make your offense as physical as you want it to be?
There's a lot of things you can do. I need to be better with those guys. I can how we message things, how we build it. That'll be a big part of how we build our offensive staff and how we build the system in the off season, and then obviously who's going to take the field for us is always going to help that too.
With the OC, is any in-house promotions in their consideration?
Right now, no.
If there's one aspect of your team that you could change in order to win more games next year, what would it be?
One more aspect to
the way your team plays to win more games.
Play more complementary football.
Gino has indicated that he'd like a raise this offseason, plans on going to contract negotiations. How involved do you plan to be, if at all, in making sure Gino's here, or just with the quarterback of the future in general?
Yeah, I mean, I want Gino to be here. I think he's a heck of a player. I'm going to do the first thing always comes back for what's best for the team. I feel like Gino's the best for the team right now, and so I'll be involved with it. Ultimately, it's not my decision. It's a Seahawks decision. So, but Gino knows how we feel about him, and we love him as our starting quarterback for sure.
Gino obviously had a lot on his plate this season, but what do you make of just the interception total, and how much of that do you think was, decisions he made, bad decisions he made, versus a product of things going wrong around him?
Yeah, I think just as it came out throughout the season, I really feel the same way that I did when I answered those questions. But it's everybody, right? It's putting ourselves in those situations. It's clarity on the reads. It's Gino making the correct decisions in real time. The guys being in the right spots. It's overall how much kind of are we putting on his plate on a play in, play out basis. I think all that stuff goes into it, and we're going to look to build on those situations, because some of those came in the red zone, and those are critical interceptions that we're going to want back.
You mentioned you talked to Gino yesterday. Did he have a reaction to the change in offensive coordinator and what he feels about that?
Yeah, I'll just say we had a great. We've been in constant communication since we got the job, and just that was our next conversation. I'll keep our conversation private, but it was a great talk.
How does that impact just conversations with an offensive coordinator when you're looking to hire, when Gino maybe wants a raise, but he's technically still under contract for another year?
Yeah, you're always, anytime you're bringing anybody in, coaching wise, you want it to be. You want to understand what their vision is based off the players that we have and how they would kind of deploy everything. That's going to be definitely a topic of conversation.
What do you think of your special teams this year? Just kind of all the kicking, coverage, return.
Yeah, I thought we grew throughout the season, especially taking care of the ball. I thought I think Jay Harbaugh is a tremendous football coach. Got a ton of respect for him. I think our guys played really hard. When you watch our tape and you see how hard our guys play, that's something that's proud. That's Seahawk football. Now, I thought our coverage units started out really strong, especially on a kickoff at the end of the year. Let too many returns get out on us, so we'll look to improve on that. Our punt coverage unit I thought was pretty good. We need more explosive returns, and I think our specialists played dynamite this season. I mean, Jason Myers bailed us out a lot of situations. I think can't imagine anybody else in the world right now better than Michael Dixon. And it's a shame he didn't get the Pro Bowl.
Mike, well, a little off topic, but given the timing, the Hall of Fame vote's coming up. Mike Holmgren's a finalist. I know he's been around the building some. I'm just curious how much you've interacted with him, and then as a football coach, like what has he meant to the game and as an offensive coach?
Man, personally, the first time I remember meeting Coach Holmgren, he's kind of like larger than life. Walk through the hall, and then you're in his office, and it's just kind of a Twilight Zone moment, but. He's a legend of our game. I mean, you think about not only is he probably one of the top offensive minds, play callers, head coaches, culture builders this game's seen. The first thing that comes to mind is his coaching tree and the people that he's been able to affect and how that affects the game we love and has done so well since then with the coaches and scheme and all that type of stuff. So I can't imagine a better Hall of Fame candidate than Mike Holmgren.
All right, we are pausing the press conference to hit break. When we come back, we're going to resume immediately from this spot, so you won't miss anything. Don't worry, that's coming your way next.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run 10-5. Gino, touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
In between storms, have Asset Roofing do a roof inspection. They're going to make sure shingles are intact and clean up any moss, giving you peace of mind now and saving you thousands years later.
Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Coming to the Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Thursday night, March 13th. It's Keith Sweat. The legendary R&B artist Keith Sweat. Get your tickets while they last at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Keith Sweat, March 13th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are taking you right back to Mike McDonald's end of season press conference.
Of course, you're the head coach, Mike, but would you prefer an offensive coach who you could trust to give autonomy to run your vision, or do you want to be involved in that, the in-game type of thing?
I think the answer to that is both. I think it's both.
On your radio station, you said, radio show, how you do anything is how you do everything.
Yeah.
Could you expand a little bit on that, how that relates to your philosophy?
Yeah, we're like we use the term, we do go through, not around. We're not going to take shortcuts on stuff. And so all the details, all the things, how we do research, how we do breakdowns, all that stuff matters. And if you really believe in doing it the right way, you're going to build it. And there's all these little edges that you're trying to chase every day. And if you keep stacking those, at some point that's going to be good enough to win a game. That's going to make a difference in the long run. So you want to build it the right way.
How do you think that played out on your team when you went on a 4-game losing streak? That helped you get out of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you're looking at process over results in that time. I mean, man, it's kind of hard to like put myself in what I was thinking in that exact moment. But what you're proud of in that moment is guys sticking together and you're trying to find solutions. You know, we weren't in the blame game. We're not pointing fingers. That's just not how we roll. We're just trying to figure out a way to get better. And yeah, you don't want to go on a 4-game losing streak, but we're able to dig ourselves out just by sticking together and fighting through it.
How this season went compared to what your expectations were for year one?
Well, I wanted to win the Super Bowl. In order to do that, you know, you got to win games. Then you got to make the dance. You want to win your division. You got to win your conference, and then you want to win the Super Bowl. So we did a lot of the first goal. We won 10 of our games. We didn't achieve any of the other goals. So ultimately, we fell short. But you do look, and there are other things that we felt like we did well, where we're building in a position to go attack this thing moving forward.
What do you think of Rick Wallen's season, and what do you feel like is the next step for him?
I thought Rick had a good season. Thought he's really grown as a person and a player. And he knows this, but to take his game to his next level is just consistency. Doing it in, day out, down in, down out. But I think he's a heck of a player. Excited about his future. He's a fun guy to work with. Just a great energy in the building. Great energy for our football team. Kind of like a unicorn with his skill set. So he's a fun guy to work with, and we're excited about him moving forward.
The defense obviously went through some pretty significant changes from game 1 to game 17. How close is it now, sort of, to the vision that you have of what this, the defense can be?
Well, I just think everybody understands what it takes to be good. Myself, coaches, players. So I think we have an alignment going into the offseason about what it's going to take. And to answer the previous questions, like there's no shortcuts. It's not like you can just roll the ball out there in September and be a good defense. You got to go all the way back through the process. You got to do the self-scout. You got to examine your systems. You got to kind of rebuild it from the ground up. All your teaching progressions, how you lay out the off-season, what do you need to install, what do you need to add, who else are you going to all those things need to happen. How we practice every day, how you do anything is how you do everything. So you got to go through the process the right way. But I think we understand what those check marks are, what it's going to take, and I'm excited about that.
Do you plan to call plays again next season, or if Adden is back, would you hand those duties over to him?
Right now, I'm planning on still calling it.
What's an example of something that you're itching to do this offseason that you just can't do during the regular season?
Okay, this is weird, but like just taking a walk with my wife and my kid when the sun's out. I literally haven't seen my son when the sun's been out since he's been born.
You have, whether it's free agency stuff like Ernest or some of your other guys, or your 2022 class that's all extension eligible, how involved do you plan on being to maybe stand on the table for guys that you want back when you're talking with John and his staff?
Yeah, just to understand, like John and I, we're working together on this thing all the time. So it's a partnership. John's ultimately making the final decision. We understand that. But we're not going to do anything that we're not lockstep in. I really believe that. That's the way it's been since we walked in the door. And it's been an awesome partnership.
You mentioned DK's injury. Will he have to have any work done or anything in the offseason, or is that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
When would you prefer to have the new offensive coordinator?
Well, there's a balance. You want to kind of be efficient and be fast so you can kind of get ahead, but you want to make sure you're making the right decision too. So there's a balance there of being quick, but you want to be thorough as well.
Are you prepared, if you have to wait through the Super Bowl and the restrictions you have for interviewing that comes with that?
Right now, I can't give you a yes or no on that one.
Do you have any interviews lined up at the moment?
We've put in a couple slips right now. We'll kind of let that play out.
Anything else?
What have you learned that you will change next year? How you coached, how you led, how you practiced, trained, any of that?
I think there's a lot more opportunities to get our coaches in front of the players more, and there's a way that I can allocate my time through all three phases where, when you're building a defense with a staff that you haven't worked with on 90% of those people, that takes a lot of time. And ultimately, I want to coach the whole football team, so my time will be allocated more throughout each other phase, which is great. That's all good stuff. But empowering our coaches and how I allocate my time.
To improve the offensive line next year, how much of it do you think is just about betting on the guys that you've got versus adding more to that room?
Let me give you like a percentage, slices of the pie. It's both. It's both. I mean, we believe in the guys we got. I think and players are allowed to get better. So our guys are going to get better. They're going to develop. I think we got the right type of guys, and of course, at every, like, you could ask me at any position, are you guys going to look to try to find other players at that position? Yes, yes, we are. Yeah, of course, we're gonna. And there's all these different ways that you can do that, and timing. Whether it's right now we're looking at free agency. Then we go. You know the cadence of it, but that's the mentality of, hey, we're going to develop the heck out of our guys, but we're never going to take ourselves out of the running of possibly adding a great player that fits us.
Is Christian Haynes a viable option at center potentially?
We'll see. We'll see. Right now, I'm thinking more guard, but that's a conversation that can be had.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, the latest and last from Mike McDonald, his end-of-season press conference. I think the two things sticking most with people, while he did talk about a ton, are his feelings about Gino Smith and obviously his plan for offensive coordinator. For offensive coordinator, I'll start there. No plans with in-house hires right now. I know we talked about Jake Peetz potentially being that guy. Would also clearly not say who they plan on talking to, but did say they'd submitted some interview slips. So we could be hearing some rumors, some leaks about names connected to this team soon. This is going to be another fascinating storyline for this team, Bump. But how did you feel knowing that there are no in-house names at the top of the list right now, that they will be looking outside the organization?
Means they're going in a new direction. No one tied to what happened last year and how things went down. So that just reaffirms what he said. Look, our offense was going in a different direction than I wanted it to go. So to go in the direction that he wanted, new blood, baby. Get a new OC in there.
All right, last point here before we get to what I need to know. Get those questions into the Back and Jacks text line, by the way, 866-979-3776. His comments on Gino, of course. He said Gino knows how we feel about him. We love him as our starting quarterback for sure. Quote, I feel like Gino's best for the team right now. He acknowledged that he does not have full say over that personnel decision. That belongs to John Schneider. But vote of confidence from Mike McDonald in a way that was pretty blunt, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, John has control, but Mike has influence. And if Mike feels like Gino's the guy, and what else are you going to get? You're going to go draft late? We just went over. That's not going to work, all right? And then what are you going to do? Trade for J.J. McCarthy? There's just, you have an answer right now. Just stick with Gino, get better offensively, and you'll be better.
Wyman and Bob will, I'm sure, have plenty of reaction to this end-of-season presser. Bump and I will be touching back on it tomorrow when we're back in. Coming up next to wrap up the show, just some fun, just some light fun. Get your questions in for what I need to know, 866-979-3776. Any question, text it now.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Seahawks have fired first-year offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
You got so many questions on that side of the ball. Whether it's Gino, DK, Tyler, K9. I mean, you got a lot of decisions to make on that side of the ball.
Yeah, I'm more sure than ever that they're pretty set with Gino because he really had a good year.
Yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for him in a number of different ways with that offense.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here telling you that people all over the Northwest are going to lose 20 to 30 pounds by Valentine's Day. They'll do it by starting with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as their resolution, and you can as well. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started or see if you're even interested in the program. 15 minutes, that's probably how long you'll sit in traffic today, right? So take that time to do something for yourself and your future. I did the program. I immediately lost 10 pounds in the first week, lost 35 pounds after 8 weeks, so it absolutely works. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with New Year's resolutioners, take pills or even worse, injections, eating bland, boxed, fake meals, nothing like that. What I did get was delicious recipes, a group to offer support, and what was important for me, the accountability, plus an easy-to-follow plan that really did work. Do it for yourself this year. 15 minutes. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightloscclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Hey everyone, G. Scott here. If you're looking to make 2025 your healthiest year yet, sign up for the Safeway Sincerely Health app today. Earn rewards for healthy choices and get discounts on groceries and health products at Safeway stores. Plus, you can track goals and get personalized meal plans. It's never been easier to stay on top of your health. Let's all commit to better wellness today. Download the Safeway Sincerely Health app for free and start the journey to a healthier you.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Is chronic pain beginning to make your everyday life a challenge? Then call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, with Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. With over 30 years of experience, no one has more experience in pain medicine techniques and stem cell therapy than Dr. Nelson. And here's what a satisfied patient had to say.
Well, that seems to be a genetic thing. All the men on my dad's side of the family have bad backs. Since my mid-20s, it would swell up and I would lose range of motion, and it was very, very painful to stand or walk, and so I had to miss work. So he went in there and gave me the stem cell injection, and it's great now. I get to keep all my original equipment, if you will. No permanent loss of range of motion, in and out in a day. That's totally worth it. I couldn't recommend Dan Nelson more highly.
So don't let pain control your life. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call 425-823-4000 today. That's 425-823-4000, or go to danielnelsonmd.com.
Want a simple New Year's resolution that's guaranteed to succeed? I'm talking about doing what I did and reversing that clock on hair loss. The same quick, simple one-day hair loss treatment I received from a Van Advanced Hair begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow for life. You decide how much and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest. I'm speaking from personal experience. The results have been truly life-changing, and Advanced Hair has helped tens of thousands of folks just like you and me. It's why world-class Dr. Perungo and Advanced Hair are the winners of the 425 Business of the Year. So celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Schedule your free consultation at 425-449-8185. See what meeting your New Year's resolution could look like with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy
weekdays 10 to 2.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your question, any question, into the Mac and Jack's text line 866-979-3776. Our first listener says, why isn't Malik Willis getting more attention as a potential QB option for Seattle? In his 3 starts, he posted a 74% completion percentage, a 124 passer rating, over 500 yards, and no interceptions. Plus, if I recall correctly, John Schneider was a fan of his coming out of college. He could develop under Gino Smith if need be, and the upside feels incredibly high.
That's a situation.
You're just not sold. Not sold on Malik Willis.
I mean, I'm sold on Gino going forward. If they were to bring over Malik, I would trust in John's evaluation because that's what he does. He's a quarterback guy, and I'd say, all right, go for it. But I'm not too concerned with the backup situation right now. As we get closer to the draft and teams start moving and talking a bit, then I think I'd give it a bit more of my time. But the playoffs are still going on. Let's see what happens.
Get your questions in 866-979-3776. In light of wrestling on Netflix last night, what I need to know is who's the best wrestler of all time. I'm going Undertaker or maybe Stone Cold.
I mean, those
It's
are...
just What, The Rock?
Is he the best wrestler of all
is
time?
Cooking.
He's probably most
What
popular.
makes Dwayne the best? Like, what made him
I mean,
such
his
a commercial
charisma,
success?
yeah.
Charisma.
He has an energy to him that when he walks into an arena, it's unmatched.
Isn't it crazy that he became
I
like
would
one of the
say-
highest paid actors of all time?
I would say Stone Cold, though. He just had a cultural moment when he was at his popularity. Now, Undertaker, I was in the building at the old Key Arena one time when
he overtook
the
it, right?
When the bells ring, and it's just like when you hear those bells, it's like, oh my God, I'm about to see the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Who never fit the hype? Like, to you, you were like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean, we only have, 6 minutes left in this
I
show?
don't know. I feel
Throw out a
like
name.
our era was the best era of wrestling of all time. Had Triple H was killing it. What's the dude with a big old butt?
Rikishi.
Yeah, Booker T. His butt was out, Matt.
It was.
You had no
He wore
choice but
like
to look at
kind
it.
of a sumo outfit a little bit.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Had a big old thing.
So he
gonna very
wanted us to
strong.
see it.
Rikishi's thing is that he would put you on the rail, and he would back up into you, and your
back
head
it
would
up.
be bouncing between his cheeks. Yep.
That was his kill shot.
Yep.
What? All right.
Go to the next question.
What I need to
please.
know, Bump, how important to you is the new OC utilizing a 4x1 set? 10 of 14 teams in the playoffs use it a lot.
It's
Might
not
be 12 of
important. It's
14.
not important to me at all. Not at all. A 4x1 set. You know what that means? No running back, Stacy. I want an RB. I want tight ends. Let's run that thing. It's not important to me. Would I mind seeing it? No, I wouldn't mind, but I'm not like, hey, if you don't run that 4x1,
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do it.
See, at Mine Curtis, we make offensive coordinators better than Bump in the Seahawks camp,
Mhm.
LLC.
Mhm,
We
mhm.
do 4 tight end sets regularly.
4 tight end sets.
Sometimes
Ideally,
5.
Sometimes 5 tight end sets.
Wow.
Yeah. We've got a 100% success rate. We're figuring out in what, but
Yeah.
we know it's 100%.
A 5 tight end set, you've got your 5 offensive linemen, 5 tight ends, and a quarterback.
Yep, that's all you need.
That's all you need. Sometimes you don't even need a quarterback. 6 tight ends.
We go 6 tight end, and we just have a tight end that's like a dual threat tight end, which is
it's
and
like
it's not
Taysom
just
Hill.
it's not just a quarterback who can run. He's a quarterback who can block and catch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Innovators.
What I need to know.
Getting back to that question about who didn't fit the hype. Last night he got booed.
A little more on wrestling
Last
if you
night
would.
he got
Spotlight.
booed out of the building.
Who?
Mr. Hulk Hogan.
Oh,
I saw that.
Why
I
didn't
saw
he meet
that.
the hype? Like, what is it about Hulk that you were
I
like,
mean,
eh?
It's a lot of off.
Yeah,
It's a lot of stuff out of the ring.
Yeah, it's
out of the squared
it's
circle.
for the FM side.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Let's see. What I need to know, 866-979-3776. What is the reason on a 3rd and long play a receiver would be targeted short of the line to gain, making the receiver have to overcome coverage in order to get a first down instead of just being beyond the line to gain?
Yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes there are route concepts that you can't push it that deep because there's a route on top of you. So they design a play sometimes to where that route that's on top is designed to pull the defense with you, and you're taking a shot underneath, hoping that your guy can get the football with space and get the yards after that.
This earlier listener clarified, sorry, grammar error. 4x1 meaning 4 eligible on one side and 1 eligible on the other side, using a running back in the backfield.
Knew exactly what you meant, brother. Hold on. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
4 on one side, 1 on the other side. 5 linemen, 1 quarterback. That's 11. We're not playing Canadian football. You can't have a running back there either.
What I need to know is, someone said, would you consider the OC job? Yes. I already pitched you on our 5 tight end sets. Another thing I want to do, and I was explaining this concept to Derek.
0-5 personnel.
I have what I call a playbook, and it's based exactly on the yardage I need to gain. So it's a 3rd and 12 play, 3rd and 3 play. And the trick is when on 1st and 10, maybe I run my 4th and 20 play. And then you get them.
If you have a 4th and 20 play,
I need you to
be the OC for the Hawks.
Let me tell you what, the 3rd and 15 play.
3rd and 15.
I just program it right up. Yep.
Program it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would be an amazing OC. I'd be fired pretty quickly.
You'd be one and done for sure.
Oh, I don't even think I'd be a quarter into the season before they'd fire me. They would escort me out of the building.
It would be fun to say, I'm dialing it up.
Yeah.
Dialing it up is a really fun sports league.
They'd show Gino picking up the phone and me on the other end from the booth just saying, are you mad at me?
And look,
Is everyone mad at me?
You know, a big talking point on this show is the aging process of being in your 30s.
Yeah.
If any of us were named OC, it's the fountain of youth.
We gotta be young
We're
again.
whiz kids.
Hello.
We are geniuses.
Yes. God. What I need to know, what's your favorite and least favorite commercial jingle that gets stuck in your head? This person said, for me, Febreze.
Oh, I love the Febreze. La, 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 la.
La, 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 la.
Febreze is fire.
Febreze, and they come up with new ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's Febreze for sure.
Yeah, Febreze is a banger.
Yeah.
It's Cars for Kids.
Cars for Kids for
is
the
tough. I'm not going to start singing it, and you're welcome.
I'm sure you're probably going to hear it in a commercial break coming up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you think it'll be in the next commercial break?
I hope so.
Matt, is it? Can you see it? It's not.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
This has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show or if you loved it so much you just need to hear more, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Ross. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
10 wins. Nice launching pad for this team moving forward. And I think a big part of moving forward would be this guy remaining in a Seahawks uniform. Ernest Jones is with us.
Yes, I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think both sides, want to get something done. We just got to come to a mutual agreement, and and whatever those numbers or whatever those situations may be, that's what that's going to be. But I think both sides are working towards that, and I think it will.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.